Therefore, even though Danzo was furious at the moment, he didn't dare to vent his anger on Tieni at the end. Instead, he looked at the third generation with a gloomy face and said, "Hiruzen, you will regret this, humph." After saying that, he threw his hands and stormed out of the Hokage's office. When he was beside Tieni, the old man looked at Tieni with a vicious look. Tenichi pretended to be frightened, took a step to the side, and grabbed Tsunade's hand. Tsunade. This acting is really lifelike. There is absolutely no sign of acting on his part. He is simply a natural-born movie star. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Seeing Danzo about to go away, the third generation became angry and stood up and roared at his back. Danzo couldn't help but pause when he heard this. Then, he stormed away at an even faster speed. Just from the sound of his heavier and more forceful footsteps, one could tell how angry and aggrieved he was at the moment. The only thing I can say is that third generation's behavior is cool. After hearing this, Tieni couldn't help but want to give him a thumbs up. This is simply murderous and heartbreaking. They don't miss any opportunity to discuss Danzo. Ahem. After Danzo walked away, the third generation withdrew their gaze, suppressed their anger, cleared their throat awkwardly, gave Tieni an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself." Tieni, don't take Danzo's words to heart. That's just who he is, he's just jealous. Come, let's have a good chat. Next, the third generation chatted with Tieni for half an hour, until Tsunade became really impatient. He stopped and let Tieni and the others leave. Alright. Let's stop here for today. Remember to come visit Grandpa Hokage more often in the future. You're most welcome to come over. Through this conversation, the third generation became more certain that Tieni indeed highly recognized the will of fire, admired him very much, and loved the village very much. This potential material, that's enough for third generation. He would often invite Tieni over to chat, guide and brainwash him step by step, so that he would eventually become what he wanted. In his opinion, dealing with a 5-year-old child is easy, right? After hearing this, Tieni nodded repeatedly, but he was quite speechless in his heart. This old guy really doesn't hide it at all. Do you really think I'm a naive boy who knows nothing? However, confusing the third generation is also what he needs to do now. For the time being, it is not the time for him to confront or even fall out with the third generation. Okay, we're leaving first. Tsunade had already lost his patience, so he said something to the third generation, then he quickly left the Hokage's office with Tenichi in tow. The third generation shook their heads helplessly and didn't care too much. Soon, Tsunade took Tienyi to the Hokage building and came to her office at the Konoha Shinobi Hospital. Pointing to a large bookshelf filled with books, he said to Tieni, "Here, next. You should finish reading all the books on this bookshelf and understand them first. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. After you finish reading, we will start the next stage of learning. Of course, during this period, I will occasionally take you to participate in some minor operations to give you some experience in curing illnesses and saving lives. Is there any problem?" As for the teaching of medical ninjutsu, Tieni has already mastered healing jutsu, healing techniques, and many other medical ninjutsu, so there is no need to learn more for the time being. What he needs now is more accumulation of medical knowledge. Okay. This is exactly what Tieni wants. What he wants is the permission to read these medical books. As for curing illnesses and saving lives and learning medical ninjutsu, these can be postponed. I made a wish. What would be the result of exposing some of my comprehension talents in front of Tsunade? The next moment, a string of information flooded into Tienyi's mind. The feedback given by the talent wish is safety, and Tsunade is trustworthy in this regard. Tieni felt relieved immediately. Tieni immediately pulled out a relatively basic medical book that he had never read before from the bookshelf, sat down on the sofa, and began to read it quickly. The pages of the book are almost turning and leaving afterimages. Tsunade's eyes twitched after watching for several seconds. She found that Tieni showed no sign of correcting his behavior, so she couldn't help but ask, "Is this how you read a book? Are you sure you can read it all this way? Are you sure you can learn from it?" Isn't this nonsense? Of course you can. Tianyi listened. His hands and eyes kept moving. While he continued to turn the pages of the book, Kaido said, I forgot to tell you, teacher, I have a photographic memory and the ability to memorize and learn quickly. The understanding is also good. This rhythm is what I have tried and it is the most suitable speed for me. No, how do you think I was able to read and master all the ancient books in our family in just over a month? Although many of the clan's classics have been lost, the number is still considerable. Ha? Tsunade was slightly stunned when she heard this, and said in disbelief. Is this true? Can I really remember and understand it this way? Let me verify it. Having said that, Tsunade immediately stood up and walked over to take the medical book from Tianyi's hand, and began to flip to the content that Tianyi had read before, asking questions selectively. As a result, not surprisingly, Tianyi really remembered everything and had a deeper understanding of these contents. Hiss! This made Tsunade gasp, and she looked at Tianyi as if he were a monster. It seems that the old man and I have underestimated you before. I knew you were a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this evil. Since you have this talent, don't waste it. Continue to study at your own pace in the future. But, at this point, Tsunade looked at Tianyi with a serious expression and warned. Don't tell the third generation about your talent, and it's best not to tell even your classmates. When you are reading here, be careful not to let people passing by notice your abnormality. Otherwise, the third generation's attitude towards you probably wouldn't be what it is today. He prefers things beyond his control, and your talent undoubtedly lies in this category. Do you understand? Tsunade feels that this terrifying talent of understanding is much better than that of her second grandfather. The key point is that comprehension is not only used to learn medical skills, but it can also be used to improve ninjutsu and strength. She could foresee that with Tianyi's comprehension, if he was given a few more years to grow, his strength would probably reach an extremely high level. It is not impossible that he will even surpass his second grandfather or even great-grandfather in the future. Such a good seedling, and also her disciple, she didn't want her to die prematurely because of her talent being leaked. Of course, she did this also for Konoha's sake. Although she had only been in contact with Tianyi for 2 days, she had already roughly deduced Tianyi's personality. This is a good child with high IQ and EQ, great talent, and a sense of gratitude. In the future, as long as she trains and teaches Tianyi well, guides him onto the right path, and waits for him to grow up, he will become another pillar of Konoha and lead Konoha to greater glory. On the contrary, if his talent is leaked, causing him to be targeted, suppressed or even persecuted by the third generation and Danzo, the result will inevitably lead to the worst and most out-of-control situation. If one thing goes wrong, it may lead to the destruction of Konoha. So, she was not only considering Tianyi, but also the future of the village. Tianyi's parents must be aware of his talent. With Uchiha's strength and background, even if Tianyi's talent was exposed, she didn't think that the third generation would be able to do anything to Tianyi in a short period of time. At most, it would force Tianyi to retreat into the Uchiha tribe's territory and develop secretly, hoping to launch a counterattack in the future. This was not what she wanted to see. I understand, I'll pay attention. Tianyi had no idea that Tsunade was thinking so much at the moment. When he heard Tsunade's concerned words, he would be lying if he said he was not touched. He felt that he had made the right choice of teacher. This time the test also achieved its purpose. When the time is right and the relationship with the teacher is better, we may be able to involve the teacher and even Senju in some subsequent industrial plans. This way, my Uchiha Interest Alliance plan will definitely go much more smoothly. Tianyi thought to himself. That's right, showing off his strong understanding and learning ability was also his way of testing Tsunade. If Tsunade's reaction did not satisfy him, at most he would reveal some of his own comprehension talents to the third generation. I'll just be more careful next time. But the probability of this happening was low from the moment he started to test it. After all, he made a wish. The power of desire is absolute. In terms of industry, Tianyi thinks that he can use medical books and herbal medicine to study medicines that can strengthen the body, restore cellular energy, mental energy, temper the spirit, purify the blood, and so on. In addition, by combining sealing techniques, it is also possible to create medical talismans or even ninjutsu talismans. The medical talisman is a good point of entry. I can definitely use this as an opening to learn advanced sealing techniques from Tsunade. Tieni suddenly thought of this in his heart. However, he did not speak in a hurry. He had to wait a while and read the medical skills and information of the hospital first, further improve his medical ninjutsu, and obtain Tsunade's approval in this regard. Well, as long as you know what's going on, that's it. Seeing this, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, returned the medical book in his hand to Tieni, then stood up and returned to his seat to continue processing the documents. At school, Tieni is in his class. Seeing Tieni's shadow clone return to his seat, Lu Ju and the other two in front turned around. Shikaku asked curiously, "Tenichi, it was Tsunade-sama who asked you to go out just now, right? When did you meet Lady Tsunade? What did she want from you? Can you tell me?" Logically speaking, Tsunade, who is from Senju, should not have any intersection with Tenichi. But Shikaku's mind raced, and he suddenly remembered the reputation of Tieni, the medical ninjutsu genius who had been widely circulated in the village recently, and he felt that he had guessed the truth. Minato on the side also looked at Tieni with curiosity. "Shikaku, you guessed it, didn't you?" Tieni saw Shikaku's somewhat understanding look, shrugged slightly and said, "Teacher Tsunade thought I had a good talent for medical ninjutsu, so he tested me before we parted last night and officially accepted me as his apprentice. She came here today to say hello to the school for me. From now on, I will need to spend a lot of time learning medical ninjutsu and medical knowledge from her." Minato and the others looked at Tieni in surprise after hearing this. "So what should we do about skipping classes and training?" Minato asked anxiously. However, Lu Ju stroked his chin and looked at Tieni seriously. "Are you a shadow clone?" "Huh? Is this true?" Minato, Haiyi and others also reacted immediately and looked at Tieni in surprise. Ding Zuo even touched Tieni's arm and muttered, "It doesn't feel like it." "Haha. It's just you, Shikaku, your brain is just so quick." Tieni smiled heartily and said frankly, "Yes, I am indeed just a shadow clone." At this point, Tieni looked at Minato again and said, "As for the training camp, it will naturally proceed as planned. I didn't say I could only create one shadow clone at a time. I can definitely use shadow clone to learn medical skills from the teacher. Anyway, in the early stages, you will definitely focus on reading and learning, and there will be very few opportunities for practical practice. Even if there is, with my proficiency in shadow clone and my control over chakra, shadow clone can complete this operation on my behalf. So, just be at ease. The most urgent thing is for you to master the shadow clone technique as soon as possible." Minato and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in unison. "We'll get it done as soon as possible." The main reason was that when Tieni was guiding them in their cultivation, they made such rapid progress that they naturally did not want to miss such an opportunity. Who doesn't have a dream of becoming a genius? Another half-month has passed in a flash. This morning, in the training ground in the backyard of the Tien family. Swish, swish, swish. Tieni performed the powerful Bajikwan over and over again, and each punch broke through the air. He felt particularly good today. He could feel his blood and energy beginning to overflow, and the strength of his body was gradually being smoothly integrated into a whole. Rip! When the last punch was thrown, a violent sonic boom was produced directly in front of the fist. The air vibrated violently, stirring up the surrounding air and even the dust on the ground, making the training ground much more messy. This is Uchiha Nobuhiko and Fugaku, who had already noticed that something was wrong with Tieni and had stepped back a distance, saw this and stared at the scene with wide eyes.
This is without any chakra support. It is so powerful.
Is this a breakthrough for Tieni? Jin, it worked, haha. At this time, Tieni also retracted his fist and couldn't help laughing. It took 2 months, and I had the realization of the realm of the divine power of my previous life, plus daily medicinal baths. Without damaging his physical potential and growth, Tianyi's martial arts finally broke through to the Ming Jin level again. How could he not be happy? In fact, according to his original estimate, he thought it would take less than a month to achieve this step. But in the end he miscalculated, or rather he could have done it, but he gave up. Because his body is still too young and too fragile. If he forces himself to exercise, he can indeed achieve Ming Jin within a month. But the price he pays is not only the loss of his potential, but it is also very likely that he will not grow tall, or even not grow up at all. This is definitely not what Tianyi wants to see. Therefore, after realizing this problem after the first day of practice, Tianyi took the initiative to extend the time for improvement. I even learned the medical skills and medical ninjutsu of this world, and saw and understood the differences between the human body in this world and that in my previous life. After comparison, the medicinal bath formula of the previous life was integrated with Uchiha's medicinal bath formula and upgraded to create a medicinal bath formula that is several times more effective. This allowed Tianyi to develop Ming Jin at the age of 5 without losing potential or the cost of growth. Well, under this new medicinal bath formula, his potential was not only not damaged but improved. This is reflected in Tianyi, whose physical fitness has improved by 104 points in the past 2 months. This was an expected surprise. Congratulations, Tianyi, brother. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko and Fugaku came over and congratulated with a smile. Hee, congratulations. Congratulations, Kaido smiled and said, Dad, your progress is actually quite fast. I estimate that in another half-month, you will be able to enter the Ming Jin stage. Then I'll give you a surprise. At this point, he looked at Fugaku and said, as for big brother, you still need to practice. It would be great if you can break through within half a year. Fugaku's face fell slightly when he heard this. It's going to take so long. That's fast. Tianyi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this and said, if it weren't for my frequent guidance, your good physique and physical skills, and the medicinal bath combination I improved every day, this time would have been even longer. But compared to the benefits of cultivating Ming Jin, this little time is actually not worth mentioning. You know, when we cultivate Ming Jin, our control over every muscle and strength in our body will be transformed. Qi and blood will also begin to develop. This will be of great benefit to the training and enhancement of physical skills, and the increase of vitality and chakra. Don't be ungrateful. In other words, Fugaku is his real elder brother, otherwise, he would ignore him. Didn't I expect that he hadn't even taught Minato and the others yet? That's right, hee. Then I'll go practice first and try to achieve Ming Jin as soon as possible. Fugaku smiled awkwardly after hearing this, and as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he quickly ran to the side to practice Uchiha martial arts. On the contrary, Uchiha Shinyen looked at Tianyi with a smile and said, the surprise you mentioned could be that you have already created a method of cultivation after Ming Jin, right? He knew his son well. After being shocked so many times, he has become a little numb. No matter how unbelievable something is, when it happens to his son, he feels it is normal. Huh? You actually guessed it? Tianyi looked at his father in surprise and said, amazing. That's right. I have created a method to cultivate the second level of Uchiha martial arts after Ming Jin. I call it Jin. In this state, one must train one's mind and skin. One must penetrate the tendons, bones and skin to make the hidden strength flourish. I won't tell you any more for now. I'll teach you after you break through the Ming Jin. There is not much point in saying it now. Okay. Then I will continue to practice, and you can consolidate your realm on your own. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded and walked to the other side to continue practicing. Tianyi devoted himself to cultivation again, after breakfast. Tianyi said to his mother, Mom, today is the weekend, so you don't have to prepare my lunch and dinner. I'm going to have a picnic with my classmates. Oh, Uchiha Zinmei raised her eyebrows when she heard this and said, picnic? It's Minato and the others, right? Okay. But if we're having a picnic, we need to buy ingredients, right? Do you have enough money? Tianyi had already mentioned the matter about Minato, Shikaku and the others to his parents early in the morning. Naturally, they also pay attention to these people that TNE investment has friendly relations with. They are indeed all good children. That's enough. There are still tens of thousands of tails left. I'm leaving first. Having said that, TNE took the ninja tool bag, left home, and separated a shadow clone first. Go to the hospital and continue reading medical books. After giving instructions to shadow clone, TNE walked towards the commercial street. Soon, Minato, Shikaku and the other two were seen waiting at the intersection. TNE, you're a little late today. We've been waiting for more than 10 minutes, hurry up. Lu Ju saw TNE from afar and waved. Hey, sorry. TNE heard this and ran over quickly, a little embarrassed. I made a new breakthrough in my physical training during morning practice, and I exceeded the training time. Let's go buy some ingredients first. As he spoke, TNE called Lu Ju and others and walked towards the large farmer's market on the commercial street. You've made another breakthrough in your physical skills. I don't know how you trained, you're just like a monster. We feel that we have improved rapidly with your help, but compared to you, it's nothing. Shikaku complained as he walked away, shaking his head. People really can't be compared. However, they are very lucky to receive TNE's recognition and guidance. Starting from 5 days ago, they have mastered the shadow clone technique, and then started using shadow clone instead of going to school during the day, and went to training every morning. The progress they have made in the past few days alone has allowed them to initially widen the gap with their classmates. People like Inuzuka Sume and Aburame Shiki originally had similar strength to them, but now the gap has gradually begun to widen. I couldn't imagine how big the gap between me and TNE would be after practicing together for a few years. Thinking about it, Lu Ju felt a little bit excited. After spending half an hour buying a lot of food at the farmer's market, the few of them rushed to the secret training base carrying a lot of things. On the way, Ding Zuo ran back home to get a complete set of picnic utensils, bowls and chopsticks, etc., and reunited with TNE and the others at the secret base. Alright, let's start this morning's training. Next, they did not start the picnic, but instead started practicing. TNE had already taught the TNE version of the bodybuilding technique to Lu Ju and the other two a few days ago. At present, they have basically mastered it. But TNE still separated a shadow clone to teach them. He himself walked aside and began to practice ninjutsu. Currently, the main ninjutsu he mastered covers fire style, lightning style and 2 wind styles. The focus of study and development is fire style. There is no way, since Uchiha's best ninjutsu is fire style. The family has a large number of fire style ninjutsu of different levels and related training experience nodes. At present, TNE has already mastered the Great Fireball, Howlong Fire, Impatience, and other fire styles to a relatively high level. As a result, he also conducted in-depth research on the form and nature transformation of fire style, which greatly increased the power of his fire style ninjutsu. Lightning style only mastered Thunderball and Ground Walk. By that time, in terms of swordsmanship, he had mastered many styles of swordsmanship collected by Uchiha. He also mastered the ninja sword technique, Uchiha Flame Leap Sword. Further broadened my skill pool. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to connect with Hitaki Sakumo yet. Otherwise, if I could ask him for advice on the swordsmanship of this world and teach me the ninja swordsmanship, my swordsmanship would surely improve rapidly. Tian Yi thought to himself. He thought it was necessary to master an excellent weapon attack method. Compared to ninjutsu, this thing consumes much less chakra and has extremely strong critical attack power. In the future, as his martial arts level improves, his physical strength and physical power will continue to increase. Correspondingly, the power of swordsmanship will naturally continue to increase rapidly. Fortunately, he had collected and learned some swordsmanship in his previous life. Combined with Uchiha's swordsmanship collection, his current swordsmanship level is pretty good. The 5 of them practiced enthusiastically for more than 2 hours, and the time was already past 10 in the morning. TNE stopped practicing and called to Minato and others not far away. Minato, Shikaku, you guys come with me to hunt for meat, Haiyi and Dingzo. You guys collect firewood and start processing the purchased vegetables, is that okay? No problem. Let's go. Minato and the others naturally had no objection, and they immediately split into two groups. Dingzuo and the others stayed behind, while Tieni took Rouge and Minato to perform the body flicker technique and began to go deep into the forest to search for hunting targets. There are 3 wild boars 500 meters to the right, follow me. Soon, Tieni locked onto the 3 wild boars with his powerful mental induction. He called Minato and Shikaku and rushed over. Shikaku used the shadow imitation technique to bind and trip it remotely. Minato, follow me and kill it. Then, under Tieni's command, the 3 of them cooperated well and successfully hunted down all 3 wild boars in a few breaths. Then, the 3 of them each carried one on their backs and started to rush back. On the way, Tieni and his friends hunted 2 pheasants and 5 rabbits. Only then did he stop hunting and return to the secret training base. Wow, so many prey? It's only been more than 10 minutes? You guys are really amazing? Seeing the 3 people coming back with so much prey, Dingzuo and Hai couldn't help but exclaim. Haha. This is mainly thanks to Tieni. This guy's perception range is so wide that he can easily find his prey. Shikaku put the wild boar off his back, smiled and pointed at Tieni and praised him. Indeed, Minato beside him also nodded repeatedly. Only then did he realize that hunting was such a simple thing. By the way, over the past year or so, in order to save money, he actually tried to supplement his meat diet by hunting and fishing. However, we were just looking for rabbits, pheasants and the like on the outskirts of the forest. Not every time you can reap rewards. How like Tieni. It's like going to the forest to purchase goods. If he had this ability, his life wouldn't have been so difficult in the past. Alright. Let me show off my skills today and let you taste the skills I've been practicing recently. As he spoke, Tieni used his sword skills to quickly deal with the wild boar and the pheasants, rabbits and other animals, divided them into different categories, and then started to heat the oil in a pan and cook. Wow! Swordsmanship can be used like this? Also, Tieni, your technique is so skilled. Tell me the truth. How long have you been practicing? Seeing Tieni using swordsmanship to quickly process a number of prey like a butcher cutting up an ox, and cutting and cooking vegetables as smoothly as flowing water, Lu Ju and the others were all surprised, and Lu Ju couldn't help asking. Not long ago, just in the last few months I occasionally watched my mother cook and learned from her. After that, I spent some time pondering, how is it? Does it look like the real deal? Why did he propose a picnic during the weekend training today? In fact, it was just to show off his cooking skills to facilitate the implementation of his subsequent plans. More than that, Shikaku shook his head in amazement. She is even more skilled than my mom and even the chef at Dingzo's barbecue restaurant. I just don't know what it tastes like, it smells better and better. Yeah, Dingzuo also nodded repeatedly, his mouth almost watering. It looks and smells like he is indeed as good as the master chef in our store. Tieni, when will it be better? Just wait, it will be quick. When Tieni saw it, he shook his head with amusement. Half an hour passed in a flash. More than 10 dishes were prepared by Tieni's skilled craftsmanship. All the food was placed on a large wooden table that Tieni had cut out of wood a few days ago. Alright. Let's eat. Tieni immediately invited everyone to eat. Then we won't hold back. Let's get started. Dingzuo and others, who had been tempted by the aroma of the food, started to eat one after another. They each took a bite of the food and put it in their mouths, refusing it a few times. Several people widened their eyes slightly, looked at Tieni in disbelief, and gave him a thumbs up in unison. Tieni, you are amazing, aren't you? I didn't expect that these meals not only smell delicious, but also taste great. Besides, these dishes are all ones I've never eaten before. They're so delicious. Awoo, awoo. What a delicious delicacy. The reincarnation of the god of cooking, you. Tieni could hear the endless praises from several people, and his face was filled with smiles. Although I had other plans, I was very happy to receive praise today. It was worth the time he spent practicing cooking in his previous life. He learned all the 8 major cuisines of Zusha in his previous life and mastered the essence. Isn't this useful? There are also many delicious foods in the Hokage world. But compared with Tianyi's previous life, he felt it was far different. Tianyi, I think with your cooking skills, you can definitely open a restaurant, and the business will definitely be booming. Shikaku couldn't help but say as he ate. When Tianyi heard this, his heart blossomed with joy. He was originally thinking about how to bring up this topic, and then get a few people to join in opening a store as their first joint business. This is also the first step in his plan, the Uchiha Interest Alliance plan, and also the most critical step. Not to mention Minato, if he could get Shikaku and the other 2 to join him, they would form a great alliance of interests. As long as the restaurant made more and more money, the relationship between the 3 of them and the families behind them would naturally become more and more complicated. It will be much easier to attract them to join more industries in the future. The only thing is that Shikaku is definitely the best assist player today. Yeah, I agree. This way, I can eat the meals you cook every day, hehe. Ding Zuo nodded repeatedly while eating voraciously. He felt that what Lu Ju said touched his heart. What are you thinking about? After hearing this, Hai glanced at Dingzhou speechlessly and said, it's impossible for Tianyi to open a restaurant and be a chef at such a young age. He still needs to study and practice to improve his strength. If he opens a restaurant, who will teach us? Well. Ding Zuo came to his senses immediately after hearing this, and said with a look of disappointment, that's right, what a pity. You can't have both, hehe. Shikaku then spoke up and suggested, it's not necessary to be the chef yourself. Tianyi, these dishes are all new dishes we have seen and heard of. They must have been created by you, right? You can definitely compile a recipe book, recruit a few reliable people, and teach them cooking skills. Then open a shop and let these chefs run the shop. It's definitely worth it. It is not advisable to do everything yourself. This is a world where strength is supreme. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Money and other things are secondary. Huh? Yes. This is a good idea, Tianyi. What do you think? When Ding Zuo heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly looked at Tianyi and asked. It can be seen that he is very fond of this. Well, it's not impossible. Tianyi Zhuang pondered for a moment, looked around and said, recipes and teaching the chef are both easy to deal with. In order to prevent some recipes from being leaked, I can even mix some of my special spices and ingredients as an exclusive secret recipe that is in my hands alone. But it is definitely not enough for me to run this store by myself. Since it was you who proposed this, why don't you all contribute money, effort, resources and channels? Shall we open this store together as a joint venture? This way, we can all make money together, and we won't be short of money in the future. What do you think? Well, after hearing this, Lu Ju and others were slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect Tianyi to say that. Wouldn't it be better if you let your family handle this kind of thing? Lu Ju was puzzled. He felt that there was no need for Tianyi to share such benefits with them. Materials, manpower, funds, channels, etc. With Uchiha's financial resources, how can they not be managed? Well, before Tianyi could speak, Minato took the initiative to speak. Maybe I know why? I think it's you, Tianyi, who's worried that you won't be able to run this store well with the Uchiha name? After all, the Uchiha clan doesn't have a very good reputation in the village. Especially those at the bottom, because of the problem of the police enforcement, they don't like the Uchiha clan very much. Isn't that right? After all, Minato came from the bottom of society and had seen and heard too many civilians who were dissatisfied with the Uchiha. He hit the point right away. Shikaku and the others may or may not know that Uchiha has a bad reputation among the villagers, but they didn't have a concrete idea of it before, so it was normal that they didn't expect it. That's right. Facing the questioning looks from Shikaku and the others, Tianyi nodded helplessly. It's just as Minato said. Because the Uchiha guard is doing the thankless work of law and order management, and most of the Uchiha are proud and don't bother to explain anything, the Uchiha has a bad reputation among the villagers. If we really open this restaurant under the Uchiha name and staff, then no matter how good the dishes are, at best we'll just break even. It's unlikely that you can make a lot of money from this. So, there's no need to bring Uchiha along. We can just do it on our own. What do you think? Well, he definitely didn't mean to secretly drag Ino Shikacho into the water. After hearing this, Lu Ju and others became a little hesitant. Ding Zuo said decisively, "Why hesitate? I agree. In addition to providing some funds, I can also provide a channel for the supply of food. It just so happens that our barbecue restaurant has the right channels. In addition, we also raise some poultry such as cattle, sheep, and pigs, and the quality is also very good. He actually doesn't care whether he makes money or not, because he never lacks pocket money anyway. This can be seen from the fact that he has endless snacks to eat every day. He mainly liked Tianyi's craftsmanship. He won't be able to bear it if he can't eat it often in the future." Even though he had only eaten it once, he had already completely fallen in love with it. Lu Ju looked at Ding Zuo helplessly. In fact, he had considered that if they opened a store in partnership with Tianyi, it might affect the family behind them and make the third generation have bad ideas. But Ding Zuo agreed at this time, and Tianyi had been very attentive in teaching them recently, and was determined to make them stronger. It seemed inappropriate for him to refuse. He immediately said, "I'll join in too. I can also provide some funds. Besides, I have a cousin who might make a suitable store owner. She had interned at Ding Zuo's barbecue restaurant before, but she wanted to be the store manager, and Ding Zuo's family didn't have a suitable position for her. But her ability is fine, I can guarantee that. However, I guess we'll have to let her take a stake. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it has to be some." After hearing this, Hai also said, "Since you all agree, I naturally have no objection. I can provide funds." Seeing this, Tianyi said with a smile on his face, "Then it's settled. Thank you for your support." At this point, he looked at Minato and said, "Minato, you should also take part." Well, Minato was slightly stunned after hearing this, and said with some embarrassment, "Forget it, you know I don't have any funds, nor do I have any connections or anything like that." "That doesn't count." Tianyi shook his head and said, "This is the first business we founded together. It will definitely not be the last. How can we leave you behind? Well, I'll lend you some money for your investment. Besides, you come from a commoner family, so you should know some reliable, hardworking and capable people, right? When we need your help in recruiting people, don't refuse." Minato must not be left behind in this matter. Although it seems like he is giving money to Minato, look who made Tianyi appreciate his talent. This little investment would be more valuable than teaching him the Tianyi bodybuilding technique and a few ninjutsu. That's right. After hearing this, Lu Ju and the other two nodded in agreement. And advised, "Minato, just agree, if you don't have enough money, we can lend you some. You don't have to pay it back for now. When the restaurant makes money, you can pay it back to us. If you're my brother, don't refuse, everyone said so." What else did Minato say? "Thank you very much, everyone. I agree." Minato looked at everyone with a touched and grateful expression and nodded, not wanting to let everyone down and agreeing. Haha, very good." Seeing this, Tianyi laughed out loud, then discussed the details of opening the store with a few people while eating and assigned some preparatory work. Tianyi handed over the task of finding a suitable store to Lu Ju and Hai. The issue of food supply channels was handed over to Ding Zuo. Minato was in charge of recruiting, with Shikaku and Hai helping out. Tianyi wrote the recipes as quickly as possible and at the same time, recruited several suitable chefs and apprentices, and began to teach them cooking skills and the preparation of new dishes in advance. In the next few days, Tianyi and his friends became even busier. The store was found on the third day. Ding Zuo also easily negotiated the food material channel. The same is true for employee recruitment and training. The remaining things were chef training and staff training. In order not to delay everyone's training time, Tianyi took it over himself. An extra shadow clone was sent out to teach and train them. As for the chefs, he directly signed an extraordinary 20-year contract with them, and the penalty for breach of contract was also set extremely high. Of course, the remuneration is correspondingly high. With the reputation of Uchiha and the reputation of the Ino Shikacho clans, these chefs would not dare to play any tricks. The news of several people opening a shop together naturally could not be concealed from those who were interested as they went through the process of renting a shop, contacting material channels, recruiting personnel, and training chefs. The family members behind Shikaku and the others knew about it immediately. That night, the three families gathered at Ding Zuo's house and held a trial for the three men. Lu Ju and the other two were so frightened that they stood there trembling, each stealing glances at their father, and did not dare to speak first. "Tell me about it. How did you guys come up with the idea of opening a restaurant with Uchiha Tenichi? Haven't you discussed this with us yet? Whose idea was this?" Lu Ming, the father of Lu Ju, lost his eyes to three people, and finally his eyes fell on Lu Ju. When Haiyi and Dingzhou heard this question, they subconsciously looked at Shikaku. This made Lu Ming raise his eyebrows and asked, "So, it was you, Lu Ju, who first proposed it? I thought it would be Uchiha Tieni? You can tell me your reasons. It'd be better if you can convince me, otherwise, you know. This kid has no idea what kind of trouble their actions will bring to the family." After hearing this, Lu Ju knew he couldn't evade the question, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Indeed, I was the one who proposed it first. The main reason was that we didn't think much about it at the time. Ding Zuo and I all thought that Tianyi's cooking skills were too good. The dishes were all developed by him, all brand new. I thought this was a good idea, so I decided to do it." He did not say that Tianyi took the lead in suggesting that everyone open a store together. Although this is the fact, Lu Ju doesn't want to put all the blame on Tianyi. He thinks this is not a good idea. "Oh." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and said noncommittally, "Even if that's the case. But do you know that this will bring a lot of trouble to the family? It will easily arouse the vigilance and dissatisfaction of the third generation? You are not unaware of Uchiha's reputation in the village. You know that the third generation doesn't like the Uchiha clan, right?" Speaking of this, Lu Ming felt a little disappointed. "Of course I know, but what does this have to do with Tianyi?" After hearing this, Shikaku gritted his teeth, puffed out his chest and retorted, "You can't be unaware that Tianyi was accepted as a disciple by Master Tsunade more than 20 days ago, right? How could such a thing be allowed without the permission of the third generation adults? So, Tenichi is different from the ordinary Uchiha. I don't think that if we open a store together, it won't cause dissatisfaction among the third generation adults. It's just a few kids opening a store together. The impact is not as serious as you think, Dad. Want to bluff him? It's impossible. With his intelligence, how could he not have realized and thought about these problems of his father over the years? He had figured out the trick long ago. All I can say is that it's a good thing that Tianyi was accepted as a disciple by Master Tsunade, otherwise, they really wouldn't be suitable to open a store together." "Oh." After hearing this, Lu Ju raised his eyebrows slightly and showed a playful smile. "It seems that you have thought about it seriously? Not bad. I have noticed that the strength of the three of you has increased very quickly recently, which is somewhat abnormal. It looks like this is all Uchiha Tenichi's credit. So, is that why you defend him so much? Since they knew that their little brat had caused trouble, they would naturally investigate it seriously." This investigation revealed that the three little kids from their three families had recently used Shadow Clone to skip classes and go practice with Uchiha Tianyi. The key point is that Uchiha Tianyi was not only very generous, but also taught his improved bodybuilding techniques to Shikaku and others. His teaching ability is also very strong, which has enabled Shikaku and others to make rapid progress recently. How to not surprise them, really? In fact, after knowing this, today they called Lu Ju and others over just to scare them and make them think more about what they do next time. I'm afraid they'll do it without thinking about it. Fortunately, Lu Ju did not disappoint them. Not entirely. This is just one of the reasons. The main reason is that we are good friends. Lu Ju knew that the matter had been resolved, and he breathed a sigh of relief, spreading his hands lazily. That's right. When Ding Zuo and Hai heard this, they nodded in agreement. Although they had not been together for a particularly long time, only about a month in total, they considered themselves to be close friends. Haha, friends? After hearing this, Lu Ming and the other two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It's not bad for my kid to have such a good friend. They don't actually have much prejudice against Uchiha, unlike the third generation. I didn't want to have more contact with them before because I was afraid of trouble and misunderstandings from the third generation. But since Tennichi is Tsunade's disciple, he is naturally different from ordinary Uchiha. Of course, with Lu Ming's intelligence, it was easy for him to see what the third generation was planning by having Tsunade accept Uchiha Tennichi as his apprentice. It's nothing more than training the next Uchiha Kagami. Even more extreme, they want to brainwash and control Uchiha Tien. In the future, he will be used to suppress and even control Uchiha. What a pity. Third generation might have miscalculated this time. Lu Ming thought with a sigh in his heart. For some reason, he still had a kind of gloating mentality and wanted to watch the show. Perhaps it was because as the third generation's power had become more and more consolidated and powerful over the years, he began to suppress all ninja clans with interest. Seize the village's interests to develop and expand the Sarutobi clan. Even Ino Shikacho, the Hokage's staunchest ally, was no exception. This would naturally make Lu Ming and the others feel dissatisfied and have other ideas. If Tennichi had not appeared and things had developed along the original trajectory, they would have placed a heavy bet on Namikaze Minato, the future fourth Hokage, through Shikaku and his men, and would have fully supported Namikaze Minato in his ascent to the throne. Unfortunately, in that future, Namikaze Minato died young because of sealing 9 tails. After the third generation came to power again, the Ino Shikacho clans suffered even more severe repression. More masters were taken to the root and brainwashed by Danzo, becoming his tools to suppress dissidents and realize his ambitions. This may also be one of the fundamental reasons why the Konoha shinobi, including Ino Shikacho, chose to sit back and watch when the third generation was killed by Orochimaru in the future. There must be a cause for every effect, and the variable Tien appeared in this world. Tennichi was also accepted as a disciple by Tsunade, and Lu Ming felt that it might not be a bad idea to let Shikaku and the others follow Uchiha Tennichi to do some things. Judging from what he has learned so far about this little kid, as long as he doesn't die young, he will probably have a great future. He is looking forward to the day when Uchiha Tien overthrows the third generation in the future. He believed that there was a high probability that it would come. Brainwashing Tien? Not to mention that Tien is so smart that he can't succeed. Based on Lu Ming's understanding of Princess Tsunade, there was no way she would just sit back and watch something like this happen. Get along well with Uchiha Tennichi from now on. If you need anything, remember to tell us. After the 3 parents of Luming looked at each other, Luming reminded them. Yes. Lu Ju and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Another 10 days passed, the chef has finally been trained. With the ingredients prepared by Tien, the dishes copied by these chefs were not as good as his, but they were only 3 points behind. Compared with other restaurants in Konoha, the taste and freshness of the dishes are much better. On that day, Sea-Hai Restaurant officially opened, and many members of the Ino Shikacho and Uchiha families came to support it. The restaurant became famous immediately. Because of the excellent taste, the restaurant was at its peak as soon as it opened, business was booming, and it made a lot of money every day, which soon attracted the attention of third generation. How did Uchiha Tennichi get mixed up with the Ino Shikacho kids? Third generation frowned, but he remembered the next moment. Oh, yes. They're classmates and have always had a good relationship. Let's use Shadow Clone to skip class and practice together. It seems that this is the reason, although the third generation felt a little unhappy and wanted to stop it. But there is no suitable reason. At this time, he still insisted on inviting Tien over every week to brainwash him and increase his favorability. If we stop them from opening a store together now, all our efforts will fail and it will cause Tien's disgust and dissatisfaction. Forget it. It's just a restaurant, and the family behind them didn't get directly involved. It's mainly these little brats who are doing it themselves. Just think of them as playing around and making some pocket money. I think so. But after seeing what Anbu reported, that Sahai restaurant had made a net profit of no less than 2 million taels this month, third generation couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This is almost equivalent to the bounty of 2S level missions. After deducting the village's commission, there are even more than 2. It's simply huge profits. In recent years, he has been secretly developing the Sarutobi clan. However, due to its poor background, the Sarutobi clan lacked sufficient funds and resources. He had to secretly join forces with Danzo, Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura to embezzle the village's funds and resources to fill this gap. He wanted to expand the Sarutobi clan's industry and gradually make the Sarutobi clan self-sufficient in terms of funds and resources. Make the family development structure healthier. But the results were not good. Tieni and his gang succeeded as soon as they made their move, and the profit was so huge, it would be strange if he wasn't jealous. Perhaps we can find a way to get someone to try to obtain the recipes and formulas of Sahai restaurant? Thinking of this, third generation's eyes lit up slightly. He thought this was a promising idea. However, this matter is not honorable. After obtaining it, you have to open a shop. I, as the Hokage, cannot do it. Otherwise, it will not only affect my reputation, but will also cause Uchiha Tieni's dislike. As expected, let's leave it to Danzo. I believe he has received the news by now. He can't sit still, right? Haha. Thinking of this, the corners of third generation's mouth curled up slightly.
He felt that Danzo was really useful. It's no wonder that he was reluctant to abandon Danzo. Even though Danzo had always wanted to usurp the throne and had been expanding his roots beyond the limit, he had tolerated it.
Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Bump. Danzo really couldn't help but worry about the third generation, and the next moment he angrily opened the door and walked in. He shouted to the third generation. Hiruzen, did you see that? I told you long ago that this brat is not an easy person to deal with. You should hand him over to me. Look, he's now forming cliques and factions, and is targeting the Ino Shika Cho clans. You should know that these 3 tribes are your staunch supporters. If Uchiha is lured over, won't it be a big problem? We can't let him continue like this. Leave him to me, Hiruzen. Danzo was really surprised by Tienyi's actions. This kid is really good at winning people's hearts. Wouldn't it be possible to give him a few more years so that Uchiha would have allies everywhere? This is absolutely not possible. Well, he would never admit that he was jealous of the profits of Sahai restaurant. His foundation only has this much funding each year, which is blocked by the third generation. Training costs money, expansion costs money, and experiments cost money. If he hadn't held most of the Shimura clan's profits in his hands, and used the clan's funds and resources to fill the gap in the root's funds and resources. If it weren't for the fact that the Shimura family's casino was making a fortune, he couldn't hold on any longer. That's right, it's different from the third generation who tried their best to get financial resources from Konoha to develop and expand the family. Danzo's main strategy is to go against the grain, constantly sucking blood from the Shimura clan and feeding back to his roots. This resulted in the Shimura clan not only failing to grow stronger under his rule over the years, but becoming increasingly weak. He even continued to select talents from the Shimura clan to join the root. If this guy wasn't so selfish and wanted to become Hokage, his contribution to the village would be greater than that of the third generation. The Shimura clan was extremely unlucky to have encountered a B************** D like him. In the original timeline, by the time of Naruto in the future, the Shimura clan had shrunk significantly, and there were not many people left. This is definitely a ruthless person. He wants the fat meat from Sahai restaurant. This time he had it planned out. The third generation would definitely not give it to him, but he would definitely have a share of the restaurant. He knew third generation, and third generation must be planning to open a restaurant as well. Danzo, you know this is impossible. The third generation shook his head, stood up to close the door, and temporarily drove away the Anbu ninjas hiding around. Then he looked at Danzo and said, "Just tell me your purpose. I don't believe you are really here for Uchiha Tieni." He wouldn't ask Danzo to steal the recipes and cookbooks. If he can let Danzo take the initiative, he usually lets Danzo take the initiative. This way, he won't get stuck in the pan and there won't be any black stuff. How could Danzo not understand third generation? As soon as he heard his words and saw his posture, he realized that his guess was correct. "I will take the Isekai restaurant from those brats and warn the Ino Shikacho clans. But I want 70% of the restaurant's profits from now on." Danzo asked for a huge sum of money. Impossible. The third generation rejected it outright, 50-50 at best. Also, don't try to rob that restaurant. The place is rented and is not worth much. What is really valuable is the menu and recipe. Just have someone secretly get these two things. When the time comes, you will be responsible for arranging for someone to master the recipes and formulas, and reopen a restaurant to run it, and the same effect will be achieved. It can also prevent the Ino Shikacho clan and the Uchiha clan from overreacting. At the same time, it won't disrupt my plan to brainwash Uchiha Tenichi. Got it? When doing things, you have to be methodical. He felt that Danzo sometimes did things too roughly. "Oh." Danzo raised his eyebrows and said, "That's a good idea?" "Sure enough, you want to brainwash that brat to work for you." "Oh, are you still talking about me?" He felt that the third generation was much more sinister and hypocritical than him. He appears to be righteous on the surface, but is actually full of sinister plots and secret. "But, I got the recipe in the store, and you don't contribute anything, but you still want to take 50% of the profits. Isn't that too much?" Danzo said with a dissatisfied look on his face. It seems like he has to do all the dirty work, while the third generation just sits back and enjoys the fruits of their labor and gets a share of the profits? There is no such thing as a settlement. What's so excessive? The third generation said as if it was a matter of course. "I am the Hokage, and I only take half of it because you have given your full support." "Danzo, you must be content. If you really don't want to do it, I believe Kaharu or Yan should be willing too. After all, it's such a good industry, you." When Danzo heard this, he was furious, shameless. Can the Hokage just take it for granted and get all the benefits? This Hokage position was supposed to be mine. Danzo couldn't help but roar in his heart at this moment. The more the third generation acted like this, the more he desired the position of Hokage. Danzo couldn't imagine how happy he would be if he were the Hokage at this moment, and the person who would be forced to do such dirty work and could only get half the benefits would be Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Monkey, just wait for me. I will definitely take the position of Hokage back from you. I can only be the Hokage of Konoha, it can only be me." Danzo swore secretly. But for the time being, he suppressed these thoughts and said through gritted teeth, "I agree, okay? If nothing else, I'll leave first." He couldn't stay in the Hokage's office for even a moment. He didn't want to see the ugly face of the third generation now. "Remember to come quietly and don't let anyone find out. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain. Do you understand?" Seeing this, the third generation couldn't help but remind him again. "You tell me, let's go, humph," Danzo retorted angrily, then opened the office door and left quickly. The Uchiha clan, a member of the Tenichi family. Tieni, who had just returned from training and was preparing to have dinner, was called into the study by his father, Uchiha Nobuhiko. Uchiha Nobuhiko waved his hand and set up a barrier of isolation. Then, he looked at Tieni with a gloomy gaze and said, "I heard that your Sahai restaurant is doing very well. It's very profitable. Tell me, how much is the net profit this month?" "Well," Tieni was slightly stunned when he heard this and asked, "Dad, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "The profit is not bad. This month's net profit is 2.35 million. I own 50% of the shares, so I can get 1.175 million taels. What's wrong with that?" Hiss. 1.17 million? That much? Uchiha Nobuhiko took a deep breath after hearing this, and stared at Tieni with wide eyes. "I heard that the recipe and formula were all provided by you?" Tieni nodded again. "Yes, what's the problem?" Uchiha Nobuhiko said with some sadness. What's the problem? Why did you choose to get your classmates to participate instead of choosing your family? With such high profits, this can be used as a family business to greatly increase the family's income. Do you know that some people in the family have objections to this and are very dissatisfied with you, and even want to force you to hand over the restaurant to the family to run? This is also why he pulled Tieni aside to talk about this matter today. Because he was annoyed by the nagging of many senior members of the family and wanted to vent his anger here with Tieni. Of course, he had suppressed the matter. After all, this is a business his son built on his own, without relying on the family's help. So there's nothing wrong with not bringing the family in, right? Of course, this will definitely have a certain impact on Tieni and Xinyan's prestige in the clan. Trustworthy doesn't care. Compared with those tribesmen who were trying to make ends meet, he was more unwilling to let his talented son down. He knew very well that Tieni was the future of Uchiha. There are several reforms that are obviously beneficial to the family, but they have never been passed. It would be strange if he could please these guys. When Tieni heard this, he suddenly realized, that's why you asked me to talk to you, Dad. So what do you think? Me? Uchiha Nobuhiko listened, and when he smiled and said, of course I support you unconditionally. Don't worry, I have suppressed the voices from the family. However, their dissatisfaction cannot be eliminated for the time being. When it comes to interests, don't expect others to consider the overall situation. Tieni was moved when he heard this, but he also felt disdain for those tribesmen. Oh, such stupid and short-sighted people. I don't care if they are dissatisfied with me. Besides, this is my business. Why should I let my family run it? Isn't it good for me to earn the money myself? Or do you think the same, father, you kid? Uchiha Nobuhiko was amused when he heard this and reached out to touch Tieni's forehead and said, are you touching me? As a father, I am not so short-sighted and utilitarian. I have already said that I have suppressed the matter for you. The family doesn't need your income. It's just that some people are too greedy. Don't take it too seriously. However, from what you said, it seems that you have other considerations besides making money when you recruited a few classmates to set up this restaurant. Can you tell me about it? Since Tieni thinks that his family members are short-sighted, then this restaurant must be more than it seems. This made him think of the Uchiha Interest Alliance plan that Tieni had mentioned to him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he looked at Tieni with wide eyes. Could it be? Haha. It seems like you guessed it, Dad. Tieni saw this and smiled knowingly. There is nothing to hide. The reason why I chose to bring a few classmates to open this restaurant together. Besides the fact that I lack the staff, funds and food sources. Of course, I also want to use this method to gradually win over my classmates who were born in various ninja clans and form an alliance of interests. In this world, only alliances of interests are the most reliable. What I'm doing will be of great help in easing the relationship between Uchiha and the major ninja clans of Konoha, and easing the conflict between Konoha and the village. As long as we have enough allies of interests, even if the third generation wants to touch us, they will have to think twice. Even in the future, if we have enough allies of interests and enough supporters. My own strength and reputation are sufficient. Under the general trend, I, Uchiha, may not be unable to produce a Hokage. What do you think, father? Hiss. Uchiha Nobuhiko took a deep breath when he heard this, and looked at Tieni in amazement. You kid actually thought so far? Your father underestimated you? As he spoke, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and pondered. You know what? Your idea is indeed much better than those radical ideas in the tribe, and it is very feasible. Haven't we managed to initially win over the Ino-Shika-Cho clans this time? Although, at present, it is impossible for the three tribes to actually make further friends with Uchiha. But with this introduction, plus the relationship between Tieni, Luju and the other two. When Shikaku and his group come to power in the future, it will only be a matter of time before the Ino-Shika-Cho clans and the Uchiha become more closely connected, or even form a true alliance. Tieni shrugged and said affirmatively, isn't this obvious? If we really let the family get involved in this matter, Not to mention that smart people like Shikaku and others will not agree. Even if Shikaku and others agree, the family behind them will not agree. Even the third generation will try to stop it. Father, you are not unaware of the reason, are you? Eat your meal one bite at a time, don't remember. The important thing is to take the first step, then the opportunities later will be much easier. It's just a restaurant, TNE has many ideas to make money. Indeed. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in agreement. Actually, I also felt that there was something wrong with those people in the family wanting to intervene in your restaurant, but I never thought of the key point. Now that you've said that, everything is clear. I also know how to thoroughly convince them and dispel their greedy thoughts. Remove their discontent with you and me. In fact, it will make them feel guilty, and thus enhance our prestige within the clan. Hehe. My son is really smart. Then I'll leave the family to you, Dad. TNE nodded in understanding, and then said, tell the family members not to be anxious. If they want to make money, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I have lots of ideas in my head about how to make money, a lot of money. It's just that many opportunities are not yet ripe, so it's not convenient to cooperate with the family. Let them cooperate with you as soon as possible to implement the family reform clauses I proposed. To unite the family, eliminate the bad reputation of the family in the village so that it will be easier to cooperate with other ninja clans in the future with some suitable industries. Continuously expand and perfect my Uchiha interest alliance plan. Eventually, gain enough beneficial allies and enough prestige to push someone from the Uchiha to the position of Hokage. He knew very well that the senior members of the family cared more about the position of Hokage than making money. Use this to tempt them and give them a boost, and the effect will be better. Oh, sure enough, Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this and he asked, is this your complete Uchiha interest alliance plan? It sounds much more reliable than the coup plan that those crazy guys in the family came up with. I will selectively convey these words to those trustworthy people in the family's upper echelons and convince them. I believe that with these baits, they should start to cooperate with me in the family reform. At this point, Shinyen paused and looked at TNE with burning eyes. But, do you really have many ways to make money? Nature. TNE nodded affirmatively. I already have plans for all of this. For example, the healing potion, detoxification potion, nutrition potion, bodybuilding potion, life potion, spiritual potion, and even blood purification potion that I am currently researching, and so on. Some of these have already been realized, and some are just ideas. I plan to invite my teacher Tsunade to join me and study these together when I feel I have learned enough in a while. After you succeed, you can invest money and technology with my teacher to open a corresponding pharmaceutical factory. When the time comes, the sale of potions may be able to attract families to join the market. Also, there is the combination of sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu to create medical talismans. Even, combining ninjutsu and sealing techniques, creating ninjutsu symbols, and so on. If the research on the blood purification potion is successful, we can develop a blood purification potion suitable for ninja beasts. At that time, we can cooperate with the Inuzuka, Aburame and other ninja clans to open a ninja beast industry chain. In addition, I have a lot of ideas for home appliances, and I can work with Orochimaru on research and development in the future. Then, let the family, some friendly ninja clans, and even the village participate in this industrial chain, and sell advanced home appliances to the entire ninja world, and so on. In short, it's too easy for me to start a profitable industry. The real difficulty has never been creativity and technology, but other external environments. The most important thing is how to stabilize the third generation and prevent them from causing trouble. So, there's no rush for any of this, understand? Compared to the power of the Hokage and the prosperity of the family, money is the least important. I see. Although Uchiha Nobuhiko felt that the potions and medical talismans that TNE mentioned were incredible, he was very unsure whether his son could create them. But he still chose to believe TNE. Because, since TNE became enlightened, he has never let him down. Konoha Hospital, TNE used Shadow Clone to come to Tsunade's office to study as usual. Of course, more than a month had passed, and he had already finished reading and studying the medical books that were previously in Tsunade's office. I even got a lot of books from the hospital's library to study. You're here, kid? I heard that you recently opened a restaurant with the kids of Ino, Shika, and Cho, and you're making a fortune? As soon as he came in, Tianyi saw Tsunade staring at him with burning eyes and asked. Well, Tianyi was speechless for a moment and said, even you, the teacher, know about this? It seems that the news spreads very quickly. It's true that the profit is not bad, but it's divided among 5 people. Besides, this little money shouldn't be a big deal to you, teacher, right? After all, your medical skills are so great, so your salary must be very high, right? Besides, the Senju family is also very wealthy. Tianyi actually knows very well that he, as a teacher, is a poor guy. If she asks this kind of question, you should be careful whether she is trying to borrow money from you. If it is used for legitimate purposes, Tianyi doesn't mind lending some money to his teacher. After all, Tsunade had done his best to teach him over the past month, answering any questions he had. But Tsunade is a gambler. He always loses every time he gambles, but he stubbornly refuses to admit it. For people like this, no matter how much money you have, it will never be enough to fill this bottomless pit. The money he earned didn't come from the wind, but he couldn't bear to let her suffer like this. However, since Tsunade is short of money, he can take the opportunity to propose money-making projects such as researching medical talismans and healing potions, and completely tie Tsunade to himself. I believe that with this relationship, if the 3rd generation wants to touch her, Tsunade will probably fight them even harder. What are you talking about, kid? Tsunade was not stupid. She immediately realized that behind Tianyi's compliment to her, he was actually afraid that she would borrow money from him. Although she did have such thoughts, she was still very unhappy. This is still her character, was I that obvious? Tsunade asked, looking at Tianyi speechlessly. Hey. Tianyi smiled awkwardly, spread his hands and said, I can't help it, I know you well enough, teacher. I tell you the truth, I did make some money from the restaurant. But it was all earned through hard work. Whether I am practicing or doing research, I will need a lot of financial support. Teacher, if you need to borrow money for other urgent needs, I will lend it to you without hesitation. I can even give you some, after all, you are my teacher and you have taken good care of me during this time. But if you're gambling, sorry, not a cent. I can't waste money or even aid the enemy, what? Tsunade's eyebrows immediately raised when she heard this, and she slammed the table and said angrily, what kind of image do you have of me, your teacher? How can I borrow money from you to gamble? Also, what do you mean by aiding the enemy? She just likes gambling, how does it become betting the enemy? Well, Tianyi listened, looked at his teacher speechlessly and asked back, don't tell me you don't know. Even many casinos in Konoha are actually backed by Danzo and even the 3rd generation. You know that I and even Uchiha have been targeted and even persecuted by Danzo, and he also hates us extremely. If you borrow money from me and go to the casino to give him money, isn't that aiding the enemy? Huh? Tsunade was stunned and said, the old dog Danzo is behind Konoha and the casinos nearby. Even my teacher is involved? Is this true? Where did you hear this? She really didn't know this. This is actually not difficult to check. Anyone who is interested can easily find Danzo in the open. As for the 3rd generation, my dad told me, Tianyi shrugged Kaido. Is it really like this? Damn it. Tsunade's face fell when he heard this, and he said in an unpleasant manner, so, all the money I lost in the casino over the years went into the pockets of the old man and old dog Danzo? This made Tsunade feel bad. Don't think she has no problem with 3rd generation and Danzo. You know, the Senju clan has been rapidly declining in recent years and is now almost completely gone, which is not unrelated to their teachers, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. According to what her grandmother Uzumaki Mito told her, during the last Ninja World War, a large number of young and elite Senju were killed on the battlefield. However, the 3rd generation only sent them to the most dangerous front lines with all sorts of plausible reasons, which cannot be used as evidence of their persecution of Senju. Of course, the fact that it was so smooth was due to the fact that most of the Senju people were upright and fearless. As long as they say, "It's for Konoha," these Senju people are really willing to fight for their lives. Unfortunately, these things cannot be discussed openly. Therefore, Tsunade has complicated feelings towards the third generation, and she completely hates and even hates Danzo. Tsunade felt upset when he thought about the fact that he had given at least tens of billions of dollars to third generation and Danzo in the past. Conscience is condemned. She seemed to see the souls of the Senju who were killed questioning her why she used the Senju's assets to support the enemy. Damn it! Damn it! Tsunade clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I didn't expect it to be like this. At this moment, she hated herself. From today on, I will stop gambling. Tsunade said hatefully. Are you sure? When Tieni heard this, he was slightly stunned and said in disbelief. What do you mean, kid? Don't you trust me, your teacher? Tsunade glared at Tenichi unhappily, but rolled her eyes and added, but I just stopped gambling with money from home. I quit gambling at the casino owned by the old man and Danzo. It does not include the money I earned myself and the casinos that were not opened by them. Tieni understood what he said, and then said speechlessly, you might as well continue gambling in the village. At least, most of this money will eventually be spent in the village and can promote the development of the village economy. Those casinos out there are either owned by wealthy families or nobles, and they're not much different from this one. He knew that getting Tsunade to quit gambling completely would be harder than climbing to the sky. If I could really quit, I would have done it long ago. Well, it's still different. At least I feel a lot better, he. Tsunade argued awkwardly. It's up to you. I won't lend you money anyway. Tieni shrugged helplessly and strangled the road directly. You kid. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and was about to say something. But, at this time, Tieni spoke again. I have read a lot of medical books recently, and I have almost learned all the medical ninjutsu. I have some new ideas to make money. If this research is successful, it will definitely make more money than a restaurant. Teacher, do you want to participate? Tsunade was stunned when she heard this, and asked in surprise. Really, it's related to medical skills. What is it? Tell me. Tieni did not hesitate and immediately told Tsunade about his ideas for healing potions, bodybuilding potions, nutritional potions, and medical talismans, as well as some rough research he had already done. Huh? Tsunade raised her eyebrows and looked at Tieni in surprise. You really learned it, and your brain works well. Did you come up with such a money-making idea? But you invited me to invest. Actually, you want me to help you with research, right? She said, why is this brat so kind to invite her to join his gang? The purpose of love is to make her work, but I have to say, Tsunade was really moved. If these things can really be researched out, it can be foreseen that their market prospects will be absolutely broad. As long as she can get 50% of the profits, she will never be short of money again. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, teacher. Tieni chuckled and said, I really need your help in research. Otherwise, it would take a long time if I were alone. The key is that my main task at this stage should be to improve my strength. I don't want to invest too much energy in the research of these medicines or even talismans. Doesn't this remind me of you, teacher? You have technical knowledge and are short of money, so it's just right, isn't it? So, what do you think? Lack of energy is indeed a reason. But the main purpose is to further bind Tsunade and even the Senju clan behind her with benefits. Even though Senju has already fallen apart and is on the decline. But the foundation of assets and reputation is basically still there. After Uzumaki Mito's death, most of the Senju's assets were divided up by the third generation. After hearing this, Tsunade looked at Tieni with a playful expression and said, you can ask me to agree, but I want 50% of the profits. Impossible. Tieni shook his head and said, it will take a lot of effort to research these things. We can't handle everything just by the two of us. Besides, if we really figured it out, it would be basically impossible for us to monopolize the benefits. Whether it's the third generation, Danzo or other great ninja clans in Konoha, There's no way they'll sit back and watch us take all the benefits. These medicines are essential for cultivation and emergency treatment. At the same time, it is crucial to improving the strength of the family and even the village. Do you think we can grasp such a crucial thing just by the two of us? Tsunade is still too naive. Then how do you divide it? When Tsunade heard this, she felt that what Tieni said made sense. If these medicines can really be developed, they will become strategic materials for the village and each family. The two of them alone, even with the families behind them, would not be able to swallow it all. Senju has fallen. Normally, other ninjas might respect them and give them way. But when it comes to one's own interests, no Senju is of any use. Not to mention Uchiha, who has a very bad reputation in the village and is isolated. If you dare to keep it all to yourself, you will only be targeted and suppressed even more severely. Unless they can demonstrate their absolute strength at this time. But obviously Tieni and the others haven't yet. If he were given 10 years, he would be confident that he could defeat Konoha. But there was no way he could keep this thing secret for 10 years. That's what I think, Tieni thought for a moment and said, first, we set up a pharmaceutical research institute. The funds, land, equipment and other things needed for the research institute will be borne by us together. From now on, all the pharmaceutical technologies developed by this institute will be distributed according to how much we each contribute to the research of the corresponding projects. But the institute itself is not involved in the mass production of drugs. In addition, we will set up a company integrating pharmaceutical production and sales. In this company, you and I will jointly own 40% of the shares with our technology. When the time comes, we will distribute the profits based on the proportion of our corresponding pharmaceutical technology, from this 40%. The Senju and Uchiha behind us will each take 10%, and the remaining 40% will be bid by all the ninja clans and even individuals in the village. Of course, the shares of the families behind us will also be based on the average bid price. What do you think? He could certainly take more, but there's no need. This is the most appropriate way, huh? Tsunade listened and pondered for a moment, finally digesting the information in Tieni's words. Then, he looked at Tieni with surprise and said, I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. You can actually come up with such an allocation plan. You've probably been thinking about this for a long time, right? If you divide it this way, it can indeed guarantee our interests and the interests of the families behind us, and it can also make the village and many ninja clans relatively satisfied. I agree to this matter, let's do as you say. She thought this was something that could be done. She believed that with her own abilities, she would be able to gain the upper hand in the research of this potion and get a larger share of the profits, hehe. Haha, it's settled then, let's discuss the details. Tien was overjoyed when he saw Tsunade agreed, and immediately pulled Tsunade aside to start detailed discussions and planning. Soon, the structure of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute and the Pharmaceutical Production and Sales Company took shape quickly during the two people's discussion. It took more than an hour. The two of them finally finalized the plan. Well, finally it's done. This thing is quite troublesome. Tsunade stretched and looked at Tieni with his eyes. Now there is only one problem, that is, I have no money. What do you think I should do? The investment in the research institute is not small. If you don't have tens of millions, it is simply not enough. The main reason is that those scientific research instruments and equipment are too expensive. Tieni rolled his eyes when he heard this and said, don't count on me, I'll probably have to borrow from my parents myself. The restaurant's revenue this month is only about $1 million. And it also has to support my daily training and living expenses. This is serious business, not something you've used to gamble with like you did in the past. You can always borrow it from Master Mito. As long as you explain the situation to her, she will definitely agree. After all, this is also a matter of adding high-income industries to the Senju clan, isn't it? Just because Tsunade is short of money doesn't mean the Senju clan is short of money. You have to know that Senju and Uchiha work together to build the village. The Senju own a large number of shops, land deeds, and the like in Konoha. When it comes to the richest people in Konoha, the Senju clan is still the richest clan to date. It has too many fixed assets. In fact, there are many Uchiha people in this regard. Otherwise, most of the Uchiha ninjas don't go on missions, so where would I get the income from the security department to support my family? Relying on the small salary that the village allocates to the security department every year? What are you thinking about? Huh? That's right. Tsunade immediately realized what was going on and nodded, but she said with some embarrassment, "I'm afraid my grandma won't believe it." "How about this, Tieni, you will come with me to meet my grandma with this plan, and you will prove it to her for me. Is that okay?" She thought she was so smart and it was a good idea. "Of course you can." Tieni was speechless after hearing this and said, "But, teacher, has your credibility in front of your grandmother dropped to this level?" He guessed that Uzumaki Mito was already scared of losing to Tsunade. It's also pitiful. Hey, Tsunade listened and smiled awkwardly. "No more talking. Let's go. Let's go and get this done now. I'm full of energy now." With that, Tsunade stood up and pulled Tenichi out of the office. "No, don't you have to treat patients this morning, teacher?" Tieni complained. "Really? Otherwise, why do you think no one came to disturb us when we were discussing for so long?" "Oh right. Here's the plan." As he said that, Tsunade turned back and took the plan that they had made during the previous discussion. He took Tieni with him and soon left Konoha Hospital and walked towards the Senju clan's territory. "Come to think of it, you mentioned a healing charm before, right? It seems that this thing requires the Grandmaster sealing technique to be studied further, right?" On the way, Tsunade suddenly remembered something and couldn't help asking. When Tieni heard her bring it up on her own initiative, he was immediately delighted. In fact, he still didn't know how to bring up this matter again in a reasonable way. This is related to whether he can learn some advanced sealing techniques from Uzumaki Mito through Tsunade. Good. Although he was very excited in his heart, Tieni nodded affirmatively on the surface. I define the medical talisman as a life-saving first aid on the battlefield. After all, we have very few medical ninjas right now, and even fewer excellent ones. It is simply unrealistic to equip every mission team. Even more, because most medical ninjas have little combat capability and are not suitable for being incorporated into combat teams. This means that if a member of the combat team is seriously injured, he or she may not be able to receive timely treatment and may lose his or her life. I thought, if we could create a scroll that can seal medical ninjutsu such as healing jutsu and healing techniques into it, and supply it to ninjas who go out on dangerous missions. When they are seriously injured and need treatment, we can directly activate this medical ninjutsu seal scroll to cover the wound and treat it. Wouldn't it be possible to save the lives of many companions? Teacher, what do you think? Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard this. That's indeed a good idea. But then, Tsunade frowned again. But the requirements for the sealing technique are not low. There has never been a similar sealing technique in the past. I guess we need to start research from scratch. Also, how to ensure that the medical ninjutsu is sealed in and still effective when it is released is not easy. Especially since there were no medical ninjas operating this operation. There are too many problems. This is much more difficult than researching healing potions, nutritional potions, etc. Also, even if the above problems are solved, how are you going to mass produce this kind of medical scroll? Let's not talk about ordinary healing techniques. Those advanced medical ninjutsu, such as healing jutsu, fine thread drawing technique, and so on, are only mastered by very few people. It's impossible to let these people do nothing and just fill these scrolls with corresponding medical ninjutsu on weekdays, right? That's not realistic and it won't work. Human chakra is extremely limited. Even if it is replenished, a person can only replenish a few of these advanced medical ninjutsu every day. There were so many difficulties and problems that even Tsunade felt it was too difficult. At the same time, I also find it ridiculous. This is actually a great idea. If the above problems can be solved, as Tieni said, it will greatly increase the life-saving ability of Konoha Shinobi. If used properly, each medical scroll is equivalent to an extra life. It's really difficult and there are a lot of questions, but you know research, don't you? Tieni nodded helplessly. In fact, I have been studying this for a while. For this purpose, I have learned all the sealing techniques in my clan and read all the relevant sealing techniques books. Unfortunately, Uchiha possesses too few tomes on sealing techniques. There are only a few low-level sealing techniques, which have been accumulated over the past decade. These alone cannot solve the many problems I encounter.
Teacher, do you know the sealing technique? Can you teach me?
Tsunade listened, looked at Tieni with some surprise and said, "Sealing technique? I do know some. If you want to learn, I can teach you later." "But you said that you Uchiha don't have any sealing techniques books? If you do, they are only accumulated in the past 10 years? This shouldn't be possible?" Senju and Uchiha are both ninja clans with a history of more than 1,000 years. How could they only have this much experience? Although Uchiha is not very good at sealing techniques, this is only relative. "It's true, I asked my father." Tieni shook his head and said, "My father told me that when Uchiha Madara left Konoha, his tribe members were unwilling to follow him. He felt that they had betrayed him, so he scrolled up most of the precious books in the tribe. This is why a large number of classics in the clan are missing. Even, not just sealing techniques, many advanced ninjutsu and sword techniques are missing from ancient books." Speaking of this, Tieni felt quite gritted teeth. Tsunade smiled and suddenly realized something. "So that's how it is. There is such a secret. This is not surprising. This Uchiha Madara is also a ruthless person." Tieni shrugged depressedly. "Really? Haha, don't be depressed." Tsunade saw him like this and smiled as she rubbed Tenichi's head, messing up his hair. Under Tieni's gloomy gaze, he said in a grand manner, "Since you are my disciple, I will teach you the sealing technique. If it doesn't work, I can ask my grandma to teach you. Since you have learned the sealing technique, you should know that the most powerful sealing technique in the ninja world is actually the Uzumaki clan that my grandmother originally belonged to. I would like to." Tieni's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he was a little embarrassed and said, "But, isn't this a little inappropriate?" "Nothing inappropriate." Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "You are my disciple, it is appropriate for you not to do what I say." "Okay. We're here. Follow me in." At this time, they had arrived at the gate of a large courtyard in the Senju tribe's territory. Tsunade took Tieni and pushed open the gate and walked in. As a result, Uzumaki Mito was seen sitting in a pavilion in the yard with a little girl who also had red hair next to her. "This is Uzumaki Kushina. I didn't expect she'd come to Konoha by now. Looks like we'll be able to see her in school soon." Tieni guessed the identity of the little red-haired girl at once, thinking to himself, "Grandma, Kushina. I'm back." Seeing the two, Tsunade greeted them with a smile, and brought Tenichi forward, introducing him to the two. "This is my apprentice, Uchiha Tenichi, the one I told you about." Then, Tsunade introduced Tenichi. "Tenichi, this is my grandmother Uzumaki Mito, and this is Uzumaki Kushina. Hello, Master Mito, and meet this little sister." Tieni quickly bowed slightly to Uzumaki Mito, and nodded to Kushina who was looking at him curiously, and greeted him. "You are Tenichi. No need to be polite. You're Tsunade's apprentice, so just call me Grandma Mito from now on." Uzumaki Mito looked at Tieni, sensed it and checked it, then gave Tieni a kind smile and said. She did not sense any malice from Tieni, only respect and kindness. At the same time, she also sensed that, at such a young age, Tieni not only possessed a Chunin-level chakra, but his vitality was also far beyond that of his peers. If she hadn't known that he was an Uchiha, she would have almost doubted whether Tenichi had Senju blood. Additionally, Tieni's mental strength is extremely strong, and is estimated to be comparable to that of an ordinary Kage level. The key point is that Uzumaki Mito did not sense the existence of pupil power from his eyes. That is to say, Tieni has not yet opened the Sharingan. This is not easy. He is indeed a super genius. No wonder Monkey and Suna are so satisfied. Uzumaki Mito sighed in his heart. Yes, Grandma Mito? Tieni followed suit and quickly changed his words in a sweet voice. Given Mito Uzumaki's status and position, it wouldn't be a loss to call her grandma. He was also hoping to learn the sealing technique from Uzumaki Mito. Isn't this necessary to establish a good relationship? Hello. You can call me Kushina. At this time, Kushina also greeted Tieni with some pride, and couldn't help but steal a glance at Tieni from time to time. I exclaimed in my heart. So handsome, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh. Obviously, she is obsessed with looks. Seeing this, Tieni nodded again in response. Xiao Gang, why did you come back at this time today? And you brought Xiao Tieni with you. Is there something wrong? At this time, Uzumaki Mito glanced at the stack of papers in Tsunade's hand and asked with a smile. Yes, Tieni has a plan for a research institute and company. I think it's great. It can make a lot of money, improve the village's strength and foundation, and be very helpful to the family. So, I would like to ask you to give me some advice. As he said that, Tsunade handed over the plan in his hand. Oh, let me see. Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised. He immediately took the plan from Tsunade and read it carefully. Kushina on the side glanced curiously, then looked at Tieni opposite, and became even more curious about Tieni. This handsome boy who is about the same age as him is actually able to make research institute plans with Sister Tsunade. Is he so useful? Curious. More than 10 minutes later, Uzumaki Mito read the entire plan carefully, then looked up at Tsunade and Tenichi and said, Suna, you said that this plan was proposed by Tenichi? Yes. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. What do you think? Very good. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded, looking at Tieni with admiration. I have always heard Xiao Gang and some people say that you are a genius, but I still don't have a specific concept. But after reading this plan, I finally have some idea. You're a good kid. If the potion in this proposal can really be successfully developed, it will be of great benefit to you and Tsunade, to the Senju and Uchiha, and even to Konoha. However, drug research is not that simple. Are you sure you can do it? Each of these medicines is not simple. This is true even for nutritional potions. Nature. Tieni nodded affirmatively. I have actually had a framework for these listed potions during this period of time. If I have the help of a teacher, I am confident that I can develop the first mass-produced medicine within half a year. That's actually a bit conservative. If he was willing to use up his wishes to temporarily enhance his understanding and achieve enlightenment, it would only be faster. But Tieni will not increase this time too quickly. He still needs more time to accumulate and become stronger. Speaking of which, since he became Tsunade's apprentice, his luck value has increased a lot, and now it has reached. Talent, make a wish, LV1, 98 100ths, one small wish per day. You are only one step away from upgrading your wishing talent. After upgrading, you can accumulate 2 wishes every day. This can greatly accelerate the improvement of his various qualifications and strengths. Oh, it seems like you are really confident and prepared? Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded appreciatively. Very good. Then, she looked at Tsunade and said, You came to me probably for funding, right? I agreed. How much money do you need? As long as Tsunade doesn't use it for gambling but is doing real work, Uzumaki Mito is still willing to provide funds. Anyway, in a few years, the assets of the Senju clan will be handed over to the siblings Tsunade and Nawaki. Tsunade was able to walk on the right path under the guidance of his own disciples, but it was too late for Uzumaki Mito Gaoshin. Therefore, at this moment, she admired and loved Tieni more and more. This is a good kid. Tsunade looked at Tieni, raised a finger and said, Let's start with 10 million. I'm not sure if we'll need more later, hehe. Tsunade felt a little embarrassed about asking for so much money. Seeing her like this, Uzumaki Mito shook his head in amusement. Then let's say 10 million. Are you embarrassed? You have lost 100 times more money than this in the past few years and you are not embarrassed. This is a bit strange today. Haha. Tsunade blushed when she heard this, walked over and grabbed one of Uzumaki Mito's hands, shook her head, and said coquettishly, Oh, Grandma, I was wrong about the past. Can you please stop talking about it? My apprentice is still here. This is not a glorious thing. Hehe, Uzumaki Mito immediately said. Okay. Okay. I'll give you some face today. I hope you can work hard with Xiao Tianyi this time and try to achieve some results as soon as possible. After Grandma passes away, I can feel more at ease. She is really worried about Tsunade and Nawaki now. Now we have to add Kushina. Grandma, you're saying something unlucky again. I'm sure you will live a long life. Tsunade heard this but retorted. She actually knew in her heart that Kushina's arrival meant that her grandmother's time was running out. But she was unwilling to accept this. Logically speaking, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Grandma should live much longer than ordinary people. Now Grandma is only 61 years old, so she is far from reaching her life limit. It all comes down to her being a Jinchuriki, and in order to suppress the 9 tails in her body, she is constantly losing additional vitality. Is it possible to develop a medicine or medical ninjutsu to replenish Grandma's lost vitality and extend her life? Tsunade was unwilling to give in, and a light bulb went off in her head, and she couldn't help but think. But it is not convenient to tell my grandmother my thoughts now. She planned to ask Tianyi later to see if he had any good ideas about this. After all, Tianyi is so smart. Hehe, Uzumaki Mito just smiled after hearing this and didn't say anything more on this topic. She knew that Tsunade must have known this. Immediately, she turned to look at Tianyi and said, "Little Tianyi, I heard that you are also enrolled this year. In a few days, Kushina will also go to school. She will definitely be in the same class as you. When the time comes, please help take care of her and don't let her get bullied, okay?" Transfer students, especially those from outside, are always easily excluded. When Uzumaki Mito sent Kushina to school, he wanted her to make some friends of her age in the village. In this way, he gradually integrated into Konoha and truly became a member of Konoha. At the same time, it is also for Kushina to find her own love to fill the spiritual void caused by the sealing of 9 tails in the future. Naturally, he didn't want her to be bullied for other reasons, but instead hate Konoha and not be able to make friends or something like that. That's no problem. Tianyi listened and nodded affirmatively. Are you sure? Before Uzumaki Mito could speak, Tsunade on the side crossed her arms and looked at Tianyi with a playful expression. Have you forgotten that you basically use Shadow Clone to go to school instead of you now? Huh? Uzumaki Mito and even Kushina were stunned when they heard this. Is this possible? No way. Tianyi spread his hands helplessly and said, I learned things very quickly in school, and I have almost finished learning them. Stay there any longer and it will be a waste of time. Plus, I still have to learn medical skills from my teacher, so this is the only way. But this doesn't affect me from taking care of Kushina in class. Even if it's Shadow Clone, I'm invincible among the students in the school. Just that confident. In that case, thank you very much, Kushina. Thanked Xiao Tianyi quickly. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding and patted Kushina's hand. Thank you, brother Tianyi. Kushina quickly stood up and thanked Tianyi. At the same time, she looked at Tianyi with admiration. I think it's so cool that Tianyi goes to school using Shadow Clone. Could she also learn this trick? Let's go to school first? If school is boring, that's fine, Kushina thought anxiously. You are welcome. Tianyi smiled and waved his hand. That's right. At this time, Tsunade pointed at Tianyi again and said to Uzumaki Mito, Grandma. This kid also wants to create a medical talisman. Then, Tsunade roughly described Tenichi's idea about the medical talisman to Uzumaki Mito. Then, he said, because many of the Uchiha clan's books were taken away by Uchiha Madara, he couldn't learn any sealing techniques. Although I have mastered some sealing techniques, I don't think they are enough. I see you are teaching Kushina the sealing technique. Can you please teach this kid the sealing technique as well? If this medical talisman can really work, it will be of great help to Konoha and can greatly reduce casualties. She estimated that with Tianyi's learning ability, the little knowledge of sealing techniques in her mind would be drained away by Tianyi in less than 2 months. Rather than embarrassing himself in front of Tianyi later, it would be better to hand this matter over to Uzumaki Mito as soon as possible. Teaching 1 is teaching, teaching 2 is also teaching. Medical talisman? You really have some creative ideas, kid? Uzumaki Mito was also a little surprised when he heard this and looked at Tieni and said, if this medical talisman can really be researched, it will be of great significance to Konoha. Since you want to learn the sealing technique, then starting from tomorrow, you should come to my place every afternoon to learn the sealing technique with Kushina. Also, I'll give you some basic sealing books later. You can take them back and read them. But are you sure you can still handle it? I heard that not only are you learning medicine from Tsunade, but you're also bringing a few classmates with you for training? Even you in front of me are just a shadow clone, right? When did the children of Konoha become so rebellious? Even when she thought about Tienyi's multi-line operations, she felt a little scalp tingling. After hearing this, Kushina, who was standing by, looked at Tienyi with even more surprise and admiration. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Tienyi listened, smiled and touched the back of his head and said, my chakra and mental strength have increased a lot during this period. My understanding of shadow clone technique has also increased a lot. Although it is a bit stressful to split off another shadow clone to learn the sealing technique, I can still stick to it. It will not affect my body, please rest assured. Since you already know what's going on, I won't say anything more. You are still young, so don't push yourself too hard. Relaxing in moderation is the best option. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded in understanding, couldn't help but give a reminder, and didn't say anything else. She could see that Tienyi seemed to have a sense of urgency in his heart, forcing himself to grow up quickly and become stronger. It was as if some fatal danger was chasing him from behind. Thinking about the attitude of third generation and Danzo towards Uchiha, and the current situation of Senju, Uzumaki Mito had an idea in his mind. Didn't she know that the third generation, in pursuit of power, had murdered a large number of the Senju's elite young men? Of course it is very clear, but by then, things had already been decided, and for the sake of Konoha, Tsunade and Nawaki, she could only endure it. After all, she doesn't have much time left, and Konoha can't afford any major turmoil. But if she had a choice, she would definitely not be willing to endure it and would definitely want to retaliate. Take good care of third generation and Danzo and revive Senju. But she didn't have time. All we can do is to arrange the future paths for Tsunade, Nawaki and Kushina as best as possible. Okay, I've got that in mind. Thank you for your concern. Tienyi felt Uzumaki Mito's care from the bottom of his heart, and nodded in thanks with some emotion. This is a good elder. After that, they chatted for a while, and then Tsunade took Tienyi away again. After returning to the hospital office, Tsunade did not deal with the documents, but pulled Tienyi to sit on the sofa, looked at Tienyi seriously and asked, Tienyi, with your current medical skills, can you tell the physical condition of my grandma? Tienyi listened and looked at Tsunade in surprise. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, it seems full of vitality and strong vitality, but in fact, its vitality is seriously overdrawn and filled with death, like a castle in the air. If there is no way to make up for the overdrawn vitality, I'm afraid Grandma Mito won't have much time left, probably only a few years. This is what I really think. His current medical skills may not be as good as Tsunade's, but they are not far behind. Don't forget, he also mastered extremely advanced Huxia and Western medical skills in his previous life. Recently, due to his intensive study of the medical skills and human body knowledge in the ninja world, he has already transferred some of his medical skills from his previous life, allowing his medical skills to continue to improve rapidly. Sure enough, you can already see it. Tsunade's face darkened slightly after hearing this, and she asked with a heavy face. You are smart and flexible, since you can come up with healing potions, nutritional potions, mental recovery potions, and research a prototype. You even have an idea of how to make bloodline purification potions. What do you think of the potion that replenishes vitality? Uzumaki Mito was her last remaining close relative, and she was far from ready to lose her. In addition, the affairs of the Senju clan are still being managed by Uzumaki Mito. If she just left like this, Tsunade didn't know how to deal with the situation that followed. So, she wanted to extend Uzumaki Mito's life. It doesn't have to be too much, just prolong my grandmother's life by 10 years. Plus the 2 or 3 years she originally had, that would be 12 or 13 years. By then, I must have been more mature. In addition, considering Tianyi's level of evil, this kid's strength at that time might have surpassed hers, and even surpassed the 3rd generation at that time, making him invincible in Konoha. By then, even if her grandmother really passed away, she believed that with Tianyi's help and her own greater maturity, she would definitely be able to handle the situation at that time, preserve the assets of the Senju clan, and even allow the Senju to rise again. By then, Nawaki should have grown up, and the burden of the family would naturally be borne by Nawaki. That is the perfect solution. This really exists. Tianyi raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this and said, in fact, the problem of vitality deficiency is not only experienced by Grandma Mito, but also by my parents and even most adult ninjas in the ninja world, to a greater or lesser extent. Of course, unlike Grandma Mito, the other ninjas were caused by overpressing and extracting chakra. Therefore, when I was researching and thinking about healing potions some time ago, I naturally also considered potions that replenish vitality. But at that time, due to insufficient knowledge and medical experience, and the difficulty of this research, I did not include it in the current research plan. However, since you want to replenish Mito's vitality and prolong her life, we can put this back in the first order of research. In the next period of time, I will devote some time and energy to studying this. I believe that with your help, we will be able to achieve results within 1 or 2 years. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that I can cheat myself, make a wish to increase my understanding and achieve enlightenment, and speed up this research. After all things considered, it was much better for Uzumaki Mito to be alive than dead. As long as she is still alive, the 3rd generation won't dare to act too recklessly. Uzumaki Mito is like a stabilizing force. Even though he is old, he can still suppress some villains to a certain extent. With Uzumaki Mito protecting him, Tianyi's own safety will be guaranteed, as will his subsequent research results and industries. As long as Tsunade or Nawaki and the Senju clan are involved, the 3rd generation won't dare to go too far. There are so many benefits, of course. This was also because Uzumaki Mito showed kindness to him and was willing to teach him the sealing technique, and did not reject or be hostile to him because of his Uchiha origin. Otherwise, it's another idea. People, you have to pay for your choices. This time, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were undoubtedly the right buys. In addition, whether it is traditional Huxia martial arts or chakra Joshin banyan tree method, if practiced to a certain level, it can prolong a person's lifespan, not to mention restore vitality and restore the original lifespan. However, now is not the time to teach these 2 techniques to Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. We need to spend more time together to deepen our feelings and understanding. Really? Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she leaned over and grabbed Tianyi's shoulders with an excited look on her face and asked. Yeah, I have confidence. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. Good. Tsunade was so overjoyed that she patted Tianyi's shoulder, making Tianyi feel half of his shoulder numb and his face twisted. Ah, sorry. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately reached out and gently touched Tianyi's numb shoulder, then withdrew her hand and said embarrassedly, I was excited for a moment and used too much force. Since you are confident, when can we start the research? Tianyi rolled his eyes helplessly and said, we have to get the funds in place to build the research institute and purchase the necessary research equipment and instruments before we can start, right? Besides, we can't study this all day long. We also need to study other medicines. Otherwise, after deducting the cost of purchasing instruments and equipment and setting up a research institute, the 20 million yuan will not be enough to support our research for long. The money-making potion must be made as soon as possible. Also, my knowledge and medical skills are not enough. I need to continue learning every day. He didn't want to be dragged by Tsunade to study life potions every day because of this. The sample is finally inverted. That's right, I was too impatient. After hearing this, Tsunade calmed down a little and said, Then let me take care of the construction of the research institute and the purchase of equipment. I hope the funds on your side will be in place as soon as possible. If you don't mind, the research institute can be located in the Senju tribe's territory." At this point, she thought of something, looked at Tieni and explained, "Don't get me wrong, I don't have any other ideas. I just think this can save a lot of money. There are many empty houses in my Senju tribe's land, and this land can be used for free. I can even give you the title deed to the institute. In addition, if our research yields any results, it will inevitably be coveted and watched by the old man, Danzo, and even many others. Only if we put it in the Senju tribe's territory and under Grandma's nose, they won't dare to take action against the research institute. After all, not even the third generation and Danzo dared to face the thunderous wrath of Uzumaki Mito. Someone will die. Of course, if you have confidence in Uchiha, you can also set up the research institute in the Uchiha clan territory." Tsunade added. She just wanted to reduce some troubles at the institute. Let her and Tieni focus on their research. Forget about this. Tieni heard this and waved his hand to reject it, saying, "Just place them in the Senju tribe's land. Try to get as close to Grandma Mito's yard as possible. As for resettlement in Uchiha tribe land, to be honest, there are many factions in the clan now, and there are many people who have been bribed by the third generation or even Danzo. Until my father completes the internal reform and cleansing of the Uchiha and unifies the voice of the tribe, I dare not place the research institute in the Uchiha land." "Oh." Tsunade was slightly surprised when she heard this and said, "I didn't expect you to have so little confidence in Uchiha's internal affairs." Tieni couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this and said, "It's strange that you have confidence. The internal situation is in chaos. There are all kinds of people." "Too." Tsunade nodded in understanding. "But I didn't expect you guys were still planning internal reforms? It seems like this is also your handiwork, right? I really can't underestimate this disciple of mine." Tieni nodded affirmatively. "Almost, my father also supports me. Let's not talk about this anymore. You should quickly sort out the site selection, construction, and equipment purchase for the research institute. I will bring you my 10 million tomorrow. Remember, don't gamble with it." Finally, Tieni couldn't help but give a reminder. Tsunade glared at him and asked, "Am I so untrustworthy?" Tieni spread his hands helplessly. "I can't help it, it's just that you have too many criminal records in the past, teacher. Everything else is very considered, but once money is involved, it may not be the same. When it comes to money, how can you easily believe what a gambler says?" "Don't worry." Tsunade was helpless to hear this and promised, "This concerns my grandmother's life and my future plans to make money. I won't do anything rash." "That's fine." Tien nodded and said nothing more. At dusk that day, the shadow clone was automatically removed. Tien Yiban, who had just finished training and returned home, paused for a moment before receiving the message from Shadow Clone. He quickly closed his eyes and digested it. After a while, he opened his eyes, rubbed his brows, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect these things to go so smoothly. We've already settled the matter with the institute and the teacher, so money shouldn't be a big problem. But extending Uzumaki Mito's life? That wouldn't be bad, it would buy me more time to develop." Immediately, Tieni walked into the living room and saw his father and elder brother there. My stupid Oni-san, you're back? How was the mission?" Tieni walked up with a smile, sat down opposite the two of them and teased. Fugaku couldn't help but frown when he heard what Tieni said, and said angrily, "You are the stupid Odudu. Is it so difficult to call me big brother normally?" If he could beat Tieni, he would have wanted to beat this kid up. He regretted why he didn't teach this brat a lesson before Tieni started practicing. After this brat started practicing, within a month he found that he was no match for Tieni. It's totally unreasonable. Can a genius do whatever he wants? Whispering sound. Tieni curled his lips after hearing this and ignored Fugaku. Instead, he looked at Nobuhiko and told him roughly what happened at the research institute. Then he said, "I don't have enough money. Dad, please support me with 10 million first. I will pay you back when I have money in the future." "Huh?" Before Nobuhiko could say anything, Fugaku could no longer sit still and could not help but taunt him. 10 million? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Dad would definitely not agree. I agree. Before Fugaku could finish, Nobuhiko interrupted him and said directly to Tieni. Don't worry about paying it back. Your father believes in you. If it's not enough, you can tell me, I can still come up with tens of millions. Fugaku. No, why? Dad, you can't spoil him like this. Fugaku advised his father in confusion. This is 10 million, not 1,000 taels. Alright, Fugaku. Seeing this, Nobuhiko frowned and glared at Fugaku and said, Tenichi is doing serious work. As his brother, you should support him more instead of making trouble for him. Do you understand? Hey, thanks, Dad. Tieni thanked Nobuhiko, then winked at Fugaku with a playful look on his face. Fugaku's forehead was bulging with veins after seeing this, so he simply decided not to mention it. He could see that ever since his younger brother became wise, his status in the family had been declining sharply, while his younger brother's status had been rising sharply. So frustrating. Nobuhiko did not delay and immediately got up and went to the secret vault in his home to find 10 million taels, sealed them in a space seal scroll, handed it to Tieni, and asked him to keep it. Thanks, Dad. Tieni accepted it happily. In a blink of an eye, it was already a week later. This week, Tieni had one more thing to do every day, which was to send one more shadow clone to Uzumaki Mito to learn the sealing technique from her. With his terrifying comprehension and the foundation of sealing techniques he had accumulated before, he was able to instantly learn any of the low and medium level sealing techniques taught by Uzumaki Mito, and his proficiency also improved rapidly. However, within a week, he had drained all the knowledge of low-level sealing techniques from Uzumaki Mito. He even learned a lot of intermediate sealing techniques. You are so smart, it seems I underestimated you before. According to your current progress, I estimate that in 2 or 3 months, I will have nothing left to teach you about sealing techniques. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw Tieni easily learn another intermediate sealing technique. Tsunade has a great apprentice. Uzumaki Mito felt that the monkey had finally done a good thing. Although, she guessed that monkey had another purpose in asking Tsunade to accept Tieni as his apprentice, and it was still for himself. But there is a reason for making a mistake. With Tieni's understanding and talent, her future achievements may surpass Tobarama or even her husband Hashirama. In Uzumaki Mito's opinion, no matter what plans the monkey has for Tieni, it will ultimately be difficult to succeed. Especially with her presence. As long as Tsunade and Tieni maintain a good master-disciple relationship and deepen their feelings. Then when she dies and Tenichi grows up, there will be no need to worry about the safety of Tsunade and Nawaki. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito plans to protect Tieni and block the plans of the third generation and Danzo for him, so as to buy the child a few more years. Judging from Tieni's current growth rate and talent, in 3 to 5 years, he will probably be fearless of the third generation and Danzo's schemes. In less than 10 years, Konoha will be a completely different scene. She is looking forward to such a future. God still favors Uchiha, and me, Senju. Uzumaki Mito thought leisurely in his heart. No way, I still have a lot to learn from you. After hearing this, Tieni touched the back of his head and said modestly. Uzumaki Mito has more than just sealing techniques. The inheritance of the Senju clan is in her hands. If he could learn more, Tieni wouldn't mind learning more. For example, Flying Thunder God technique is very suitable for him. His Super Cage level other dimensional qualifications have been idle and have not been put to use. What a waste. Brother Tieni, just forget it. Kushina on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, I'm almost killed by you. Before you came, Grandma kept praising me for being a genius in sealing techniques. But since you came, Grandma has never said that again. Compared to you, any genius becomes a mediocre one, humph. The huge gap in contrast is really discouraging. Hey, sorry. Tieni heard this and smiled embarrassedly. How should he respond to this? It's not his fault that he is talented. Hee. Uzumaki Mito, who was standing by, saw Kushina's cheeks puffed up like a tomato, and immediately reached out to touch Kushina's head and comforted her. Grandma didn't lie. You really are a rare genius in the Uzumaki clan. And your talent is no worse than Grandma's. As for Tieni, he was an accident, a monster, don't compare yourself to him. This is too depressing, people like him are extremely rare in history. People, the most important thing is to know yourself, determine your position, and constantly surpass yourself. Don't always compare yourself with those monsters. Otherwise, you will only hurt yourself and it will not do any good. Just like Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then. Who among the people of that era would not feel that these two were towering figures and unrivaled? Like this? Uzumaki Kushina was slightly startled after hearing this, and nodded as if she understood. Okay, that's all we'll learn today. Tomorrow Kushina you will be going to the ninja school. At this point, Uzumaki Mito looked at Tieni and said, I'll ask Tieni to take good care of Kushina when the time comes. Okay. Tieni nodded quickly and agreed. I will use my real body to go to school tomorrow to make sure no one bullies Kushina. That's a good feeling. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble, it's just a small matter. Tieni smiled and waved his hand. After that, the shadow clone was removed. This is such a cunning way of learning. He's so smart, but he's still working so hard. What's the reason? Seeing this, Kushina couldn't help but complain. Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly after hearing this, reached out and touched Kushina's head and said, he just took on a lot of responsibilities on his own initiative. Tieni is a good kid. You should learn from him and get along with him better in the future. Do you understand? That's good for Kushina. She actually considered letting Tieni become Kushina's future partner, the person who would fill the void in Kushina's heart. Whether it is talent, character, or the Sharingan that Tieni will definitely awaken in the future, they are all very suitable for Kushina. Of course, after spending a week together, she could see that the two children had unknowingly developed a fondness for each other. Of course, this is also because she not only did not stop it, but also secretly guided and fanned the flames. Rather than waiting until I die and the third generation arranges people to approach and control Kushina, it would be better for me to do it myself. Yes, I will. Grandma. Uzumaki Kushina had no idea that Uzumaki Mito had thought so far ahead, and she just nodded obediently. That's right. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind and she said, Grandma, can I also learn the shadow clone technique? This way, if I feel like I can't learn anything in school, I can learn from Tieni and his friends and use shadow clone to go to school on my behalf. That's perfect. It will also be convenient for me to continue learning the sealing technique from you, right? Of course, she didn't say anything else. That is, she wants to keep up with Tieni's pace and practice with Tieni himself. For some reason, she didn't want to fall too far behind Tieni and hoped to catch up with him. Oh, Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He could tell what Kushina was thinking at a glance, and nodded with a smile. Sure, if you want to learn, I'll teach you right away. Come to think of it, our Uzumaki clan is actually very suitable for learning shadow clone technique or even multiple shadow clone technique. Immediately, Uzumaki Mito began to teach Kushina shadow clone technique and multiple shadow clone technique. As expected, Kushina learned these two ninjutsu easily. In fact, Kushina feels that the multiple shadow clone technique is simpler. How amazing, this ninjutsu, now, I can also learn it and catch up with brother Tieni as soon as possible, hehehe. Kushina said happily as he created dozens of shadow clones at once. Boom! But the next moment, she was hit on the head by Uzumaki Mito, who scolded her. I didn't teach you this to let you do whatever you want. What did I warn you about when I was teaching you just now? These two ninjutsu will not only feed back shadow clones' experience information, but also fatigue. If you create too many shadow clones at once, and the creation time is too long, the fatigue and information fed back will most likely overwhelm your little brain and cause you to suddenly die. Do you understand? DB. After hearing this, Kushina came back to his senses from his elation and fantasy, stuck out his tongue in embarrassment, and quickly removed all shadow clones. Although it was only a moment, the impact of the information was indeed a bit uncomfortable. I know I was wrong, Grandma, however, how many shadow clones should I create at once? Uzumaki Kushina apologized awkwardly and then asked. You need to test this yourself. But considering your mental strength, physical fitness, and mental fortitude, you should not take more than 5 at a time. This is the number of shadow clone that are separated over a long period of time. Anyway, you don't need so much, right? Uzumaki Mito said carefully. 5. That's enough. I've got it in mind. Kushina listened, thought about it and nodded. Okay, Grandma is going to prepare dinner. After dinner today, go to bed early. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Having said that, Uzumaki Mito stood up and walked into the house. Grandma, can you go with me tomorrow? No, if I go out, some people might be worried. I'll let Tsunade go with you. Ah, so that's it. Inside the Hokage's office. Upon learning that TNE had recently created a shadow clone every day to learn the sealing technique from Uzumaki Mito, the third generation frowned and felt very annoyed. He took out his pipe, put a handful of tobacco in it, lit it, took 2 puffs, and sighed softly. Why would Tsunade let Uchiha Tenichi go to learn the sealing technique from Master Mito? Master Mito actually agreed. What on earth do they want to do? For the first time, third generation felt that things were beginning to get out of his control. Did I underestimate this kid before? Perhaps it was because of the lack of the follow-up influence of the power of wishes. The third generation, whose IQ had returned to a high level, now vaguely felt that something was wrong. He suddenly felt that he had never really seen through Uchiha Tenichi. Previously, the decision to hastily let Tsunade accept a disciple was too hasty. But this is the decision I made. I've completely lost my mind. Not only was I confused, Danzo was also confused at that time. After all, Uchiha Tenichi is the youngest son of Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Nobuhiko. Because he showed a certain talent, Danzo said right away that he wanted to take him into the route to control and brainwash him. This is ridiculous in itself. However, at that time, neither he nor Danzo thought there was anything wrong with it, they just went to rob people. Now thinking back, everything was wrong. My head hurts. Thinking of this, third generation rubbed his brows with his hands, feeling very tired. However, he just felt that he and Danzo were confused at the time, and did not suspect who had done something to them and secretly influenced them. After all, this is simply impossible. If this is true, it would be terrifying. Move. At this moment, the door of his office was pushed open again. When the third generation looked up, they saw Danzo hurriedly walking in. However, this time Danzo unexpectedly closed the door, and then looked at the third generation with a gloomy face and said, Hiruzen. Master Mito is teaching the Uchiha the Tensai seal technique. You don't know about this, do you? What on earth were you thinking? How could you allow this to happen? Danzo was very annoyed because he had been repeatedly humiliated by the third generation because of TNE's matter. Receiving this news today made him even more furious. Calm down, Danzo. Seeing this, third generation frowned slightly. How do you ask me to calm down? Danzo didn't calm down after hearing this, but became even more angry, and his voice became louder. Hiruzen, don't you realize the seriousness of the problem? At the beginning, I told you to hand the person over to me so that I could take him into the root department to control and train him, but you just wouldn't listen. Why did you choose Tsunade to be your disciple? Isn't this good? He's directly connected to Master Mito. Even now, he is still learning the sealing technique from Master Mito with that candidate Jinchuriki. What do you want to do, Master Mito? Do you want them to develop feelings in advance? Do you want Uchiha to control Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the future? This is the fundamental reason why Danzo got angry. He absolutely could not tolerate the Uchiha controlling the Jinchuriki. If this is really the case, then Konoha will be in turmoil in the future? Doff. The third generation was also awakened by Danzo at this time. Thinking of the possibility of what Danzo said, they couldn't help but gasp. But he forgot that he still had a pipe in his mouth. I was immediately choked by the smoke. He coughed violently for a while, and then, in the face of Danzo's speechless and contemptuous expression, he said with a sullen face, "I said that I felt something was wrong when I received this message before, and it was only after you reminded me that I realized it. Indeed, Master Mito is going too far. What does she want to do? No, I have to go talk to Master Mito about this." Having said that, the third generation couldn't sit still anymore and stood up and prepared to leave. But when he saw Danzo, he couldn't help but invite him. "Danzo, how about joining us?" It was really a person facing Uzumaki Mito, especially this time he was questioning her. He was a little scared. As his power has become more consolidated and expanded over the past few years, the influence of the Senju has become smaller and smaller, and he has become much bolder in facing Uzumaki Mito. But I'm still afraid to face the angry Uzumaki Mito. It seems like an instinct in my genes, of. When Danzo heard the invitation from the third generation, his expression froze, his forehead was slightly sweaty, his eyes were erratic, and he shook his head repeatedly, feeling timid, and said, "Forget it. You know, Master Mito doesn't like me. I'll leave this matter to you. I just have one request. We cannot let Uchiha Tenichi and the Jinchuriki to be stay together any longer, and we cannot let Mito-sama continue to bring them together. The Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of the Uchiha in the future. Otherwise, it would be unknown who will have the final say in the future of Shai. This risk must be nipped in the bud." Danzo didn't dare to go at all. Because he was afraid that Uzumaki Mito would use him as a scapegoat and punish him. After all, he played a crucial role in the demise of the Senju clan's elite members. He is basically taking the blame for this. If Uzumaki Mito gets angry and settles old scores with him and kills him directly, he won't be able to escape. Haha, all right, you wait here for me, I'll be back soon. The third generation also smiled happily when they saw this. Naturally, he could see Danzo's guilt and fear, and knew why. To be honest, I didn't throw this to Danzo. Therefore, he did not take the opportunity to laugh at Danzo, but nodded and set off quickly. A few minutes later, the third generation hurried to the yard where Uzumaki Mito was. I knocked on the door and walked in at the servant's invitation, then came to the living room and met Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. Mito adult. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Uzumaki Mito, the third generation suppressed all their anger and dissatisfaction deep in their hearts, not daring to show it at all, and only bowed slightly respectfully. "You're the Hokage, no need to be polite." Uzumaki Mito then completely restrained his momentum, waved his hand and asked the third generation to sit down opposite him. Then, without waiting for the third generation to speak, he pointed at Uzumaki Kushina who was standing beside him and said, "You know Kushina too. I plan to send her to the ninja school tomorrow. I have informed you about this matter before, are you okay?" "Yes." After hearing this, the third generation nodded and said, "It's all arranged. You can let Kushina go to school anytime." At this point, third generation felt a little relieved. It seems that Master Mito is not prepared to let Kushina stay by his side to teach him forever. I'm still planning to let her learn to make more friends, so as to deepen her bond with Yi. That's great. It will make it easier for me to arrange for someone to contact her and improve her impression of me later. Third generation thought. Maybe things aren't as bad as Danzo said? Master Mito didn't have any idea of bringing Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina together? Is this all just a coincidence? That's good? Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded with satisfaction, asked Kushina to say hello to the third generation, and let her go to the inner room first. After Kushina left, Uzumaki Mito waved his hand to cast an isolation barrier, took a sip from the teacup in front of him, looked at third generation calmly and said, "You have resentment and dissatisfaction with me today. Let me guess, it's because of the matter between Tien this child and Kushina?" Apparently, when she heard the third generation rushing over, she anticipated the reason. This was the reason why she had deliberately revealed some of her power to intimidate the third generation. When the third generation heard this, they were slightly shocked. At this moment, he felt that Uzumaki Mito's calm gaze was so sharp that it made him feel a tingling sensation all over his body. But he still had to bite the bullet and nodded. "Nothing can be hidden from you, Master Mito. I am here because of Uchiha Tenichi and Kushina. Kushina is the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Tenichi is Uchiha. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bring them together? As a result, Nine Tails Jinchuriki is likely to be controlled by Uchiha in the future. You also know Uchiha's ambitions. There were acts of mutiny in previous years. If they get Nine Tails, the consequences will be disastrous. As the Hokage, I cannot sit idly by and watch this happen, so I hope you can understand me, Master Mito." Even if there was only a slight possibility, he wanted to nip it in the bud. Buzz. The next moment, third generation felt the restrained aura of Uzumaki Mito on the opposite side surge out, covering the entire living room within the barrier. The air in the living room seemed to be distorted, and cracks began to appear on the floor. This is the result of Mito's deliberate control. The third generation felt like a lone boat in the stormy sea, about to fall. It was as if a Shinigami was whispering in my ear. His whole body was tense, and he carefully resisted the pressure, but he didn't dare to use chakra to fight against it. He felt like his life was not in his own control. So scary, still as scary as ever. The last time we faced this kind of power was after we killed most of the Senju elite, right? Mr. Mito, how can you be so strong? No recession. The third generation thought with a trembling heart. He even had the idea of why Uzumaki Mito wasn't dead yet. But he extinguished this thought as soon as it came to his mind, and hurriedly controlled his mind to stop thinking in this direction. Because he knew very well that Uzumaki Mito could sense the good and evil in people's hearts. Any malice and negative emotion will be sensed by others. Just like what Uzumaki Mito said just now, he came here today with dissatisfaction and resentment. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why the third generation is unwilling to face Uzumaki Mito. When facing Uzumaki Mito, he always felt like he was completely seen through and had no secrets at all. This was unbearable for a person in power who was gradually consolidating the real power of Hokage. If it weren't for his lack of strength, or if it weren't for the great prestige of the Uzumaki Mito and Senju clans, touching Uzumaki Mito would inevitably lead to him being confronted by many ninja clans, which would lead to civil unrest in Konoha. As for the destruction, he probably had a falling out with Mito Uzumaki a long time ago. However, even though the third generation immediately suppressed their hatred and murderous intent towards Uzumaki Mito, they still could not escape Uzumaki Mito's perception. Boom! The next moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Uzumaki Mito. The golden Nine Tails chakra also emerged on the body surface. The entire barrier began to crumble. If Uzumaki Mito hadn't restrained and controlled the range of his aura, the barrier would have been broken long ago. But at this moment, the sky outside the house seemed to be affected by an image, and rolling dark clouds began to appear. The nearby Anbu and residents all looked over in amazement. Haha! How dare you harbor hatred and murderous intent towards me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have become very capable. Why, am I, an old woman, annoying to you? You wish I would die immediately. Uzumaki Mito sneered as he narrowed his eyes at the third generation. She felt that she was too kind, too concerned about the overall situation, and too tolerant. When they plotted against the Senju clan, I should have killed them and replaced them with a Hokage. In fact, she shouldn't have supported Tobirama's determination and supported Sarutobi Hiruzen to secure the position of Hokage from the very beginning. Otherwise, how could the Senju clan have fallen to this point today? The Senju are close to extinction, and she doesn't even know how to face Hashirama after she dies. Should we put the blame on Tobirama? She is the one who makes the final decision. She could have vetoed Tobirama's appointment. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. I didn't. You misunderstood? The third generation heard Uzumaki Mito's questioning and felt the erosion of his stinging Nine Tails chakra. They trembled all over, their mouths quivered, and they denied it 3 times in a row. At the same time, I screamed in my heart. I want to die, I want to die. 2.9. Why couldn't he hold back just now? Facing Uzumaki Mito's murderous intent, isn't this courting death? I was wrong. I was wrong. Feeling that Uzumaki Mito's momentum had not diminished at all, but had become even more terrifying, the third generation had no choice but to admit their mistakes. The next moment, Uzumaki Mito's aura began to subside, and the 9 tails chakra on his body also gradually subsided and soon disappeared. Looking at the third generation shivering on the ground, he said coldly, "Get up. You are a Hokage after all, it's not proper to lie there like this." The third generation heard this, even though he wanted to complain in his heart. Who do you think this is because of? But with the previous experience, he never dared to attack Uzumaki Mito again. Even the arrogance and pride brought about by the consolidation and expansion of power over the years were all wiped out by Uzumaki Mito at this moment. I didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction or small thoughts in my heart, let alone hatred or murderous intent. The regret of the third generation: why did I have to face Uzumaki Mito alone? Why not bring your own hot pot Shadow Danzo? That way, all of Uzumaki Mito's anger will definitely be attracted to Danzo. At the same time, he also regretted why he came here. Isn't it possible that the future 9 tails Jinchuriki is developing a relationship with Uchiha Tenichi? Anyway, Kushina Uzumaki will go to school next. Once there, I have plenty of ways to make her fall in love with someone else, right? He thought that Namikaze Minato was pretty good. Identity, background, talent, and personality are all suitable. This kind of person is easiest to fool and control. What? He and Uchiha Tenichi are good friends, they often practice together, and he has received a lot of favors from Uchiha Tenichi? That's not a problem. Are there not many examples of people turning against each other because of love? By then, he can completely split Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Tenichi. The third generation even planned to find a way to alienate Uchiha Tenichi from the new generation of Ino Shikacho. He felt that he had been deceived by Uchiha Tieni in the past, and thought that he could become a pawn to suppress and control Uchiha, so he did not care about these things. Now, third generation doesn't see it that way. Because of the humiliation just now, he didn't dare to hate Uzumaki Mito, and could only transfer all his hatred to Uchiha Tenichi and vent his anger on him. Therefore, the perception of Tieni has also changed completely. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and when he heard Uzumaki Mito's words, he quickly stood up. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he said humbly, "Master Mito, what are you talking about? You supported me to become the Hokage. Without your support, how could I have secured the position of Hokage? There is no Hokage in front of you." It was a shame to say this, but he had to say it. Even, I didn't dare to feel dissatisfied about it. It's so uncomfortable. Hee. Uzumaki Mito just sneered when he heard this, and said slowly, "I know what you are thinking. I'm telling you straight, I'm really just bringing Tieni and Kushina together, hoping that they can be together in the future and achieve mutual success. I just want Tieni to be able to master 9 tails in the future. Because, through the Senju Elite's development in the past few years, I have seen through your thoughts. Let me be frank, I am very worried about you." Hearing this, the third generation shuddered. They thought, sure enough, the aftereffects of killing the Senju have come. Uzumaki Mito didn't care what he thought, and then said coldly, "I am very worried that after I die, Tsunade and even Nawaki will probably follow the footsteps of those Senju who were killed by the trap. Not to mention Kushina, the future Jinchuriki. So, I need someone who can check and control you and restrict you after I die in the future. Like I'm doing now, to ensure that Tsunade and Nawaki will be safe and sound in the future. To ensure that you will not let power devour your humanity and do more things that will harm Konoha in the future. I know very well that the ninja world is not peaceful. I can tolerate their deaths in battle due to accidents, but I cannot tolerate their deaths due to trickery. Tieni and Kushina are the ones I plan to train. They will be used to check and balance you in the future, to ensure the safety of Tsunade and Nawaki, and to ensure that the Senju clan is not wiped out by you, the last resort to ensure that ye can become better in the future. At this point, Uzumaki Mito glanced at the third generation, and seeing his ugly face, he said with a slightly relieved expression, "Of course, I don't want Konoha to really have internal strife because of this, and finally be taken advantage of by foreign enemies and destroyed. I can't explain to Hashirama if that happens. So, I will train and teach Tieni well, and guide him to become the true guardian of Konoha and the pillar of Konoha. I still have confidence in this, through my interactions with him over this period of time. I know very well that this child is very smart and talented, not inferior to Hashirama. The vision and heart are far more than just one Uchiha or even Konoha. He is not narrow-minded. I believe that with my guidance, even if he is with Kushina and can control 9 tails, he will not lead Uchiha to rebel in the future as long as you don't deliberately target him, suppress him, or be hostile to him. Instead, I will bring Uchiha with me and completely integrate into Konoha. This is actually what Tobirama has always wanted to see. Instead of what you are doing now, constantly suppressing Uchiha, targeting Uchiha, and being hostile to Uchiha, do you understand?" She didn't actually think so at first. I am not prepared to confront the third generation directly. But after comprehensive consideration, I feel that things have come to this point, so I might as well change my thinking and do what I am saying now. Rather than hoping that the third generation and Danzo, these unscrupulous guys, will not target Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina, and Tieni in the future, it is better to leave enough backup to check the third generation. This is the most beneficial to Tsunade and others, to the third generation and others, and to Konoha. Otherwise, with Tieni's talent, if he were to be suppressed and targeted by the third generation in the future, it would be impossible for him to swallow his anger and accept it like her. This child is stubborn. Once he is extremely disgusted, it is possible that the entire ninja world will be turned upside down by him. This child splits out several shadow clone every day to work hard, absorb various knowledge, and practice diligently to improve his own strength. It can even be seen from the fact that he forces himself to make friends and win over his classmates. Because he is so smart, this child has already understood the situation of Uchiha, Konoha and even the ninja world clearly. That's why he has such a sense of crisis and is so aggressive. Otherwise, with his status and talent, he could have had an easy and happy childhood and become stronger step by step. But time waits for no one. The external environment made him feel insecure and he had no choice but to do so. When the third generation heard Uzumaki Mito's straightforward words, their hearts sank again, and they didn't know how to answer Uzumaki Mito for a moment. He somewhat regretted that he was too rough and hasty in killing the Senju, and Uzumaki Mito saw through it. Otherwise, why would Mito do such a thing today? He really wanted to dissuade Uzumaki Mito from doing this. But he also knew that he could not convince the current Uzumaki Mito. Ultimately, it was their actions that made Uzumaki Mito feel insecure. She was afraid that Senju would be completely wiped out by them after her death, and that they would kill Tsunade, Nawaki and others in the future. The third generation really wanted to say that he wouldn't go so far as to kill Tsunade. After all, this person is his disciple, but when necessary, he will guide or condone Danzo to harm Tsunade and make her lose the idea and ability to compete for Hokage. Because, since third generation took this position, they have no intention of handing over this power. The more power he gained and the more he tasted the power, the more he couldn't stop. I am increasingly afraid of losing this power. He also hopes to train his sons and grandsons well in the future so that they can inherit the position of Hokage from generation to generation. At the same time, the Sarutobi clan will be developed and expanded step by step, so that Konoha will become the Sarutobi village in the future. To achieve this goal, both Tsunade and Nawaki are huge threats. But does he dare to say this idea out loud? If they dared, they would probably slap his head off and play it like a ball in the whirlpool water. So, he was in a dilemma at this time. Should he really agree to Uzumaki Mito's request to train Uchiha Tenichi and bring Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina together so that they can become his rivals in the future? Uzumaki Mito said it lightly, You're confident in Uchiha Tieny's character and you think he can suppress Uchiha from rebellion in the future, but I am not confident. He is now extremely worried about Uchiha Tieny. He felt that Uchiha Tieny was too much of a threat. Why? You don't agree? Uzumaki Mito saw his conflicted and hesitant look, and immediately narrowed his eyes again, and the restrained aura began to slowly emanate from him. The threat couldn't be more obvious. If the third generation doesn't agree to this, then she doesn't mind suppressing the third generation directly and replacing the cage for Konoha. Feeling the threat from Uzumaki Mito, the third generation broke out in sweat and felt bitter in their hearts. He knew that if he couldn't give Uzumaki Mito a satisfactory answer today, he might not be able to leave the yard. So, after a long silence and a lot of hesitation, the third generation gritted his teeth and nodded with a frustrated look on his face. Okay. I can promise you, Master Mito, to bring Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina together. But I must also take part in guiding and educating Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina, to ensure that he will not deliberately be hostile and target me in the future. To ensure his loyalty and protection of Konoha, okay? This was his final effort after weighing the pros and cons. How can he feel at ease just letting Uzumaki Mito train and guide Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina? I can only strive for a training qualification, and then try to brainwash Uchiha Tieny and Uzumaki Kushina. Although he already regarded Uchiha Tieny as a huge threat at this time. But he still told himself in his heart that Uchiha Tieny was just a kid in his early 5 years old and did not pose a real threat. It was not too late to educate him now. As long as he can use this education to brainwash Uchiha Tieny and Uzumaki Kushina, control them in his hands and make them his own people, then Uzumaki Mito's so-called balance method will be self-defeating. This is not a solution. As for the previous plan to suppress Tieny and make him and his classmates fall apart, third generation has temporarily shelved this plan. Because if he really wanted to die and did this, it would definitely cause Tieny to feel disgusted, which would affect his ability to brainwash and control Tieny. Oh, Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and immediately understood the third generation's plan. But she did not veto it, because she knew that this was the last stand of the third generation. If you don't agree, this matter will probably be deadlocked here. This is not a good thing. If things go wrong, it may lead to civil strife in Konoha. She had no objection and lived on. The most important thing was to arrange her affairs after her death and ensure that Tsunade and others could protect themselves in the future. She is very confident in her own education, Tienyi's character and mind, and does not think that the third generation can really brainwash and control Tieny. As for Kushina, this girl doesn't have the brains or ability. But it doesn't matter, as long as she likes Tieny, following Tieny will not be a problem. During this period, I will tell her more about the bad things that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did in the past, so as to influence Kushina's perception of the third generation. Given this girl's explosive temper, it would be impossible for the third generation to brainwash her and lead her astray. She knew too well the hot-tempered personality of a pure Uzumaki girl. Okay, I agree to this, but it can't be too frequent, and it can't affect their normal practice time. Just 1 hour a week. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito restrained his momentum and spoke to the third generation carefully. Okay, that's it. The third generation knew that there was little room for negotiation and could only nod in agreement. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Having said that, third generation stood up. He couldn't stay here for a moment. He felt that he should not have come today. That way, there won't be a falling out with Uzumaki Mito, and everything will be exposed. That way, he would have more room to maneuver. Now, I can't do many of my little movements. Because he knew clearly that from now on, Uzumaki Mito would definitely keep an eye on his every move towards Tieny and the others. Don't doubt Uzumaki Mito's range of perception and his hidden hands. The afterglow of Senju is still there, and Uzumaki Mito still has some useful hidden pieces in his hand. Well. Go ahead. I hope you can abide by our agreement and keep an eye on that beast Danzo, otherwise, hehe. Uzumaki Mito did not stop the third generation, but just warned them one last time. At the same time, he nodded at Danzo and let the third generation leave. As for the third generation, after leaving the Senju territory, they just had gloomy faces and didn't dare to say or do anything more. Because he didn't know whether Uzumaki Mito was staring at him at this moment. He quickly returned to his office with a gloomy face. After sensing it and confirming that the barrier here had been opened normally, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still worried, and under Danzo's puzzled and speechless gaze, he first drove away the Anbu guards around him. Then, he leaned over, formed a seal and pressed it on the ground, setting up a new high-level isolation barrier in the office. After doing all this, third generation breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in his office chair amid Danzo's puzzled look. He picked up the pipe, skillfully stuffed a handful of tobacco into it, lit it, took a few puffs, and exhaled a mouthful of thick white smoke. Then he glanced at Danzo, who looked puzzled, and said, "If you have any questions, just ask. You really screwed me today. I almost couldn't come back." The third generation began to pass the buck very skillfully. "Well, it's all Danzo's fault. If he hadn't urged me to find Uzumaki Mito, how could I have gone through all this and ended up like this? If Danzo had not been too crude and hasty in killing the Senju elite, and Uzumaki Mito had not seen through the clues, how could this happen? What happened to you when you went to Master Mito's place? What made you so cautious and look so bad? Didn't he promise to stop bringing Uchiha Tennichi together and preparing Jinchuriki?" Danzo couldn't help it any longer, and when he heard third generation say that, he asked directly. "Of course I didn't agree. Not only did I not agree, instead, I just tore my face off with you and laid everything out in the open." Then, the third generation told Danzo everything that had happened in detail with a silent look on his face. Even Uzumaki Mito's repeated bursts of energy and his threats to put him under extreme pressure were described in detail. Finally, third generation looked at Danzo angrily and said, "Do you know that I almost couldn't come back today?" The sound, Ma Li Jiao, became louder and louder, and finally it was a roar. "So you agree to this?" Danzo looked at third generation with a fierce expression and said, "How could you agree to something like this? Will you just sit there and watch her train a rival for our future? She said she believed in that evil kid Uchiha Tennichi, and you really believed it? The teacher has long warned us that Uchiha is evil and cannot be trusted, don't you know that?" Danzo was furious at this point. He didn't expect that this would be the result of the third generation's trip. It's better not to go. After hearing this, the third generation became even more angry and pointed at Danzo's nose and yelled, "Who do you think this is because of? Do you think I want this? Don't I understand the dangers of this?" But Master Mito even revealed his nine tails chakra, pressing directly on me. Do you know how helpless and desperate I felt at that moment? When he said this, third generation's eyes started to turn red and his voice started to tremble. Hearing this, Danzo was also touched by the third generation's words and the despair in their tone. But before he could speak, the third generation roared, "You don't know. How could you possibly know that? Over the years, I thought I was invincible in Konoha, and even the strongest in the ninja world. And Master Mito is already 61 years old, and because he has been suppressing the nine tails in his body, he has lost a lot of vitality. He must be like a candle in the wind, and his strength is not much left. What's the result? At that moment, I felt like she could easily crush me to death. Can you understand this kind of despair?" Danzo saw that the third generation was venting their anger and fear, and for a moment he felt the same way, so he didn't rush to celebrate. After a while, when the third generation's emotions had gradually calmed down, he spoke in a calm tone. "Hiruzen, are you sure that Master Mito is not bluffing or pretending? Could it be a trick? The third generation may have just vented their frustration and fear, and their mood has calmed down." After hearing Danzo's words, he stopped getting hysterical and rolled his eyes at Danzo and shook his head, saying, "Haha, impossible. Even if it's possible, do you dare to try it? If you try, you'll probably die. Anyway, he doesn't dare. You can try it yourself if you dare. You know what? What I regret most now is that I believed your lies and went to question Master Mito in person. I should have let you go. At the very least I should take you with me." The third generation stared at Danzo with a gloomy look. Danzo felt a little nervous and relieved when he heard this. He looked at third generation with a vague look in his eyes. "That's not necessary. It seems there is no need to test it, just do as you agreed with her." However, regarding the opportunity to brainwash Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina every week, I hope it will allow me to. At this point, Danzo suddenly realized that the third generation was looking at him expectantly, waiting for him to say these words. He suddenly paused. He frowned and looked at the third generation and asked, "Hiruzen, what's with that expression? Are you counting on me to take over the task of brainwashing these two zoo kids? You want to trick me again and make me take the blame?" He was too familiar with that look. Every time the third generation wanted him to take the blame or trick him, he had this expression. He suddenly realized that educating Uchiha Tenichi and Uzumaki Kushina was definitely not an easy job. It was a huge pit, because whether it is done well or not, there are huge hidden dangers. The point is, even if it is done well, the one who gets the biggest benefit is not him, but the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Danzo has to take the blame for this matter, and if Uzumaki Mito finds out, he will have to face her wrath. If he fails to do well, at best the third generation will hold him accountable. Once Uzumaki Mito finds out, he will still have to face Uzumaki Mito's wrath. The only benefit he gained was that if things were successful, he would have one less enemy who could compete with him, and he wouldn't have to worry about Uchiha becoming an unbeatable enemy. As for wanting to completely control Nine Tails Jinchuriki in his own hands, Danzo doesn't believe that third generation will give him this opportunity. This dog is always shady. No way. That's not true. Danzo, you're overthinking it. When the third generation saw that Danzo had actually reacted, they quickly waved their hands and shook their heads to deny it. How could I be such a person? But didn't you always tell me that your brainwashing method is very effective? Didn't you keep asking me for Uchiha Tne before? Now that I'm willing to give you this opportunity, why are you doubting it? That's your fault. He thought Danzo had become smarter, which was not good. He had thought about this matter on his way back, and it was indeed not easy to deal with. There are huge disadvantages whether you succeed or fail. The best option is to let Danzo complete the task. Because Danzo is really good at brainwashing, get lost. When Danzo heard what the third generation said, he angrily said, "I won't do this, you can do it yourself. Your ability to deceive and brainwash others is better than mine. I won't argue with you. Anyway, you are the Hokage, and this matter affects you the most. I'm just a Hokage assistant, there's no need to be so anxious, let's go." After saying that, Danzo ran away in a hurry. No matter how loudly the third generation shouted at him from behind, he did not stop, but ran even faster. That B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* was doing with stealing the recipes and seasoning formulas. Really? You really think I have to force this on him? I'm worried that he will use it to control TNE and Jinchuriki, haha. The third generation walked to the window sill and saw Danzo's hurriedly leaving on the avenue outside the Hokage building, muttering silently. The next morning, TNE split several shadow clones to learn medical skills, sealing techniques and go to the secret training base to inform Minato and the others. He finished his breakfast and walked towards the school. When he arrived at the school, he did not tell Minato and the others shadow clone that he came here in person today, but took out a sealed book and quietly flipped through it. I don't know how long it was before the class bell rang. The head teacher came in with Kushina. The next step is the self-introduction process of counting breaths. After Kushina said that her dream was to become the first female Hokage, she was unsurprisingly ridiculed by many people. Ha ha ha. You're the only one who can become the Hokage? That's ridiculous. That's right. Look at her weird red hair, it's so ugly. Ha ha. Look at her red face and red hair, doesn't she look like a tomato? Ha ha. What you said is really vivid, really. Really? Keep talking. Why don't you continue, you guys too? At this time, Tianyi had stood up and walked in front of these boys without knowing when. He had a gloomy face and exuded a captivating aura. He stared at these boys coldly. When Shadow Clone of Shikaku and the others saw it, they were a little surprised. I didn't expect Tianyi to stand up for Kushina. It seems they know each other, Shikaku guessed, rubbing his chin. It should be. Minato also nodded. Didn't Tianyi say that he was learning sealing techniques recently? This girl should be from the Uzumaki clan. This clan is most famous for its sealing technique. Maybe it has something to do with this. Minato has read a lot of books from the school library in the past few months. I understand nature more and more. I heard that the first Hokage's wife, Mito-sama, is from the Uzumaki clan, and Tsunade-sama is her granddaughter. I guess Tianyi is learning the sealing technique from Master Mito? This girl must be Mito-sama's junior, Hai-yi also guessed. Several people easily analyzed the inside story. The scene returns to Tianyi. Tianyi, you know her? The boys looked at Tianyi tremblingly and asked. How could they not be afraid of Tianyi? He is an invincible existence among the students in the school, and he is also the young master of the Uchiha family. A while ago, some seniors heard about Tianyi's title of being the best in their age group and wanted to cause trouble for him. As a result, several of them were beaten by Tianyi. In normal outdoor combat courses, Tianyi kills his opponent instantly every time he strikes. Who wouldn't be afraid?
What else? Tianyi looked at them indifferently, then looked around, scanned the other students in the class, and warned, Kushina is my teacher's sister, which means she is my sister.
From now on, I will protect her. If I find out who dares to bully her or laugh at her, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes. The boys and some of the classmates nodded in agreement, and their eyes towards Kushina changed. There is awe and curiosity. Instead, the girls looked at Kushina with some hostility and distance. Because Tianyi is so handsome and outstanding, they all like Tianyi. Tianyi said that this was his sister, but she was not his biological sister, and they were not related at all. Who knew if she was his lover's sister? This kind of person is the most powerful enemy competing with them for Tianyi-jun, okay? Tianyi naturally noticed this as well, but he didn't say anything further. Because he knew he couldn't change that. Anyway, just make sure no one bullies Kushina. As for Kushina being isolated by the girls in the class? There is no other way. Tianyi, please go back to your seat. At this time, the head teacher on the podium pretended to be angry and scolded. But everyone could hear that he had no real intention of scolding Tianyi. Absolute partiality. The head teacher can't do anything about it, not to mention Tianyi's identity and grades. The young lady next to her was sent by Lord Tsunade herself, and she was personally told that this was her sister and she must take good care of her. Kushina was ridiculed just now. If Tianyi didn't stand up, he would have spoken out to stop it. Now that Tianyi has stood up to defend Kushina, the effect is even better than that of him as the class teacher. After all, he couldn't stay in the class all the time to protect Kushina, and it was even more impossible for him to attack students just because their classmates mocked Kushina. But Tianyi can. After hearing this, Tianyi naturally returned to her seat and winked at Kushina, who was looking at her with admiration on the podium. Kushina's pretty face suddenly turned red for me. This made the female classmates who saw their interaction look at Kushina with even more envy and jealousy. Damn, a judge. Current charge. Okay, classmate Shi, please find a seat and sit down, class is about to start. At this time, the head teacher said to Kushina. Good. Kushina nodded quickly, then walked straight towards Tianyi. Finally, he sat directly on the empty seat to the right of Tianyi, smiled happily at Tianyi, and whispered, "Thank you, brother Tianyi." "Haha. You're welcome, it's my pleasure." Tianyi smiled and nodded, pointing at Minato and the others and introducing them to her. "Let me introduce you. This is Namikaze Minato. This is Nara Shikaku. Yamanaka Hai-yi. Akamichi Choza. They are all my good friends, you can get to know each other." "Hello. Kushina smiled and waved slightly to greet them. "Hello." Minato and the others responded with a smile. Among them, Minato looked at Kushina twice. But when he saw Kushina approaching Tieni intimately and whispering something to him, he was slightly startled, understood something, and immediately withdrew his gaze, suppressing the strange thought that had just arisen in his mind. He did like Kushina's red hair a little, but since the girl liked Tieni and there seemed to be something wrong between them, he couldn't have such thoughts. Tieni is his best friend and benefactor of his preaching. He cannot let Tieni down because of a woman. This is betrayal. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? He believes that he will be able to find other girls he likes in the future. Tieni sensed Minato's change in expression at that moment and smiled knowingly. "I thought. Minato is still a good brother. He knows that you can't steal your brother's woman. In this case, he will definitely arrange a good marriage for Minato in the future." The next day, Tieni used his original form to accompany Kushina to attend classes at school. Of course, even if this so his original body was not idle either, secretly practicing the chakra Joshin moving method or the Sharingan eye-opening method, or reading the sealed book. "Let's go. I'll take you to the secret base where we practice every day." After school in the afternoon, Tieni smiled and extended his hand to Kushina to invite her. Kushina happily reached out and held Tieni's hand and walked out of the school. It took the two of them less than 10 minutes to reach the secret training base on the side of the Minami Kaga River, where they met Shikaku and others. At this time, Shikaku and the others had already removed their shadow clone at school, and naturally received the memories of today's school and knew of Kushina's existence. They all stopped and raised their hands to greet Tieni and Kushina. "After that, I continued to practice. Everyone is working so hard." Kushina saw it and couldn't help but speak, "Yes." Tieni nodded affirmatively. "Because everyone hopes to become stronger, so that when they need strength in the future, they will not be unable to protect themselves due to lack of strength." Friends and companions. Kushina was slightly stunned and a little touched, but not much. After all, nothing had happened in the Whirlpool country at that time, and she had been living a carefree life. She was still too young, so it was normal that she couldn't resonate with others. Tieni didn't care too much. He immediately began to practice with Kushina's company. "Because of Kushina, I have lost a lot of progress in my practice today, and I need to make up for it." Until the sky gradually darkened, Tien Yikai greeted and said, "All right. Let's stop here for today. Let's go to Sahai restaurant for a dinner to celebrate Kushina's enrollment."
Good. Agree. Minato, Shikaku and the others naturally had no objections, and Dingzuo couldn't help but raise his hand and cheer.
He wished he could go to Sahai restaurant for dinner every day. Where is the most delicious food? But this is not realistic. It's okay to have a meal together occasionally, but on weekdays they still have to go home and have dinner with their families. Soon, several people arrived at the Sahai restaurant. "Wow! So many people, business is booming." Kushina looked at the Sahai restaurant filled with people and couldn't help but exclaim. "Hey, not bad. This is a restaurant that Tienyi-jun opened with us. The recipes and ingredients were all provided by Tienyi-jun. However, the food here is still not as delicious as the one Tienyi made himself." After hearing this, Dingzuo couldn't help but show off and praise Kushina. Is that so?" Kushina looked at Tienyi in surprise after hearing this. "Brother Tienyi, are you so amazing? You can even cook so well?" However, when she thought of Tienyi's horrible performance when studying, she suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. Indeed, with Tienyi's comprehension, what would he not be able to learn? Haha, not bad, not bad. Let's go to our exclusive box." Tienyi smiled slightly and immediately took Kushina and the others to their exclusive box. The order was taken quickly and we started waiting. After a while, the restaurant manager, Nara Anzi, came in with the chef, nodded to Shikaku and the others, then came to Tienyi and said, "Tenichi-kun. Chef Tanaka has been feeling a little unwell lately, and is easily distracted. Didn't you learn medicine from Tsunade Wooden Golem for 10 periods of time? Won't you show me? Business has been so good recently that he has no time to go to the Konoha hospital." After hearing this, Tieni frowned slightly, looked at Chef Tanaka, waved at him, and motioned him to stretch out his hand. Then, while pinching the pulse of one of his hands to check, he asked, "When did it start? What are the symptoms?" "It started yesterday. I was fine when I got home from get off work the night before yesterday, but it was like this when I woke up the next day. Except for feeling listless, easily distracted, and easily tired, there are no other problems." Tieni nodded slightly after hearing this. He had found out something through the pulse. Then, he used chakra and mental power to check Chef Tanaka's body and head. It was eventually determined that Chef Tanaka was fine physically, but the problem was with his brain. His brain had been tampered with and his memory had been forcibly read. Fortunately, the person who did it seemed to have some reservations and tried to hide it, so he was not too violent. It just caused some damage to Chef Tanaka's mental strength. This is also the fundamental reason why Tanaka feels listless, easily distracted, and easily tired. It seems that someone has set his sights on my recipe. This kind of means is not available to ordinary people. So professional, Danzo, or the third generation? Or a conspiracy between the two? Or someone from another ninja clan? Tieni couldn't be sure for a moment. But Danzo and third generation are the most likely suspects. To determine who it is, we need to see who will open a restaurant using the stolen recipes later. Tian Yi thought to himself. Fortunately, no one else knew the recipe except him. Therefore, it is a blessing in disguise that most of the signature dishes will not be completely copied. Unfortunately, the sealing technique I learned from Grandma Mito is too yin. If we had set a corresponding security seal in Chef Tanaka's mind a month earlier, this problem wouldn't have occurred. Tieni thought with some annoyance. How about it? Chef Tanaka, Shikaku and others saw that Tieni frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Shikaku realized something was wrong and couldn't help asking. Nothing, Tieni shook his head and said to Chef Tanaka. It's just that he's overworked and his spirit has been damaged. I'll treat you. You can go home and have a good night's rest and you'll be fine. As he said that, Tieni stood up and asked Chef Tanaka to sit down. He put his hand on his head, and a light green healing light emanated from his hand. After stimulating his brain and healing the mental damage, he withdrew his hand. In other words, the loss is very small, otherwise it would not be that simple. In fact, for a ninja, this amount of damage can almost be healed by itself. But Chef Tanaka is just an ordinary man, almost 40 years old, and his mental recovery ability is far inferior to that of a ninja, so this is the case. Okay, it's okay. Go and do your own thing. Try to assign things to other people today. Tieni waved his hand and warned. Yes, thank you, Master Tieni. Chef Tanaka immediately stood up and bowed to the sky in gratitude, then left. After he left the room, Nara walked over and closed the door, then looked at Tien and said, Tien-sensei, things shouldn't be as simple as you said just now, right? What's going on? After all, she was from the Nara family. How could she not notice the problem that a 5-year-old kid like Shikaku could notice? Yeah, there was definitely something wrong with me just now. Shikaku asked, nodding his head. It's nothing, actually. Tieni listened and narrowed his eyes and said, it's just that someone used mental probing methods to forcibly search his memory. The method is very professional. I think they are jealous of our business and want to steal the recipes and seasoning formulas.
What? Lu Ju and the others were all shocked when they heard this, so he succeeded by being surprised. Then what should we do?
Don't worry. Tieni saw everyone's nervousness and resentment, smiled and waved his hand, saying, you all know that the recipe is not the key, the ingredients are the most important. For some common dishes that don't require special ingredients, an experienced cook can actually figure out the recipe after eating it twice. So, we have an impact on this matter, but not as big as you think. In the future, the supply method and daily quantity of ingredients will need to be changed. This is to prevent the other party from being unable to steal the ingredient formula and instead stealing a large amount of ingredients. Now, we just have to wait for them to open a store using our recipes. Then we'll know who is behind this. Therefore, at this point, he looked at Nara Anzi and said, In the next period of time, I'll have to trouble Sister Anzi to allocate some of your experience and have people pay attention to the situation of restaurants on several commercial streets in Konoha. Report to me any news in time, but once you've confirmed the store, don't investigate further. Leave the rest to me. At present, his spiritual perception range has been increased to 600 meters. As long as he had the corresponding address, it would be much easier for him to figure out the person behind it. If it is really Danzo or third generation, then if Nara investigates further, she may be in danger. TNE still thinks Danzo is the most likely candidate. Even if the third generation is involved behind the scenes, given the third generation style of doing things, they will definitely hide behind the scenes and not get involved, leaving it to Danzo to handle. Otherwise, how can we say that Danzo is his official idol? He is a professional at passing the buck. Okay, leave it to me, I'll send someone to keep an eye on it. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise, I will make him pay, hee. Nara Kyoko nodded, then clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. You know, she also has the right to share in the dividends of this restaurant. Isn't stealing recipes and ingredients and opening a shop just stealing her money? She finally found a job that was safe, easy and profitable. Was it easy for her? The person behind this will not have a good death. Well, that's it, TNE nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he can also use his wishes to lock on to the target. But TNE was reluctant to waste his wishes on such things. However, once he identified the person behind the incident, he wouldn't mind using a wish or two to take revenge on the other party. If I can't kill him, I'll make him sick to death, humph. The next morning, as usual, TNE separated several shadow clones and sent them to various destinations. However, today he temporarily sent a shadow clone to the secret training base. The original body walked towards the Senju tribe. Because, the shadow clone who went there yesterday passed back Uzumaki Mito's words, asking him to go there in person today, as Uzumaki Mito had something important to discuss with him. Naturally, nature will not refuse. Soon, he arrived at the yard of Uzumaki Mito's house, knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, he pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Uzumaki Mito in the pavilion in the front yard, but not Kushina's shadow clone, he quickly walked over to greet her. Grandma Mito, good morning. It's early in the morning, come and sit down. Uzumaki Mito also smiled kindly and nodded, good. TNE walked forward naturally, sat down in the empty seat opposite Uzumaki Mito, looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked doubtfully, Grandma Mito, what is the matter that you asked me to come here today? This is what happened. Uzumaki Mito did not ramble on and immediately recounted to Tien the general process of his conversation and confrontation with the third generation the day before yesterday. Hearing this, Tieni frowned. He didn't expect that something like this would happen the day before yesterday. The third generation and Uzumaki Mito actually had such a fierce confrontation. This can be considered a falling out. However, he could understand why the third generation reacted so strongly. These two bastards have always hoped to take the next generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki into their own hands. Now, Uzumaki Mito seems to want to treat Kushina as his future daughter-in-law, and he himself is an Uchiha. It would be strange if they could sit still. Now, the third generation is probably on high alert and on guard against me. The good impression I had from before is probably useless now. Tien Yi thought to himself. Of course, he didn't particularly care. Anyway, it's better to have Uzumaki Mito as a backer, right? In this case, we must develop a life potion as soon as possible to extend Grandma Mito's life. Or, create a confidential spiritual seal as soon as possible, and then teach her some traditional Huxia martial arts or chakra movement techniques to extend her life? Tieni thought again. After all, Uzumaki Mito had confronted the third generation directly in order to bring him and Kushina together. Even though she did this out of consideration for Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina and the Senju clan, it could not conceal her recognition and help for Tieni. With Uzumaki Mito's support, his subsequent Uchiha Interest Alliance plan and even future Hokage plan will be much simpler. This is a favor. In addition, she had taught him the sealing technique without hesitation or reservation. It is also a great favor. Tianyi is not an ungrateful person. Naturally, I want to give something back. Besides, this will also be beneficial to your future. Then it's decided. Learn some spiritual confidentiality contract seals from Grandma Mito as soon as possible. Then, make a wish for enlightenment and create a strong enough spiritual confidentiality contract seal. Tianyi made up his mind. In this way, there is no need to worry about these skills of yours being leaked out. Of course, all aspects of Huxia martial arts will not be taught all at once. The chakra moving method will not teach the version of their own practice, but the secondary version created at that time.
To be honest, apart from him, there are probably few people who can learn the perfect version of chakra movement method.
Too complicated and too difficult. What do you think after listening to this? Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, looked at Tianyi and asked seriously. Tianyi listened and said to Kaido, I am honored to be recognized by you, Grandma Mito. This is a win-win situation. I have no objection, you have handled it very well. Just do as you say, thank you for your maintenance. With you as my big supporter, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Also, I will take good care of Kushina, Tsunade-sensei, and Nawaki-ni. Since Uzumaki Mito could do this for him, he naturally could not be ungrateful. Very good. You are indeed a good boy. Uzumaki Mito saw Tianyi's serious expression and sensed his sincerity. The kind smile on his face became even more intense. He reached out and touched Tianyi's little head and said, I will rely on you a lot in the future. Tsunade, Kushina and Nawaki are far inferior to you in every aspect. I cannot trust them. I will try to hold on for a few more years, train you as much as possible, and protect you. I hope you can grow up quickly, of course, don't push yourself too hard. Your talent far exceeds my expectations, there is definitely enough time. Tianyi was also somewhat moved when he saw Uzumaki Mito's cautious look, who wanted to grow up as quickly as possible, stand on his own, and be able to protect Tsunade and the others from wind and rain, but was also worried about pushing him too much. Immediately, he nodded and said, I will. Besides, I actually know a little about your physical condition. Tsunade-sensei also discussed with me a few days ago how to make up for your lost vitality and extend your lifespan. 0. Please give me flowers, I have already made some progress in this regard. Give us a year or so, and we should be able to develop a life potion that can replenish your vitality. At this point, Tianyi paused, temporarily ignoring Uzumaki Mito's surprised look, and continued. In addition, I have some other methods that may also extend your life. But it's almost I need you to teach me some spiritual and confidentiality sealing techniques as soon as possible. I'll give you a surprise then, okay? Oh? Uzumaki Mito was even more surprised and curious. She could tell that Tianyi had a secret, but she didn't ask any more questions. Immediately, he smiled softly and nodded. Of course it's not a problem. I didn't expect you to notice my health problems and consider prolonging my life for me? It's hard for you. In fact, it's enough to not extend my life. I've lived long enough. I don't have a big obsession with this, but I just can't let go of you good kids. I just can't let go of Senju and Konoha. Tianyi heard this and shook his head, saying, it is very important for us that you can live longer. In the future, we will have many things that require your support. So please don't refuse. This is also a token of my and teacher Tsunade's love. Just kidding, if I can always have Uzumaki Mito as my backer, why would I choose to be a temporary backer experience card for Baba for a few years? Isn't this just pure sickness? 0 anyway. Whether it is the life potion or the chakra circulation method, it will be studied and taught to her sooner or later. Since you've said that, I won't say anything more, Grandma. Just remember not to push yourself too hard. Remember, you are only a 5-year-old child, don't take on too much. Now you still have Grandma to support you. Also, you have to be careful in the so-called education classes of 3rd generation every week. At the same time, help Kushina and don't let him brainwash you. Do you understand? Uzumaki Mito expressed his concern and admonition earnestly. Yes, I will. Tieni smiled and nodded. Okay. I won't say any more words to you, old lady. You're a smart child. Since you need the sealing technique for the spirit and confidentiality contract, I will teach you now. Having said that, Uzumaki Mito immediately began to teach Tieni the advanced sealing technique he needed. Tieni also began to study seriously and eagerly. In a flash, another 3 days passed. That day, after school, Kushina asked Tieni's shadow clone at school to take him to the place where Tieni and his friends were training. He complained to Tieni, "Brother Tieni, I don't want to go there anymore. I have finished my study and classes, can I also come over to practice with you guys?" Huh? Why? Did someone bully you? Tieni frowned when he heard it, then looked at Shadow Clone who was going to school. The Shadow Clone spread his hands and released himself. Then, Tieni quickly found out what was going on. Somewhat helplessly, he reached out and touched Kushina's little head and said, "So you're isolated. This is really not easy to solve. How about I ask Sister Makoto to take good care of you at school?" What can he do about isolation? You can't just beat up those goddesses and force them to accept Kushina, right? How outrageous must he be to do such a thing? Makoto-san, who is that? Kushina's eyes lit up when he heard this, then he suddenly felt alert and asked. Then, she was also slightly stunned, thinking, "What's wrong with me? Am I in love with Brother Shangtian?" Thinking of this, her cheeks turned slightly red and she stole a glance at the sky. Just as she met Tieni's gaze, she quickly lowered her head and her cheeks became even redder. Tieni vaguely guessed something and felt a little funny. He is so young and already knows all this, and he is even jealous. I really don't know what to say. But children in the ninja world are generally precocious. Tieni immediately said, "Makoto is my sister, we have had a very good relationship since we were young. She is also currently attending school, but she is 3 years older than us, and she also uses Shadow Clone. Of course, if you plan to go to school as Shadow Clone, you don't have to bother her. But our training is very hard, are you sure you can stick with it? If Kushina comes, Yin won't let her play here, he would definitely urge her to practice well. I guess by then she will see that everyone is practicing seriously and she will feel embarrassed to play around. I'm not afraid of hardship, that's it," Kushina decided directly with gritted teeth. Then, he added, "Also, I don't need you to introduce your sister to me." Tieni asked doubtfully, "Is it still necessary?" "Certainly," Kushina nodded affirmatively and said, "Even if I go to school as a Shadow Clone in the future, I still have to have friends of the same S**X at school. Otherwise, wouldn't you be laughed at to death by those hateful guys in class? Die of pride?" "I absolutely don't want to, of course." Kushina wouldn't say that she cared more about Uchiha Makoto herself. She sensed a strong sense of crisis from her childhood sweetheart Tieni, and wanted to break off contact with him and get to know her opponent better first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Tieni found it a little funny. What a strange desire to win. Okay, I agree. I'll tell her when I get back later, tomorrow, she will come to class to look for you. And then you just need to get along well with each other. Sister Makoto is a very nice person. That's right. At this point, Tieni suddenly thought of something and clapped his hands, saying, "Since you are going to train with us, I might as well ask Sister Makoto to come here and practice with us in the future. When the time comes, I will be able to guide you all. Before, there were only boys here, and they were all from our class, so I didn't call her. Now that you're here, it would be better to ask her to come along, don't you think?" He was worried that he didn't have enough time to interact with Makoto every day, and it was not convenient to develop feelings with him. Now it's done. Perfect, of course. Tieni actually had some little thoughts, which was to let Makoto and Kushina interact and spend more time together, so as to facilitate harmony in his backyard in the future. He never planned to have only Makoto or Kushina. Is that so? All right. Kushina didn't know what to say after hearing this. This seems good, right? If this place is full of boys, it would not be very friendly to her. Then let's go. Tieni listened, smiled and nodded. Immediately continue practicing. Kushina watched from the side and did not join in today. After returning home and having dinner in the evening of April 17th, Tieni went to Makoto's house to find her and explained Kushina's situation to her, and invited Makoto to join their training camp. Is that so? Makoto listened, nodded and said with a smile. I understand, it's all right. Tomorrow I will ask my shadow clone to go to your class to look for Kushina's sister. If I were to do that, I would meet up with you at your house tomorrow morning, and then go to your secret training base together. At this time, Makoto was also feeling a little uneasy. He was somewhat curious about the sudden appearance of Kushina, but also somewhat wary. She would never admit that after these few months of getting along, she had completely fallen in love with Tieni, the handsome brother who was 3 years younger than her. It's settled then, thank you, Sister Makoto, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow morning. Tieni had no idea what Makoto was thinking at the moment, and when he saw that she agreed, he said happily. Makoto nodded. Then I'll be leaving first, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Immediately, Tieni said goodbye to Makoto and went home. On the way, he thought to himself, Sister Makoto and Kushina have joined the training team. 5 days later, in Tieni's bedroom, Tieni was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this time. I make a wish, consuming 20 wishes to maximize my understanding in the next 5 minutes. The next moment, he felt as if his brain's senses were magnified countless times, his thinking became extremely sharp, and he directly entered a state of enlightenment, and countless inspirations began to burst out. He immediately focused his thoughts on the sealing technique. He began to try the sealing technique, especially the spiritual and confidentiality contract sealing technique that he had learned from Uzumaki Mito a few days ago. Based on these sealing techniques, combined with other sealing technique knowledge and information, and then combined with the illusions learned from the clan library and the ideas created by oneself, they are deduced and created. Soon, a new spiritual confidentiality contract seal began to take shape. As time passed, this new seal was rapidly deduced and perfected by Tieni. As the 5 minutes were about to expire, Tieni finally completed the final push and successfully created the spiritual contract seal. The next moment, he came out of his epiphany. Phew, it's finally done. With this seal, I can let go a little and increase my investment in Makoto's sister, Minato, and Grandma Buffalo. Looking back at the extremely complex composition information of the spiritual contract seal in his mind, Tien thought happily. This sealing technique was 100 times more complicated than the most complicated advanced sealing technique that Uzumaki Mito had taught him. Its confidentiality and anti-cracking capabilities are hundreds of times stronger than the strongest security seal taught by Uzumaki Mito. With this, unless the level of mental strength and sealing technique exceeds the sky by 100 times, it is absolutely impossible to break the sealing technique. Tienyi's current mental strength is no less than cage level. Even Uzumaki Mito doesn't dare to say that his mental strength is more than 100 times that of Tienyi. 10 times is the maximum. It is very likely that it is not even 10 times, probably only 3 to 5 times. Not to mention others. At the same time, there is a hidden effect, that is, the person who signs the contract cannot do anything that harms Tienyi, otherwise, Tienyi will sense it at the first time and retaliate through the contract. The greater the harm to Tienyi, the more serious the backlash will be. Let me first construct a core spiritual contract seal in my own sea of consciousness. Only in this way, it would become much easier for me to cast this sealing technique on other people later. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to construct such a complicated sealing technique. In addition, as long as he constructs the core spiritual contract seal in his sea of consciousness, anyone who signs this contract with him in the future will have a sub-seal in their mind. Tienyi can sense the complete status of these sub-seals in real time. Can sense whether anyone is trying to break the seal. Can serve as an early warning. If you want to do it, just do it. Tienyi immediately concentrated on building it. The whole process took him more than an hour to complete. It's too much of a brain-teaser to build this without the blessing of enlightenment. Sure enough, my talent for understanding is not enough. Unfortunately, the wish talent can only accumulate one wish per day. After deducting the consumption, I only have more than 240 wishes in this period of time. It is far from enough. Tien complained with a tired look on his face while thinking thoughtfully. Fortunately, the accumulation of luck is about to reach the standard and the talent is about to be upgraded. I have a headache. I may have overused my brain, let's take a rest first. Thinking of this, Yin Yi fell directly onto the couch and fell asleep. The next morning, after morning exercise, the family sat down to eat together again. Congratulations, Dad, for breaking through the Ming Jin level. That's great. I can also teach you the subsequent Huxia martial arts training methods. Big brother and mother, the same goes for you. Tien said to the three people while eating breakfast. Before this, Tianyi had sensed the surrounding area, even underground, and confirmed that there was no white Zetsu nearby for the time being. The three of them were stunned when they heard this?
Uchiha Nobuhiko said. Didn't you have any concerns before? Why don't you have any now?
Tianyi shrugged and said, before, it was because I didn't make sure you could keep the secret for me. It's not that I don't trust you, but the ninja world has too many ways to get the information they want from your brain. A few days ago, the chef at Sea High restaurant had his memory read by someone, and my recipe was stolen. The chef had no idea. He just felt mentally damaged and couldn't concentrate. That's when he reported it to me, and I found out about it. What? Uchiha Nobuhiko frowned and said, your recipe was stolen. Wouldn't that affect your restaurant's business? Do you know who did it? Yes. Fugaku and Uchiha Zenmei also echoed. Seeing their concerned expressions, Tianyi felt warm in his heart and shook his head, saying, I don't know yet, but I have asked Nara Shinzi to keep an eye on the situation of the village restaurant. I believe there will be results soon. Since the other party stole the recipe, he must be aiming to open a shop and make money. It's impossible to steal something that you don't use. As long as I use it, I will know it soon. Afterwards, it will be much easier to follow the clues and find the person behind the scenes. As for the impact on my restaurant's business, of course it will affect my business a little bit. But not too much, because most main dishes require special seasonings in addition to recipes. I don't teach restaurant chefs seasoning recipes. I prepare the seasonings regularly, but they don't know about it and just use the ready-made seasonings. Uchiha Nobuhiko and the other two breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Shinyen nodded and said, that's good. If necessary, I can ask the security department to help investigate. Don't be polite to me. It's not like I didn't do anything during this time. At present, I have won over the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder, and persuaded them to support my reform of the security department and the family welfare contribution system and clan studies. It is estimated that in a few months, the welfare contribution system will be the first to complete the reform. Then there is the clan school, and finally maybe the security department. However, it would be best to wait until you and Tsunade's research yields results and the plaque pharmaceutical company is established. With the attraction of those benefits, not only will our prestige within the clan soar, but it will also be much easier to implement subsequent reforms. After all, it's all about profit, is that so? Tianyi listened and nodded in understanding. The first medicine will take at least 3 to 5 months, don't be too anxious, there is still time. No more words, just sign the contract first. Use your mental power to touch the core of the contract, then let go of your mind and agree. As he spoke, Tianyi's mind moved, and 3 mysterious spiritual contract runes condensed from his brows, and he sent them to the 3 people respectively. This thing is so complicated. Xin Yan and the other 2 stared blankly at the spiritual contract rune in front of them. They felt dizzy and quickly retracted their gazes, not daring to continue to look at it seriously. Then, without hesitation, they all extended their mental power to merge into the core of the mental contract rune in front of them, and at the same time opened their minds to Tianyi. Buzz! The next moment, the 3 contract runes shook slightly, emitting a soft light, and then turned into streams of light that instantly sank into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the 3 people. Landed steadily in the center of their sea of consciousness. In addition, countless sealing runes emanated from their sea of consciousness and poured into their brains, covering the surface of their brains before quickly disappearing. Looking at the three people with their eyes closed, Tianyi raised his hand and tapped their brows without waiting for them to open their eyes. Directly introduce all the contents of the national martial arts that can be cultivated to the level of divine power, Sharingan eye-opening method, and 3 Magatama. The Sharingan practice method, Tianyi chakra refining technique, and secondary chakra circulation method were all taught to them. After this information sank into their sea of consciousness, it directly sank into the contract rune in the center of their sea of consciousness, and then was obtained by them. In this way, even if someone wants to explore these practices by reading memories, it would be impossible to gain anything. They couldn't even get any secrets that Tianyi wanted to keep secret from the minds or mouths of those who had made a contract with Tianyi. I think there will be backlash. Obviously, this spiritual contract seal is far from that simple. Yes, after all, Tianyi spent 20 wishes to create it, combining so many sealing techniques, illusion techniques, meditation techniques, etc. It would be strange if it was simple, right? Feeling the huge amount of information suddenly flooding into their minds, Uchiha Nobuhiko and the other two, who were about to open their eyes, had to continue to digest this information carefully. After a while, the three of them opened their eyes one after another, and the first thing they did was look at Tianyi with amazement. You have actually already completely perfected the national martial arts system? He even created the 3 Tomoe Sharingan practice method, the heavenly chakra movement method? Especially this chakra circulation movement method, which can actually open up the tendons and meridians through practice and open up the dantian acupoints to accumulate and improve the quality and quantity of chakra. How is this possible? Nobuhiko said with a look of disbelief. As we all know, chakra is available for immediate use and cannot be accumulated or improved through practice. Normal chakra refining practice can increase the amount of chakra, but that is because the body's potential has not been fully tapped. Generally speaking, once a ninja reaches adulthood and fully taps into the chakra potential of his body, it will be basically difficult to increase his chakra amount. The upper limit of this thing is basically fixed, and it can only decrease with physical damage and aging, and it is basically impossible to increase it. Unless you can fuse and create a bloodline limit, or you have the potential of a bloodline limit and awaken it, which can greatly enhance your physical potential. Continue to tap your potential. Of course, the body's potential can be improved by transplanting bloodline limits, thereby increasing the upper limit of chakra. But let's not talk about the dangers. In addition, practicing magic should also gradually increase potential and raise the upper limit of chakra amount. But now Tianyi has provided a new path. Just by practicing daily, you can accumulate the chakra that you can draw out every day. This method is simply horrible. Hiss. No wonder your chakra volume has increased so fast recently. It's almost Genin level chakra, right? Is it because of this technique? What on earth is wrong with your brain? How could you create such a heaven-defying technique? Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at Tendo in amazement. He thought he had seen through Tianyi's evilness in the past. Now it seems that this kid has concealed most of his abilities. Hey. Tianyi heard this and Li Xin smiled. It's okay. You must practice these techniques well, among them, practicing Huxia martial arts and chakra Joshin moving method to a certain level can not only improve strength, but can even regulate the body and prolong life. Also, I suggest that you all start practicing the Sharingan eye-opening technique from the beginning. Because, you all rely on stimulation to open your Sharingan, this method of opening your eyes is imperfect. This imperfection is not only reflected in the extreme impact on your mental power, but also in the incomplete development and excavation of the Uchiha bloodline. Practicing this can make up for this defect. At the same time, we will refine and purify your mental strength, eliminate the mental bias caused by the stimulation of eye-opening, and eliminate the influence of negative emotions. Do you understand? Tianyi had not considered this before. It was only after he continued to practice and examined Makoto's body several times that he discovered this. Uchiha Nobuhiko was stunned when he heard this. Does the eye-opening method have this effect? If I had known this the last time you taught me this, I would have started practicing it. Fugaku, who was standing by, heard this and said with a look of resentment. It seems like you already knew it, Dad. So I'm the only one in the family who didn't know anything. He felt completely out of favor. Is there still a place for him in this family? Haha. Not really. Before anyone else could speak, Uchiha Zenmei smiled and touched Fugaku's head to comfort him. Considering the danger of the technique being leaked, Tenichi only taught your father the eye-opening technique and the Tenichi chakra refining technique. Mom only knows about this thing, but she hasn't been taught yet. You also obtained the Tieni chakra refining technique and Ming Jin cultivation technique before, didn't you? We are not targeting you, don't think too much. Is that so? Fugaku felt much better after hearing this, and he smiled again, gave Tieni a thumbs up and said, Brother, you are really awesome. To be able to create so many heaven-defying techniques. Now, with these skills, I will definitely continue to become stronger in the future. It is not impossible for me to surpass the third Hokage or even Uchiha Madara in the future, hehe. Tieni was speechless after hearing this. I am a big brother, I am a little bit inflated. As long as you are happy. Tieni shook his head and said to Uchiha Fugaku, Father, next, you can first select some tribesmen in the tribe who you think you can absolutely trust, and bring them to see me secretly. I will plant the contract runes for them, and then teach them these things. Let them become stronger faster. In this way, we can quickly increase the strength of our department, and then complete the internal reform and increase the number of districts. Now that we have a spiritual contract sealed to ensure information security, we can let go and speed up the plan. Okay. Let's do as you say. Anyway, this contract can keep your secrets and ensure that they don't do anything to harm you. I can rest assured. However, since we have this spiritual contract to ensure your safety, how about I secretly have all the tribesmen sign contracts with you in batches later? In this way, wouldn't it be possible to quickly unify the voices and hearts of the tribe and quickly help us complete internal reforms? Uchiha Nobuhiko agreed, his eyes lit up and he thought further. Don't rush, Tieni shook his head and said, not to mention signing a contract, at least the other party needs to be at ease. Even if they sign a contract, it can only ensure that they will not disclose my secrets and do things that harm my interests. But this does not mean that they will be of one mind with us and obey all our plans. Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's do it step by step. First, sign contracts with those who are loyal to you. Teach them some training methods, and improve the strength of our faction. Once we have completed this step, we will be able to use our absolute strength to subdue other factions and truly unify the factions and voices within the clan. This kind of thing can't be rushed. That's right, I was wrong. Uchiha Nobuhiko finally reacted and nodded in understanding. Then let's do as you say. That's right, at this time, Tieni said. Next, I am going to make a contract with Minato, Shikaku, Uzumaki Kushina, my teacher Tsunade and Mito-sama. And teach them Huxia martial arts, Tieni chakra refining technique, spiritual meditation method, and chakra movement method. Then, without waiting for Nobuhiko and the others to speak in surprise, he told them again about the agreement that Uzumaki Mito had reached with the third generation a few days ago, as well as their spending and appreciation for him. Uchiha Nobuhiko gasped when he heard this. Such a big thing actually happened a few days ago? Oh, right, now I remember, there was something unusual that day. Someone from the security team reported to me that there were unusual celestial phenomena in the Senju tribe's territory. After a while, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky over there. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now it seems that it was at that time that Mito-sama and the third generation came into conflict, right? Tieni nodded affirmatively, it should be. Tisk tisk. Uchiha Nobuhiko stroked his chin, smacked his lips, and said with a gloating look on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen is only in today. This time he is in big trouble, right? That's Uzumaki Mito. He's really brave. However, from what you said, we can infer that the Senju elite were all killed in one day, and it was indeed harmed by the third generation and Danzo. Then he seems to have always been very brave. You deserve it, you know. If it weren't for the full support of Lord Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have been able to hold the position of Hokage. After all, he was only appointed by second generation in times of crisis. The point is, they are the Hokage's guards, and they went out with the second generation. As a result, the Hokage died while covering their retreat, but these guards came back alive. Isn't this just protecting loneliness? The responsibilities are completely reversed. Are you sure that this Hokage guard won't be a hindrance? At this time, not only do they not get any credit, but they are also responsible for not protecting the second generation and causing their death. If it weren't for Master Mito, they would even be held accountable, let alone take over as Hokage and take control of Konoha. That's why the Uchiha radicals chose the coup in the first place. The Tne and Fugaku raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Apparently it was the first time they heard about the severity of the coup. So, the coup was suppressed by Lord Mito. Fugaku couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid there's more than that. Without waiting for Nobuhiko to answer, Tne shook his head and said, it is probably the result of the resistance of most of the ninja clans in the village led by Mito, right? As he said that, Enichi looked at Uchiha Nobuhiko. That's right. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded helplessly. From this we can see how much prestige and influence Mito-sama and Senju had in the village at that time, and how unpopular Uchiha was in the village. It was because of this realization that I took the initiative to cooperate in suppressing the radical faction that participated in the coup, led by elder Uchiha Setsuna, and imprisoned them in Konoha prison. Well, not all of them were imprisoned. A considerable number were sent directly to the battlefield to make amends for their crimes. However, in the end, few of these people came back alive.
All died in battle. This brought the coup to an end.
Well, at least that's the case on the surface. But secretly, over the years, Uchiha has been suppressed and targeted by the third generation. Even the other ninja clans became more distant from the Uchiha. Originally, Uchiha Nobuhiko didn't know how to change Uchiha's dire situation. As a result, Tne finally got the idea and continued to surprise him. He saw hope for Uchiha's change and rise again. Especially this time, Tne actually asked Lord Mito to personally stand up for him and become his backer, turning against the third generation. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Nobuhiko almost jumped up and cheered with excitement. Even though Uzumaki Mito doesn't have many years left to live, with her support over the past few years, Tne will be able to grow faster and safer. Uchiha can also take this opportunity to develop well in the next few years. I believe that when Uzumaki Mito dies, Uchiha will have the confidence to fight against the third generation. Son, seize the opportunity. While Lady Mito can still hold on for a few more years, work hard to absorb nutrients from her and grow up. We don't have much time left. I, the father, will also solve the problems within the clan as soon as possible. Uchiha Nobuhiko warned Tne seriously. Then, he looked at Fugaku and said, Fugaku, you have to work harder next time. With the skills your brother gave you, your aptitude is no longer the key to limiting your growth. You are the eldest brother, you can't let your younger brother take on everything. You have to stand up for yourself, too. Do you understand? Yes, father. Fugaku listened and became serious, and promised, I will work hard. This family really still needs him. Hehe, Dad, do you also know about Mito-sama's lifespan? Tne looked at Uchiha Nobuhiko with some surprise. The Uchiha Nobuhiko curled his lips and said, who among the great ninjas in Konoha doesn't know about this? Just from the fact that she asked the third generation to bring back your girlfriend named Uzumaki Kushina to teach her, we can guess something. This is obviously to prepare for the transfer of 9 tails and the training of reserve Jinchuriki. From what we know, if a tailed beast is transferred, the previous Jinchuriki will die. This isn't something that's hard to guess. This may be one of the reasons why third generation is willing to compromise and swallow its anger during this conflict. Anyway, it's just a few more years of frustration. Just wait for Uzumaki Mito to settle the accounts. Well, the key is to be afraid of being beaten to death by Uzumaki Mito. Oh, then the third generation might be disappointed? Tieni heard this and smiled sarcastically. After hearing this, Uchiha, Nobuhiko and the other two looked at Tieni curiously. Nobuhiko asked, "Why? Is there something else going on here that I'm not aware of?" "Because I have a way to extend Master Mito's life." Tieni smiled at Kaido. Extend life? Uchiha Nobuhiko was startled at first, then he thought of something and said with wide eyes, "Are you talking about Uchiha martial arts and chakra Joshin moving method? Is it in time?" He had actually forgotten that these two skills could prolong life. No wonder Tieni wanted to pass these on to Mito Uzumaki. It turns out it's not just to repay Uzumaki Mito. This is really great, well done, it's definitely in time. Tieni nodded affirmatively. You have already understood the power, so you should know that the stronger the physical foundation, the stronger the control over the body and the stronger the mental power, which are all of great help in assisting the cultivation of the state of hardship. Mr. Mito's physique, mental strength, and control over his body are definitely stronger than yours, Dad. In the remaining few years, I will definitely be able to practice Uchiha martial arts to a very high level, thereby prolonging my life. Not to mention the chakra movement method which can further extend your life. Also, Tien paused for a moment and continued. Master Tsunade and I are planning to start research on life medicine at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. The life potion can make up for the lack of vitality in the human body, and extend the life of the person in disguise. This has a miraculous effect on people like Mito-sama who have had their lifespans greatly shortened due to the sealing and suppression of the tailed beasts and the loss of their vitality, as well as ninjas who have lost their vitality due to excessive chakra extraction. When it succeeds, you can use it, Father, Def. Uchiha Nobuhiko took a deep breath and looked at Tiandao. You are really well prepared. One said after another. I can imagine how desperate third generation and Danzo will be when they hope for Master Mito's death a few years later, only to find that Master Mito is getting younger and younger. But we can't relax either, we must take the opportunity to work hard to become stronger. By then, even if the third generation discovered the truth and wanted to turn the table against us and Master Mito, it would probably be too late. He was looking forward to the desperate expressions of the third generation. It must be very exciting, hehe. Yeah, I thought so too, Tieni smiled and nodded. I'm done eating, I'm going to practice first, hehe. At this time, Fugaku put down his bowl and chopsticks, got up impatiently and walked upstairs to the bedroom. Naturally, he listened to what Tieni and the others said, so he also wanted to become stronger and prove to Tieni that he was also a great big brother. Of course, now he is even more curious about these new techniques and wants to try them first. Go. After Mom finishes cleaning up, she will go to practice too. You all have worked so hard, I can't slack off, hehe. Uchiha Zenmei smiled and waved her hand. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, she stood up to clean up the dishes while smiling brightly. I'm going to the security department to select the first batch of contract personnel, Tieni. You go and teach Lady Mito the skills first, so that she can practice as soon as possible. Uchiha Nobuhiko also started his own path. He now hopes that Uzumaki Mito can live as long as possible. In the past, he wished that Yumizu would die sooner. Because, at that time, Uzumaki Mito was the backer of the third generation and the rival of Uchiha. But now it's different. Uzumaki Mito has become Tieni's backer. He is fully supporting and teaching Tieni, and naturally he is also Uchiha's backer. What else is there to say? Just support. It feels so damn good to turn your opponent's big backer into your own big backer. The only possibility is that the third generation was blinded by power. Otherwise, why would they go back to kill the Senju elite and become opponents of Uzumaki Mito? People, there must be some bottom line, FX. Tieni naturally had no objection and immediately separated 3 shadow clones and asked them to go to the hospital, school and secret training base respectively. He himself took some time and came to the courtyard where Uzumaki Mito was again. In the front yard pavilion, I saw Uzumaki Mito teaching Kushina the shadow clone sealing technique. Tieni is here? Where are you in person? What's the matter? Uzumaki Mito saw Tieni coming in, and while asking him to sit down opposite him, he asked in confusion. You can see through this? It seems that my shadow clone technique is not yet fully practiced? Tieni was slightly stunned when he heard this. Haha. Not really. Uzumaki Mito listened and smiled happily. Your shadow clone has cultivated to a very high level, I can't see through it. I can sense the difference between you and your shadow clone through Kagura's mind's eye. Although they are still you, your shadow clone has a different personality from you, and his ideas are also more unconventional. I see. After hearing this, Tieni suddenly realized. Kagura's mind eye? What a powerful innate ability, I envy you. There's no point in being envious. Uzumaki Mito listened and shook his head in amusement. This thing is innate in the blood and cannot be taught. But I think others should envy your talent and understanding. Compared to your talent and understanding, a mere Kagura's mind-eye talent is nothing. When it came to Uzumaki Mito, she used Kagura's heart eyes to exchange for enlightenment with the sky. Hey, that's right. Tieni touched the back of his head and smiled, and found that Kushina had been looking straight at him. He blinked at Kushina, making her blush and look away. He then looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, let's get down to business. I came here today because I have something I want to teach you and Kushina, Grandma Mito. Of course, Kushina himself is not here. I will teach you when I get to the secret training base. As he said this, he looked at Jung Na. Kushina nodded quickly. I'm fine with it, just make the arrangements as you see fit. Oh, Uzumaki Mito was a little curious and asked. What is it? Seeing you take it so seriously, it must be something serious. Indeed. Tieni nodded affirmatively. As for improving strength and prolonging life, before I teach you, I need you to sign a contract with me first. I created this contract based on the spiritual and confidentiality contract seals you taught me a few days ago, combined with meditation, illusion and more sealing techniques. After signing, you cannot reveal what I teach you. Even, you won't be able to do anything bad to me in the future. Otherwise, there will be a serious backlash. The more disadvantageous it is to me, the greater the backlash will be, up to and including death. At this point, Tien paused, and solemnly condensed a contract rune from his brows and sent it to Uzumaki Mito, and then said, so, whether the contract is signed or not, it is up to you. Whatever you choose, it's fine. If it doesn't work, I can still develop a life-saving potion. It's not as difficult as prolonging your life. Facing the calm Tieni, Uzumaki Mito showed a kind smile. Then, he looked at the contract rune in front of him and said, if that's the case, the contract is fine. I like your honesty. But, is this sealing technique really something you created these days? It's too profound. It's dozens of times more complicated and profound than the most complicated sealing technique I know. It's simply unbelievable. Just observing it carefully makes you feel dazzled, let alone cracking it. She was sure that she couldn't break the seal. In other words, no one in the entire ninja world could crack it. Unless the Sage of Six Paths regenerates, perhaps it will be possible. Hee, didn't I have an epiphany a few days ago? It just happened to create this spiritual contract seal. Tieni touched the back of his head and smiled knowingly. I don't believe you. Uzumaki Mito rolled his eyes at him. Can enlightenment be so accidental? It seems that I underestimated your understanding. Tell me, how should this contract be signed? Uzumaki Mito sighed and then asked seriously. Obviously, she was ready to sign the contract. There is nothing to hesitate about. Anyway, she already regarded Tieni as a relative she could rely on, so there was no possibility of doing anything bad to Tieni. At the same time, she was also very curious about what could make Tieni so cautious that he even deliberately created such a terrifying spiritual contract seal. Use your mental power to touch the core of this contract rune. Relax your mind and don't resist its entry. Tieni directly Kaido. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and immediately touched the core of the contract rune with his mental power, and relaxed his mind. The next moment, the contract rune glowed with a faint light, turned into a stream of light, sank into Uzumaki Mito's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, and landed steadily in the center of her sea of consciousness. Countless sealing spells spread, covering the surface of his brain, and then disappeared. Amazing! This spiritual contract rune, in addition to being extremely restrictive, can actually, on the other hand, greatly enhance the contractor's resistance to illusions. It even seems to have the effect of stabilizing the sea of consciousness and concentrating mental power. Xiao Tianyi, your attainments in this area have surpassed mine. Uzumaki Mito sensed the changes in his sea of consciousness and brain, and couldn't help but praise Tianyi. No, I'm still far from there, and I still need to continue learning from you. Tianyi waved his hand modestly and continued. Next, I will teach you something. As he spoke, Tianyi pointed at Uzumaki Mito's forehead, and a stream of light, under the influence of Tianyi's mental power, sank into Uzumaki Mito's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and entered the contract rune in his sea of consciousness. Then, Uzumaki Mito felt a large amount of information about the technique flooding into his mind. She digested it quickly. XX. The more she digested the information about these techniques, the more shocked she became. After a while, when she had completely digested this information, she looked at Tianyi in surprise. Did you create all of this? They are all heaven-defying cultivation methods. The physical body of traditional Huxia martial arts is extraordinary, and the energy of chakra moving method is extraordinary. It's not as simple as adding them together. She never thought that chakra could be accumulated and stored in this way. This is much more complete and powerful than her 100 healings mark. With this, there was no need to practice her 100 healings mark. I never thought that physical training could be done in this way and achieve such an effect. Compared with these techniques, the chakra training system and physical training in the past of the ninja world were completely unsystematic and not comparable at all. The key is that both of these practices can prolong life to a certain extent. In addition, the meditation method can actually constantly temper and enhance mental strength and even the soul. Equally terrifying. This gift is so precious, Tianyi. I don't know how to repay you. Uzumaki Mito smiled bitterly and shook his head. This favor is huge. If so, then Tianyi owed her a favor before, and now she owes Tianyi the favor. Don't think so much, Tianyi smiled and shook his head. I have decided to teach you, so just accept it. You taught me the sealing technique without hesitation and without reservation, and you stood up for me when I had a conflict with the third generation. Isn't that also a great favor? If we really start to argue with each other, it will turn into something else. In short, you and I both hope that both sides can get better and achieve a win-win situation. Under this premise, there is no need to be so fussy about giving back to each other. Next, you must practice these skills well to make up for the loss of vitality and extend your lifespan. The most important thing is that you can be our supporter for a longer period of time. Many things cannot be judged solely by benefits. Okay, you're right. Uzumaki Mito listened and didn't hesitate anymore. I will work hard to practice these, live as many years as possible, and protect you so that you can grow up smoothly. Also, don't leave in a hurry. I will teach you all the sealing techniques I know. Also, I will leave the inheritance of the Senju clan to you. How much you can learn is up to you. In fact, she had this plan last time. However, at that time, Tianyi was so concerned about the spirit and the confidentiality contract seal that he obviously couldn't take care of these things, so Uzumaki Mito was not in a hurry to give it to him. Hehe. That's great. Speaking of which, I'm very interested in the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god technique created by second generation. When Tianyi heard this, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands. Oh, Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised when he heard this. Flying thunder god technique? Since I said that all the inheritance of Senju will be passed on to you, this is naturally included. However, I must remind you that this ninjutsu requires sufficient spatial talent to learn. And if you want to use it well, you need a sufficient nerve reaction speed. You can try to learn it first, but if you don't have the talent for space, don't force it, and don't feel disappointed. She was afraid that Tianyi would get stuck in a rut and persist because he couldn't learn it, which would be bad. This is actually one of the common mistakes that geniuses often make. Even she had such an experience in her past. I understand. I brought it up because I have a talent for space. To be honest, I can easily sense the fluctuations and nodes of space. TNE smiled and nodded. Oh, Uzumaki Mito was very surprised. Is that so? It seems that you have a terrifying talent in space. I'm afraid it's even stronger than Tobarama. He didn't feel that way at first. I will pass on the inheritance to you right now. Try the Flying Thunder God technique first. If you can master it, your ability to survive and fight will be greatly improved in the future. Having said that, Uzumaki Mito could no longer sit still and stood up and walked towards the inner room. TNE and Kushina were left sitting there, staring into each other's eyes. Finally, it was Kushina who blushed and retreated first. She looked away and asked, "Brother TNE, what exactly did you teach Grandma?" She looked so surprised. TNE heard this, smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch her nose and said, "Don't worry, I will find your body contract later and teach you naturally. It's good stuff anyway. By the way, how is your sealing technique going?" Kushina didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, but rubbed his brows in annoyance and said, "You've learned well, right? I can't compare to you. I feel like I still have a long way to go before I can finish what I want to learn. This is much more difficult than what we learn in school." Fortunately, she has good talent, otherwise the two chatted for a few minutes. Uzumaki Mito came out holding a huge seal scroll and handed it directly to TNE. "Here. All the Senju inheritance in the family is here. You can take this home and study it slowly. You don't have to return it. I copied these recently, the original family still has them." Apparently, Uzumaki Mito was not lying when she said that she had long been prepared to pass on the Senju heritage to Tenichi. "But I'm really prepared." She didn't even tell TNE not to spread the news. Because, in her opinion, all these things combined are not as powerful as the magical skills that TNE just taught her. The spin-off is the spin-off. What's more, she felt that TNE was not the kind of person who would act recklessly. "Thank you, Grandma Mito." TNE quickly took the sealed scroll and thanked him. What a huge sealing scroll. It must be almost 2 meters long. How many things must be stuffed into it? Kushina exclaimed as he looked at the sealed scroll. After studying sealing techniques for a while, he naturally also learned space storage sealing, and had a clear understanding of the comparison between the scroll size and the internal space. She estimated that the internal space of this scroll was at least equivalent to 20 cubic meters. Compared to the usual 1 or 2 cubic meters, it is really huge. Haha, are you interested? You can learn it later? Uzumaki Mito heard this and reached out to touch Kushina's head. Forget it, I can't even finish learning the sealing technique. After hearing this, Kushina shook his head, lowered his head to read a book and pretended to be dead. It would be better to kill her than to let her learn so much. Haha. TNE and Uzumaki Mito couldn't help laughing when they saw her like this. Kushina looked so puffy, so cute. That's pretty much what happened today. I still have to make a contract with Kushina herself, Sister Makoto, a few of my recognized companions, and teacher Tsunade, so I won't stay any longer.
Leave Shadow Clone here to continue learning the sealing technique from you, Grandma Mito.
Leave this scroll here for now. Once I master the Flying Thunder God technique, I'll teleport it back directly. Lest someone see it and cause new troubles. Yes, he is talking about the 3rd generation in Danzo. Well, that's fine. You've been very thoughtful, let's do as you say. Uzumaki Mito naturally had no objection. In fact, she also wanted TNE to sign a contract with Nawaki and pass these magical skills to Nawaki. In this way, Nawaki can quickly become stronger, become a top powerhouse in the future, and protect himself. But now TNE and Nawaki are not very familiar with each other. At most, they had met a few times and exchanged greetings when Shadow Clone came to learn the sealing technique every day. Uzumaki Mito couldn't bring himself to say that. Perhaps, in the future, let Nawaki have more contact with TNE, and it would be best if he could get into TNE's training class. I believe that as long as Tieni truly understands Nawaki, he will be able to form a deep friendship with him. When the time comes, given Tieni's personality, he will naturally teach Nawaki these things. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but think in his mind. After all, although Nawaki Ninja's talent is not outstanding, his character and personality are fine, and he is a very simple-minded person. He should be able to get along well with Tieni. Well, I'm leaving first. As he said that, Tieni made a hand seal to separate a shadow clone from behind, then he immediately left. All the way to the secret training base. He first set up an isolation barrier here, and after making sure there were no white Zetsu here, he called everyone together and explained the contract to everyone. Then he said, I have something I want to teach you, which is very important for your improvement, but I am afraid that the information will be leaked and bring us troubles that we cannot solve, so I can only come up with this method. Of course, the choice of whether to sign a contract or not is yours. Even if we don't have a contract, it won't affect our relationship. I will still guide you in the future. It's just that some things are inconvenient to teach. I hope you can understand. Tieni has said so, what else can Minato and others say? There's no need to explain anything. Just come straight to me. When did you become so coy? I definitely believe you. Shikaku said bluntly. That's right, come straight on. Hizuka and Minato both nodded. Not to mention Kushina and Makoto. The more they get along, the deeper their feelings for Tieni become, so naturally they would not reject something like Tieni. Haha. Good. When Tieni heard this, he felt warm in his heart and felt that his efforts during this period were not in vain. Immediately, a contract rune condensed between his brows and was sent to each of them to explain the method of the contract. The 6 people immediately extended their Li's good, spiritual power to integrate into the core of the contract rune and completed the contract. Then, Tieni taught the 6 people complete traditional Huxia martial arts, Tieni chakra refining technique, chakra circulation method and meditation method. Of course, Makoto's side was a little different. He taught an additional Sharingan eye-opening method, and the meditation method was replaced with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan practice method. Hiss. These training methods are simply heaven-defying. You, Tieni, created all this? Are you an immortal? I now understand why you were so cautious before. You were right to be cautious. In fact, I think you shouldn't have taught us this thing. We owe you a huge favor. If I can't pay it back in the future, I will have no choice but to sell myself and even our family to you. After Lu Ju initially digested the information about these exercises and knew their effects, he exclaimed a few words, then looked at Tianyi with a wry smile and shook his head. He felt that he could not see through Tieni even more. Chakra can actually be cultivated this way? If it can be accumulated, then won't I have more and more chakra in the future? I won't have to worry about lack of chakra or not being able to increase my chakra amount anymore? Ding Zuo also exclaimed. More than that, Hai took a breath and looked at Tieni with a grateful and complicated expression. With that meditation method, my Yamanaka clan secret technique will continue to improve as I continue to practice meditation. In the future, it will be easy to break through the shadows with spiritual secret techniques. I really don't know how to repay you. Perhaps, it's really like what Lu Ju said, even if we sell all 3 tribes to you, it might not be enough. Minato said directly to Tieni, Tieni, I am yours from now on. I can't repay you enough. I can't repay you enough, son. Then I won't return it. From now on I will just cling to Tieni and help him with all my strength. After hearing this, Tieni didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while Kushina and Makoto looked at Minato with disgust and said, don't say things that will be misunderstood. Kushina looked at Tieni and said, I now understand why Grandma reacted so strongly before. She felt that it was not enough to give you all the inheritance from Yusho. It's not enough. From now on I can only rely on you, brother Tieni. Tieni listened and asked in confusion. How do you know? Did I remove the shadow clone at home on my way here? Hee. Yes. Kushina nodded with a smile. Isn't it that you and Grandma are playing mysterious charades, and my shadow clone is too curious? Don't worry, I have created another shadow clone to take my place and go back to learn the sealing technique. Tieni rolled his eyes in amusement and said, "Is this what I care about? You are really smart." Kushina didn't feel embarrassed after hearing this. Instead, she raised her chin with pride. Yes, she is very smart. Tieni, I'll be relying on you from now on. At this time, Makoto also stared at Tieni Dao with burning eyes. She felt that given her relationship with Tieni, there was no need to say anything more. From then on, I decided to be Tieni. Alright. I have passed on the skills to you, now practice hard. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. I hope you can all improve your strength quickly. From now on, my goal is to unify the entire ninja world and put an end to the war once and for all. I need your help. I can do it by myself, but it will be very tiring. You have to help me. Tieni said with a smile to the few people who were still a little confused. That's right, with so many magical skills coming down upon us, who wouldn't be confused? Not only does he want to unify the ninja world, he also wants to continuously improve his own strength, reputation, and status in the process in order to improve his own luck and use it to upgrade his wish talent. In order to accumulate more wishes in the shortest time, you can constantly improve your talents and raise your upper limit. Even by making a wish, one can gain the ability to travel to other worlds and completely embark on the path of immortality and invincibility. The ninja world will not be his end, but only his starting point. Huh? Lu Ju and others were stunned when they heard this. Shikaku. Unify the ninja world? Minato. End the war once and for all? Several people were stunned by these words. So this is your goal, Tieni? It's really not that simple. Tieni, do you think that only by unifying the ninja world can the war be completely ended and peace ushered in the ninja world? Minato asked, looking at Tenichi seriously. During this period of time, in addition to teaching a few people 783 to practice, Wei Shi would also convey some of his views and thoughts on the ninja world from time to time. These actually had a huge impact on Minato, Shikaku and the others. After all, they are all very smart, but they are only 5 years old, which is the age when they should perfect their world views and start to see the world with their eyes open. But it was the first time they heard Tieni say exactly what his future goal was. Good. Tieni nodded affirmatively and said, "In my opinion, the reason why wars broke out in the ninja world is just to fight for interests and survival resources. During the Sengoku period, there were no ninja villages, so the various ninja clans fought against each other as a family unit, competing for interests and survival resources to develop and expand the family. After entering the ninja village era, because the first generation did not unify the ninja world, there were 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, with many small ninja villages as buffer zones. At the same time, a deformed power structure system of 1 country and 1 ninja village was constructed. From then on, the competition for the interests and survival resources of the ninja world rose to the level of countries and villages. Wars have become less frequent, but more intense. In the First Ninja World War, countless people were killed and wounded in various ninja villages. But this won't be the end. With the peaceful development of the major ninja villages over the years, the number of ninjas in each village has continued to increase. In order to feed more ninjas, to enhance the strength of the ninja village, and to compete for more missions, a new ninja world war is brewing and could break out at any time. These words made Minato, Shikaku and the others fall into deep thought. With a little thought, they realized that Tieni was right. At this point, Tieni paused, taking in everyone's reactions, and continued. In fact, in my opinion, even if the major ninja villages themselves do not want to start a ninja war, the daimyos of the major countries will push for the occurrence of ninja wars again and again. Huh? Why? Minato and the others frowned when they heard this and couldn't help asking, isn't peace good? Why do the daimyo of each country do this? It was Lu Ju who vaguely understood something from Tieni's words, but he was too young and inexperienced, so no matter how smart he was, he couldn't fully understand it. At this time, Tieni Kaido said, "Before answering this question, I would like to ask you a question first. In your opinion, does the daimyo want the ninja village in his country to be strong? Or does he want it not to be strong? AJDD? This question made Minato and the others frown. Minato said without hesitation. You should hope that your own ninja village will be strong, right? That will help them resist the invasion of other countries' ninja villages, right? No, before Tieni could speak, Shikaku touched his chin and shook his head and said, the daimyo probably hopes to completely control the ninja villages in his own country. We don't want it to be too strong, nor do we want it to be too weak. Because, being too strong will be beyond his control and threaten his rights and interests. If a country is too weak, other countries will think it is weak and can be bullied, and they will invade it. To the daimyo, the ninja is nothing more than a killing machine in his hands, a knife. At this point, Lu Ju frowned even more tightly, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he suddenly figured out something, and said in a deep voice. No wonder you said that even if the major ninja villages don't want to start a war, the daimyos of various countries will push the ninjas to start a war again and again. Because, they need to use this method to continuously consume the growing number of ninjas, and maintain the number and strength of ninjas within the range of 10 that they think can be killed. Only in this way can they ensure that they can always sit firmly on the Diaoyutai, ensure that their rights and interests are not damaged, and can be passed on forever, am I right? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Minato, in particular, felt that his three perspectives had received a severe impact. This was completely different from what he had imagined. That's right, you are worthy of me, Shikaku. After hearing this, Tieni smiled knowingly and gave Luju a thumbs up. Seeing Minato and the others' three perspectives being shocked, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is the result he wanted. Why did he say this today while showing mercy? The purpose is to transform the thinking of Minato, Shikaku and others and broaden their horizons. Unify the internal thoughts of this small group of people. Let them keep up with your thoughts and pace, so that they can follow you firmly in the future and become your right-hand men. Of course, he could just ignore everything and concentrate on practicing, constantly using his wish talent to strengthen his own qualifications. In the end, he will surely be invincible in the ninja world. But not to mention that his wish talent requires luck to upgrade. There is no comparison between being invincible alone and growing up with family and companions and being invincible together. Tieni chose the latter. Hey. When Lu Ju heard Tieni's praise, he smiled knowingly. Tieni continued. For the daimyo, a controllable ninja village is the most important thing. It would even be better if we could completely bring the ninja village under our control. Unfortunately, the ninjas are too powerful to be controlled by ordinary people like the daimyo. If it was the Sengoku era, and people like the first generation hadn't come up with the model of one country, one ninja village, and Sengoku had continued, one day the power of ninjas might have gradually been controlled by the daimyo of each country. Or, a great man will appear among the ninjas, and unify the ninja world with absolute force, abolish the daimyo, and become the sole ruler of the ninja world. Shikaku and the others were stunned when they heard this. Shikaku was a little stunned and said, abolish the daimyo and let the ninjas rule the world themselves? Isn't this a bit outrageous? This concept was obviously difficult to accept for the natives of the ninja world who had already become accustomed to the dignity of the daimyo. That's it, and he's still a 5-year-old child. If it were an adult, it would be even more difficult to accept. Well, except for the ambitious ones. Of course, even if one is ambitious, no one dares to risk the world's condemnation and come up with the idea of abolishing the daimyo. Unless he is invincible. Treason, haha. Tieni heard this and sneered. Remember what I just said? The daimyo has never treated us as human beings. Even the education in the village believes that ninjas are tools for killing. Don't you think this is a big problem? So we ninjas weren't actually human from the beginning? We were just killing tools in the hands of the daimyo and the nobles? Do you really agree with this identity? So after he quickly learned everything that was taught in school, he felt that Kunye's education was simply shit. In fact, Konoha's education is considered excellent in the ninja world. If this is the case, One can imagine the educational situation in other ninja villages. No wonder the stupid netizens in the previous life said that everyone in the ninja world is illiterate. This is not without reason. They all received education, so how can they not be illiterate? It is normal for idiots and fools like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui to appear. Therefore, TNE wanted to reform the clan school within Uchiha and conduct clan school education at night. You don't have to go to Konoha's school, but every member of the clan will have to go to the clan school in the future. Even adults will have to take the above ideological education classes in the future to correct their distorted views. Of course I don't agree. I'm a human. Yes, we are not killing tools. Brother TNE, you are right. Daimyo is indeed not a good person, he is so bad. Minato, Kushina and others all spoke up after hearing this. They felt their dignity was insulted. Shikakuya said with a cold look in his eyes. It turns out that the daimyo and those nobles never regarded us as human beings. No wonder they manipulated the war, causing our various ninja villages to fight each other and reduce our numbers time and time again, in order to consolidate their position of power. Otherwise, with the power controlled by the ninja, the daimyo and those nobles are just a group of ordinary people. They can easily take their lives and overthrow their power and status. Also, in this case, there is something wrong with the mission system. At this point, Shikaku completely figured out the key points and said coldly, the daimyo directly used the form of grants and mission commissions to make the ninjas not work, but rely on completing missions and risking their lives to earn commissions, becoming soldiers and killing tools. Thorough the bottom was manipulated by the daimyo and nobles. In this way, the economic lifeline of the ninjas and the major ninja villages was strangled, so that even if the ninjas had great power, they could not escape the control of the daimyo and the nobles. You can only be at their mercy to a certain extent. They can even exert influence on the ninja village through the increase or decrease of mission commissions and funding, thereby affecting the survival space of the ninja village. Once there are not enough missions, funding is reduced, and the number of ninjas in the village continues to increase, it is doomed that the village will not be able to survive. By then, the ninja village will have no other options except launching foreign invasion wars and plundering resources. And the daimyo and nobles of each country can manipulate the ninja wars and weaken the ninjas in this way. What a cruel plot! They even used religion, theocracy, propaganda, and education to influence the values of generations of ninjas and even civilians. Let them feel that the rights of daimyo and nobles are granted by heaven. They are inherently noble and inviolable. This will limit the thoughts of ninjas and commoners, and prevent them from rebelling against daimyo and nobles. Kill people and destroy their hearts. At this point, Shikaku did not look at Minato and the others who were stunned by his words, but looked at TNE seriously and said, TNE, you are right. Thank you for letting me open my eyes and see this clearly. World. You want to unify the ninja world and overthrow the daimyo and nobles. I approve of that. From now on, I will do my best to help you achieve this goal. When a person sees the filthy and corrupt truth of the world and is unwilling to continue to sink and become a tool, he can only resist. This is what Shikaku is like at this moment. Okay, welcome to join us. TNE smiled and patted Luju's shoulder. Count me in, too. Minato then spoke solemnly. I was born a commoner. I didn't understand why commoners suffered so much before. I thought it was simply caused by war and misfortune. It seems that this world is sick. It's time to change the rules of this world. It is precisely because he was born into the lower class that Minato can truly feel the pain. So do we, Haiyi and Dingzo follow closely behind. Let alone us, we'll just leave it to you anyway. Kushina and Makoto looked at each other and spoke to TNE in unison. Haha, great, with your help, it's a good start. However, it is too early to tell anyone about this for now. Otherwise we will not be tolerated in the ninja world. To become a true class. 0147050009 Falcon 103290330. Now, let's start practicing to become stronger. Only with enough strength can I achieve my goal. Come, I will teach you how to practice these techniques. As he said that, Tianyi separated a shadow clone and began to teach Lu Ju and others. His own deity also walked aside and began his practice for the day. As for Huxia martial arts, what is the effect of shadow clones practice, so only the original body can do it. Wait until dusk, Tianyi and his friends finished their training and came to Sahai restaurant for dinner together again. After ordering the dishes, Nara Xingzi walked in, closed the door, and looked at Tianyi with a serious face. Seeing her like this, Tianyi waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier in the box, and then nodded to Nara Xingzi. Nara Xingzi then said to Tianyi, "Tianyi-kun, in the commercial street next to us, a new restaurant has opened in the past 2 days, and most of the dishes there are the same as ours. It is confirmed that this was opened by the mastermind who stole our recipes. What should we do?" Oh, Tianyi and others were attracted by her words. Tianyi raised his eyebrows and said, "After we finish eating, give me a specific address and forget about it. Just pretend that you never found out. Leave the follow-up matters to me. Okay. No matter who is behind this, Tian is not going to retaliate by conventional means. Therefore, it is not advisable to let people suspect them afterwards." "Is that so? I see." Nara Anzi was not stupid either. She saw that Tianyi was worried that they would be implicated afterwards, so she agreed immediately. She took out a note from her arms, handed it to Tianyi, and left. "Tianyi, how are you going to investigate? Have you guessed who is behind this?" Shikaku asked without a slight frown. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. The only one who can have such a sophisticated method of searching memory is either the third generation or Danzo. Of course, the masters of Haiyi's family also have this method. Everyone was shocked by the first half of Tianyi's words, and then attracted by the second half, and everyone looked at Haiyi. "Huh?" Haiyi was stunned when he heard this, then waved his hands and said, "Impossible. People in our family know that this is our joint business. How could they do such a thing?" "Haha. We know. Just kidding. Tianyi and others are all Ichiraku." Then, everyone stopped smiling. Shikaku said expressionlessly, "So, the mastermind behind this is either the third generation or Danzo? Or maybe it's a conspiracy between the two? It's not like he had nothing on his mind these days. After all, this is his first business, making a fortune every day. It would be strange if he didn't care." His guess was actually similar to Tianyi's. Both of them had their eyes on third generation and Danzo. But precisely because he had locked onto the two people, he didn't dare to make it public. "It's probably a conspiracy." Tian nodded. "I heard that third generation habitually dumps all the dirty work on Danzo and reaps the benefits. This time is probably no exception." After hearing this, Lu Ju and others were filled with indignation, but they didn't know what to do. "This is third generation and Danzo. Can we just expose this directly? Can they then turn the tables? Or should we just shut down their store? Third generation, they can definitely do it. Tianyi, if it is really these two, what are you going to do?" Shikaku asked, frowning at Tianyi. Others also looked over. The main reason is that Tianyi made a shocking statement this morning, saying that he didn't even care about his reputation and wanted to overthrow it in the future. They were afraid that Tianyi would directly overturn the table and target the third generation. That would be bad. After all, they are still too weak now and are not suitable to fight against the third generation. As for the third generation being the Hokage, is it treasonous to do this or think this way? After Tianyi's ideological transformation and expansion in the morning, their ideas have changed long ago. At this point, third generation and Danzo were nothing more than larvae in everyone's eyes. Or are they just worms that encroach on one's own interests? Tianyi saw everyone's worried look, and shook his head with a smile. "What are you thinking? Am I a reckless person?" Everyone had an expression of, "You are it," on their face, which made Tianyi speechless. "Don't worry," Tianyi said speechlessly. "Even if it is really these two, I will not retaliate directly. You just wait and see the show, haha." Don't forget, he also has the talent of wishes. In his previous life, he had made full use of this talent and ability. This thing does far more than just add points to improve various talents. Cursing people is also extremely useful. Okay, just be sensible. After hearing this, Lu Ju and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but they still reminded him with some concern. Afterwards, everyone finished a sumptuous dinner with some concerns before parting ways and returning home. Let me go with you to Grandma Mito's place first. We don't have a contract with Teacher Tsunade yet. Tieni said to Kushina. That's right, okay, let's go, he. Kushina nodded suddenly, then happily took Tieni's arm, raised her eyebrows at Makoto, provoked him, and pulled Tieni away. Oh, childish. Makoto saw this, curled his lips in amusement, and hurried towards the Uchiha tribe's territory. It took Tieni more than 10 minutes to return to Uzumaki Mito's yard with Kushina. I met Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito waiting in the living room. You guys are finally back? Why are you so late? When Tsunade saw the two men coming back, she glared at Tieni fiercely and questioned him. When she got off work, Tieni's shadow clone told her to wait for him at home, and that his real body would come to see him later with something important. If you have any questions, you can ask Uzumaki Mito first. She came back and asked, but Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything, just smiled and said it was a good thing. Tsunade had been holding back a lot of questions, and had been waiting until now, almost exploding with anger. She just got her salary today and is preparing to go to the casino to have some fun. I will be busy with the Pharmaceutical Research Institute's work later on, so I won't be so free when I come back. As a result, the plan fell through because of Tieni, but she didn't dare to tell Tieni about it. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded by Tieni and Uzumaki Mito together. Aren't we going to have dinner together? Hehe. Tieni smiled awkwardly, and before Tsunade could get angry, he raised his hand to interrupt her, straightened his face, and told her about the Mind Seal contract. Then, he said, Grandma Mito and Kushina have already signed a contract with me. Do you want to sign a contract? It's a big benefit. Oh? Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and looked up and down at Tien Fan, and asked in surprise. How long have you been here? You have even created such a powerful sealing technique? Is there anything you can't do? Since Grandma and Kushina have already signed the contract, what are you waiting for? Give me one. She believed that Tieni would not harm her, and neither would her grandmother or Kushina. Tieni's mind immediately moved, and he condensed a mysterious contract rune from his brows and sent it to Tsunade, and told her the method of the contract. Tsunade decisively completed the contract. Feeling the changes in his sea of consciousness and brain, he looked at Mo Shi in surprise and smacked his lips. Tisk tisk. This sealing technique is really not simple, it is the most complex and advanced one I have ever seen. You're so lucky to have created it, it's not even human. Tienian's face suddenly turned dark when he heard this. Seeing this, Tsunade stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. Okay. The contract is done. Hurry up and get the benefits, I have something else to go out for. After hearing this, Tieni didn't say anything more and just raised his hand and touched Tsunade's forehead. A stream of light sank into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and went straight into the contract rune minister. Then, a large amount of information flooded into Tsunade's mind, and she quickly closed her eyes to digest it. The more he digested it, the more shocked he became. After digesting it, she opened her eyes and looked at Tieni with a look of shock on her face. Are these skills real? What else? Tieni spread his hands speechlessly and said. Just to tease you, don't forget that I also gave it to Grandma Mito and the others? You think I'm free? Hey, that's right, Tsunade smiled awkwardly. Then her face turned serious and she said seriously. You're just giving us such a powerful and important technique? I feel like we can't afford it. Each of these magical skills far surpasses the existing skills in the ninja world and their value is immeasurable. Just keep it in peace and practice well. Tieni waved his hand and said, I've already given it to you. I naturally have my own considerations. Here, you and Grandma Mito have helped me a lot. Grandma Mito gave me all the inheritance of your Senju clan today. Is there anything I can't accept? From now on, practice hard and cooperate with me in researching potions. That will be the best reward for me. I have a big plan, and I will definitely need your help in the future. As I said before, he is too young and the possibility of him becoming a member of the fourth generation is slim. But he was not going to let the third generation continue to sit on the position of Hokage for too long, so he let Tsunade stand out and become the fourth generation first. Then, helping him run the business for a few years, and then passing the position to him when he grows up, would be the best option. Oh, can you tell me? Tsunade listened and became interested, and Taguchi asked. It's not convenient for now. You should break through your cage level first, you are too weak now. Tianyi shook his head. Huh? After hearing this, Tsunade raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hands and pinched Tianbian's cheeks, and said viciously, Am I too weak? I am at least a quasi-cage level warrior. How dare you, a kid who is not even a genin, say that? Tenichi slapped Tsunade's hand away, leaned back and said, I just haven't graduated yet. In terms of strength, I'm at the level of Chunin. How come I'm not even scary? What does rank mean to him? Well, there are still some, which should increase his luck. Huh? Elite Chunin? Have you ever fought Elite Chunin? Such conceited thoughts are unacceptable, Tsunade sneered. I have been sparring with Minato and others and even my father every day to increase my combat experience, okay? I even go hunting in the forest every day to accumulate combat experience. 0, please give me flowers. Oh, with my understanding, even if I'm still not as good as the elite Chunin who have a lot of combat experience, I won't be that far behind. Tianyi retorted with the same sneer. He is not a cocky, arrogant fool. We have always focused on accumulating experience in this area. Oh, Tsunade was a little surprised when she heard this. I didn't expect you to have so many ideas. Keep it up. Oh right. This is the supernatural power technique I practiced. I was planning to give it to you after you mastered the medical ninjutsu. Now let this be a small return gift. Although I know it's far from enough, I feel really bad if I don't get any. Tsunade said, pulling out a scroll from her bosom and throwing it to Tianyi Dao. Magic power? Thanks. This is quite useful to me. Combined with Uchiha martial arts, I think it will greatly increase my strength. I suggest that you can develop in this direction in the future. Tianyi took the scroll and said happily, Huh? It's true? After hearing this, Tsunade recalled the effects of Uchiha martial arts in her mind, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I'll go and try practicing now. Having said that, he stood up and ran to the backyard. Wait. How is the preparation for the construction of the Pharmacy Research Institute going? I'm still waiting to study the pharmacy. Tianyi quickly stopped her and asked. Almost there, give me 10 more days and it will be almost there. This kind of thing can't be rushed. The equipment alone needs to be purchased from outside. How can it be done so quickly? Just wait. Tsunade stopped, turned around and replied, then walked away quickly. Seeing her impatient look, Tianyi shook his head helplessly. You are in such a hurry, you just do whatever you want. Hee. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina, who had been watching the show, smiled when they heard it. Oh, by the way, Grandma Mito, can you teach me your 100 healings mark? Tianyi suddenly noticed the 100 healings mark between Uzumaki Mito's eyebrows, and his mind moved, so he asked. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded doubtfully and said, Of course you can, but what do you want this for? Compared to your chakra movement method, this thing is nothing at all, right? This thing can only store chakra. Not only is it extremely difficult to practice, it is also very inconvenient to use. Once opened, the chakra inside will be used up at once. If you want to save it, you can only start from scratch later. A bit tasteless. This is a pretty good secret technique, and it also involves the ancestral acupoint between the eyebrows. I'll study it for reference. Maybe it will help me further upgrade my meditation and chakra practice in the future. Any creative ideas for ninjutsu and secret techniques have their merits. Tianyi said without disdain. He will not be satisfied with the current chakra movement method. In the future, there will definitely be continuous upgrades to develop a true method of immortality. Is that so? Then wait a minute, I'll get it for you. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding, then immediately stood up and walked into the inner room. A few minutes later, while Tne and Kushina were chatting enthusiastically, Uzumaki Mito came back with a scroll. Here. This is it. It also contains my experience in cultivation. I hope it will be useful to you. Uzumaki Mito said this and handed the scroll in his hand to Tne Dao. Thank you very much. Tne took it quickly, but didn't rush to look at it. Instead, he put it in his arms, stood up and said goodbye. I have finished what I came here for today. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Tne. It's getting late, my mom needs to be careful. Well, go. Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. See you tomorrow. Tne smiled and waved, then quickly left the Senju residence and returned home as quickly as possible. Enter the bedroom and look at the 100 Healings Mark scroll he just got. More than 10 minutes later, he read it completely and basically understood its principles. He stroked his chin and pondered. This secret technique is actually to use the sealing runes to construct a sealed space in the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. And use the sealing rune to connect the major tendons and veins of the body. It's really not very useful, but that's because this thing is only a half-finished product. It would be different if the Baihao technique was developed. Can be used as an explosive secret technique. The 100 technique will accelerate cell division, which is quite life-consuming and not worth it. However, the 100 Healings Mark is not completely worthless, as the knowledge of space sealing involved is quite advanced. It is useful whether it is used to study permanent space storage equipment or to open up acupoints. Keep it for now, I'll study it in depth when I need it later. First, complete the evening's chakra circulation and Sharingan eye-opening practice. Thinking of this, Tne immediately put away the scroll, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. The next morning, after breakfast, Tne sent several shadow clones to different places as usual. I then went to Makoto's house to pick him up, and together they walked towards the secret training base. However, he had an extra shadow clone today, and used the transformation technique to transform himself into an ordinary person. He followed the address given by Nara Shingzi yesterday and walked towards the commercial street. Soon, Tne's shadow clone arrived not far from a restaurant called Taste of Fire. DB. Seeing the name of the restaurant, Tne couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly, thinking, I'm so stupid, Sister Shingzi should have written the name of this restaurant clearly. Just the name. If you say it has nothing to do with third generation, I'll eat the plaque. However, since he was already here, and following the principle that one has no right to speak without investigation, Tne first walked into a nearby bookstore and bought a few books. Then, while sitting in the store reading, he quietly opened his spiritual perception and spread it towards the restaurant. As he practiced the Sharingan eye-opening technique, his mental strength continued to improve through meditation, and his control ability also continued to improve. Coupled with the concealment of mental power, Tne's mental power covered the Fire Taste restaurant and no one inside discovered it. This is Chunin? His whole body is cold and his tongue has the aura of a sealing technique? No doubt about it, it must be Danzo's people. When Tne sensed this, he was basically certain that this was the store opened by Danzo. However, he did not jump to conclusions and continued to monitor for the whole day. From time to time, turn on your spiritual perception and explore. It was not until dusk that he discovered that the Root Ninja had finally left the restaurant, and he followed him across several hundred meters and 2 streets. It was not until this person entered an abandoned building somewhere in the old city area in the west of the city and disappeared into the building that Tne's shadow clone withdrew its perception and directly released itself. At this moment, Tne, who was having dinner at Sahai restaurant, paused for a moment while picking up food, and quickly digested the information sent back by Shadow Clone. He rubbed his brows with his fingers, waved his hand to cast an isolation barrier, and then said to Shikaku and others who were looking at him, "Nothing else, it's just that the Shadow Clone I sent to monitor the restaurant has terminated itself and sent back a message." Lu Ju and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard this. "Have you determined who is behind this?" Tien nodded and said, "It's confirmed, it's Danzo. I found a root ninja in that store. We followed them all the way to a stronghold in the old city in the west of the city. It's definitely not wrong, in fact, after seeing the name of the store, I was basically sure." "Do you know the name of that store? What's your name?" Shikaku and the others asked curiously. "The taste of fire. Heaven. Every word represents the truth. Lu Ju and others." "Ah. This name is a reference to the third generation? Isn't it a bit too blatant?" Shikaku and the others were speechless, and Shikaku even complained. "Danzo did this on purpose, right?" "Obviously." Tieni spread his hands and said, "This guy probably did this because he was angry that third generation made him take the blame and gave away a portion of the profits for nothing. Well, this is just Tienyi's guess." But Lu Ju and others felt that Tienyi's guess was most likely the truth. "These two are really shameless," Kushina pouted and complained. Although she doesn't have any shares in Sihai restaurant, Tien does. As one of Tienyi's sweethearts, rounding it off means she also has it. "Isn't this just stealing her money? Hateful?" "Who says it's not?" Ding Zuo and the others also sighed and nodded. As the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant, they actually did such a thing. It's enough. As expected, it is necessary to overthrow the existing system of the ninja world and propose a unified country. Tieni, let's make helping you become Hokage our first small goal. Work hard." Lu Ju looked at Tienyi dimly and spoke, "DB." After hearing this, the others looked at Lu Ju in surprise. Then, they all nodded. "Agree. Seeing that everyone is turning evil because their interests have been stolen by third generation and Danzo, I can't help but smile." "Okay. Then let's take this as a small goal." Tieni also smiled and nodded. "I wish I can become the 5th Hokage." "5th generation? Why not 4th generation?" Kushina was slightly stunned after hearing this. Tieni didn't answer, but looked at Shikaku and Minato and asked, "Shikaku and Minato, what do you think?" Minato thought for a moment and said, "Because Tieni and we are still too young, the 4th generation is too hasty. Is it too difficult to compete for the 4th generation position?" "That's a reason." Shikaku nodded in agreement and added, "It's also because we can't let the 3rd generation stay in this position for too long." "Tieni, do you have any good candidates for the 4th generation?" Shikaku looked at Tieni again. "My teacher Tsunade, how is it?" Tieni gave Shikaku an admiring look. "Kaido. Tsunade-sama? It's indeed a good fit. It will be convenient for you to abdicate when the time comes. Then let's go. I will formulate relevant development plans later." Lu Ju nodded and said seriously, "Huh? Shikaku, are you serious?" Ding Zuo looked at Lu Ju in surprise and asked, "Are we kidding? Are you talking about serious matters?" Shikaku said seriously, "Of course I am serious. Have you forgotten that our goal is to unify the ninja world, completely change this corrupt and filthy world, and bring long-term peace to the ninja world? Now that we have a goal, we should start working hard and preparing for it now. And helping Tieni become the 5th generation, and Master Tsunade become the 4th generation, is just the beginning. How can this be a joke? Without long-term goal planning, nothing will be accomplished." Since he recognized Tienyi's goal, he, who considered himself to be Tienyi's wise assistant and military advisor, naturally had to shoulder the responsibility and start planning and layout from now on. "All right." Ding Zuo listened and nodded helplessly. "I don't understand these things anyway. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If your brain doesn't work well, then just stop using it and let Lu Ju be his brain." "Good." Tieni was also very satisfied with Lu Ju's reaction and gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Lu Ju's mouth curled up slightly. "I made a wish, consuming 2 wishes, cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and bringing bad luck to them for the whole day." At this time, Tieni made a wish directly in his heart. This is what he called revenge. He had used it many times in his previous life against his enemies and opponents. Very easy to use. He is looking forward to the big news about 3rd generation and Danzo tomorrow. "Tieni, how are you going to take revenge?" At this moment, Minato suddenly remembered this matter and couldn't help asking again. Others also looked over. It has already started. You will know tomorrow, let's eat first, haha. Tieni smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. It made everyone look at him with gloomy eyes. Riddler, get out of Konoha. The next morning, as soon as Tieni finished breakfast, the main body and Makoto walked towards the secret training base as usual. I met a lot of people along the way. As a result, I heard many people talking about. Did you hear? Last night, when the Hokage was coming home, he got hit in the face with a huge piece of bird shit. Isn't that right? I heard that when the Hokage returned, he fell more than 10 times in a row and ended up with a bruised face. Is this impossible? How could a ninja as powerful as the Hokage be hit in the face by bird droppings? And how could he fall down? This doesn't make sense. It's true. I heard that the chakra in his body suddenly got out of control, so he can't use it temporarily. His body is also weak. If you don't believe me, you can go to the ninja hospital. I heard that the third generation master is still in the hospital. No way? I was just hit by bird droppings and fell a few times. There's no need to be hospitalized, right? Well, if it was just that, of course it wouldn't be that serious. I heard that he was hit by a radio pole, because he couldn't use chakra and his body was weak. The Hokage was seriously injured and his leg was broken. It's not just Hokage-sama. I heard that Danzo-sama was even worse off. He also fell down many times. The reason was also because of a shortness of breath and chakra disorder. That's not bad. Not only that, because he ended up falling into the septic tank of public toilet number 2. I heard that the cleaner was cleaning the septic tank at the time and had opened the lid. If he hadn't been found in time by the cleaner, he would probably be dead. I know that too. I heard he was soaked in the manure pool for several minutes and choked numerous times. Who is this Danzo-sama you're talking about? Why haven't I heard of him? You don't know this? He is our Hokage Kagasawa? I've never heard of it. That's normal. I heard that he rarely shows up and doesn't look like a good person. X1 Lira. As they walked along, the more they listened, the weirder Makoto's expression became. I would also steal a glance at Tieni from time to time. Makoto waited until he reached a deserted place, looked around, and couldn't help but whispered, "Oh my god." Before she could continue, Tieni made a hushing gesture, asking her not to speak for the time being. Makoto immediately understood and shut up, and continued to follow Tieni in silence all the way to the secret training base. At this time, Shikaku, Minato and the others had arrived, only Kushina had not arrived yet. At this time, they were also full of confusion and gloating, but none of them spoke. Because Tieni told them a while ago that the third generation has a secret technique called telescope technique, which can see everything within the range of Konoha's barrier through a crystal ball. Hollow circle except for the places that are separated by the isolation barrier. So, considering that what they were going to say today would easily bring huge trouble to Tieni if discovered by the third generation, Shikaku stopped them immediately and kept waiting for Tieni to come over. Tieni. Sister Makoto. Seeing the two people coming, Lu Ju and others came forward to greet them. At the same time, Lu Ju made a gesture to signal them. Tieni nodded in understanding, and directly formed a seal to set up a powerful isolation barrier in this base. Then, he said, "Okay, if you have anything you want to say or ask, you can say it now." This barrier is a 5-element barrier that he upgraded and has the ability to isolate the mind. Even White Zetsu couldn't get in through the barrier, let alone eavesdrop. That's what we defend. This thing really is omnipresent. Oh, I'm dying of suffocation. Let me ask, after hearing this, Ding Zuo let out a long sigh and asked Tieni in a hurry. Tien, Yi, was it you who did what happened between third generation and Danzo? How could you ask that? After hearing this, Lu Ju looked at Ding Zuo with a frown on his face, then looked at Tianyi and asked curiously, "What is your method? Curse? Otherwise there is no way to explain it. With the strength of third generation and Danzo, it would be impossible for Tieni to accomplish this if he relied on sneak attacks or something." Also, the timing is not right. He heard from his father that the first time the third generation had bad luck was in the Hokage office. The chair he was sitting on suddenly fell apart. The third generation was caught off guard and could have reacted with his strength, but suddenly his leg cramped and he fell flat on his face. There are many similar situations, but it's not just the dozen or so times that are circulated outside. Even now, it was the same in the hospital. The strange things were not over at all. Using a small barrier to protect third generation and Danzo is useless. It is said that the barrier suddenly short-circuited and exploded, killing the third generation and Danzo. The main reason was that the chakras in their bodies were as chaotic as an electrocardiogram and they were extremely weak, otherwise they wouldn't have been so easily seriously injured. Fortunately, as long as too many protective measures are not taken, those accidents will not be truly fatal. But the more protection there is, the more people try to stop the disaster from happening, and the more terrifying the disaster that follows will be.
Therefore, third generation and Danzo are now afraid to ask for help to resist.
I might as well just give up and hope this weird thing will pass quickly. Of course, they also instructed Anbu and the Root people to secretly investigate the cause and put all suspicious people under surveillance. We must find out who is behind this. Def. After hearing what Shikaku had said, everyone gasped and looked at Tieni, asking fearfully, "Mr. Moshi, is it really you?" "I'm not, I don't know," Tieni denied it 3 times in a row. But seeing the happy smile on his face, no one present believed it. "Oh, yes, it's not you," everyone nodded in agreement. "Okay. This topic ends here. We will probably have people from the Anbu and Root coming to monitor us later, so let's wait for the barrier to be lifted. Don't practice the 0.8 that cannot be leaked today. Just practice some basic bodybuilding techniques, ninjutsu, etc." At this time, Lu Ju restrained his smile and warned seriously. At the same time, he nodded to the sky. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded in agreement. Then, Tieni lifted the isolation barrier here. Then, he separated a shadow clone to teach everyone, while he himself went to the side to practice ninjutsu. Speaking of which, the shadow clone he left at Uzumaki Mito's place yesterday had memorized a lot of ninjutsu from the Senju heritage, which naturally included the Flying Thunder God technique that he was most interested in. However, today is obviously not suitable for practicing this. Even some of the second generation's iconic ninjutsu are not suitable for practice today. So as not to irritate the third generation. Later, Tieni discovered the traces of Anbu and the Roots through spiritual perception. However, they only monitored for more than an hour and then left in a hurry. This has actually been going on for a long time. It is estimated that the third generation and Danzo recalled all the recent things that might have offended people, and gave a list to the Anbu and Root ninjas for them to investigate. But Tieni and his friends were too young to have such strange and powerful means, so they only monitored them for more than an hour and saw that Tieni and his friends were just practicing normally. After practicing and finding nothing special, they withdrew. They will have a lot of work to do these days, as there are many people to investigate and monitor. If the real mastermind behind this incident cannot be identified, third generation and Danzo will probably not give up easily. Unfortunately, they were destined to never find the person who did this. It's really that Tieni's methods are too powerful. Who could have imagined that he had such a talent? Tieni, this is for you. This is the 5th generation plan I made after I went back yesterday. Go back and take a close look at it to see if there is anything you want to modify or add. At noon, Tieni said that the surveillance personnel had already withdrawn. Lu Ju took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Tieni, whispering, "Oh, so fast? I see. I will take a closer look when I get back today. After reading this, I'll take some time to discuss this with you tomorrow. I also have a lot of ideas and plans that I want to share with you." Tieni put away the scroll, nodded, and said seriously, "Good." Lu Ju's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded happily. "It's good to have ideas. I'm just afraid that Tieni has no ideas." Go home at night. Tieni had just arrived home when he heard his father laughing in the living room. What's wrong, Dad? What makes you so happy? Tieni walked in and asked curiously. Ha ha. Uchiha Nobuhiko saw Tieni coming back and couldn't help laughing. Don't you know? I heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo have offended some gods since yesterday afternoon, and they have been unlucky and unlucky. Guo-guano showers and snorkeling in manure pools are just routine operations. These two people have not yet calmed down even after being sent to the hospital. Now no one dares to approach them. Because bad luck tends to be contagious. Both of them are now half dead, and there's no telling when this bad luck will end. Otherwise, they may not last for 3 days before going to the pure land of the underworld. At this point, Uchiha Nobuhiko suddenly sounded in surprise, stroking his chin and pondering. It seems that this is not bad, son, what do you think? Tieni heard it and said hesitantly, maybe. He could continue to wish them bad luck, but too few wishes will kill them. In addition, if third generation and Danzo die now, there is no suitable person to take over the position of fourth Hokage. Moreover, if the way the two died were to get out, Konoha would definitely become a target of the ninja world and would never be able to hold its head up again. In addition, other ninja villages will probably not miss this excellent opportunity and will definitely launch a war against Konoha in advance. This doesn't fit Tienyi's plan. He also wants to grow for a few more years, accumulate and improve his strength and power, so that he can protect himself. Ahem. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eat. Good. Meanwhile, third generation and Danzo. After realizing that they had not encountered any unfortunate accidents for more than 10 minutes, a look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on their faces. Is the bad luck over? Third generation looked at Danzo, who was about 20 meters away, and asked. I don't know. Maybe. Danzo also shook his head in doubt, and said with some fear and caution. Wait a little longer. If nothing happens after another hour, then it should be over. Oh, right. Have you found out anything? Have you figured out who is behind this? Speaking of this, Danzo's face was filled with resentment and madness. He was almost driven crazy by this bad luck throughout the whole day. He hated the mastermind so much that he wanted to tear him into pieces. No, how could the third generation not hate it? This incident has made him and Danzo the laughing stock of many people, and it is unknown how long they will be laughed at. Their prestige in the village also dropped a lot, especially among the high-ranking ninja clan members. Could it be possible that there is no one behind this? After all, if this method is controlled by a human, it would be too terrifying. The third generation said with some reluctance to believe. He wished it was just an accident. If there really is someone behind all this, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? If the other party did this to him a few more times, he estimated that he would not be able to bear it. Even if he doesn't lose his life, he will lose his position as Hokage. No one could agree that a person who was unlucky, always faced accidents and could not use his full strength could continue to sit on the position of Hokage. Impossible. Danzo's face turned cold, and a crazy look flashed in his eyes as he asked, how can it be such a coincidence? You and I are both unlucky at the same time. I've had people check it out, and we all started having bad luck at basically the same time. No one else is unlucky either. Do you believe in such a coincidence? The third generation also shook their heads solemnly after hearing this. Indeed, it is impossible for such a coincidence to happen. But I have checked all the Anbu here and found no clues. What about you? Third generation said helplessly. I can't find any clues. Even if I think there is someone behind this, what can I do? You can't just arrest people randomly, right? No one will agree. This kind of opening cannot be opened. Otherwise, who knows if this unfounded incident will happen to you next time? The power of the Hokage is not unlimited. At least, that is not the case with the current third-generation Hokage. I don't have any either. They did it very cleanly, leaving no trace at all. It's so hateful. Danzo's face also turned pale. Because of this, he felt even more aggrieved. Those who want revenge can't find their target. Suddenly, the incident with the restaurant and Uchiha Tenichi came to his mind, and he said to third generation with a sinister look in his eyes. What do you think? Could it be that Uchiha Tennichi or Uchiha is behind this? After all, the Uchiha has been passed down for thousands of years, so it's very possible that there are some strange methods that we don't know about, right? The third generation was speechless when they heard Danzo's far-fetched reason. Don't talk nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with Uchiha Tennichi and Uchiha, right? If you accuse Uchiha with this reason, not only will Uchiha not be convinced and admit it, but other ninja clans will also not be able to recognize and support us. Doing this will only reduce our prestige in the village. We can't do it. Hokage also has to follow the rules. If even the Hokage doesn't follow the basic rules, how can you expect the Uchiha and other ninja clans to follow the rules? If everyone stops following the rules, Konoha will be in chaos. The third generation, who viewed Konoha as their own private property, would never allow such a situation to occur. Why is it not related? Danzo was unwilling to accept this and said unconvincedly, I followed your instructions and went to Sahai restaurant only a few days ago. Danzo, hearing this, before Danzo could continue, third generation angrily interrupted Danzo's words, staring at Danzo with sharp eyes and said, Are you confused? Don't you know what you can say and what you can't say? Don't forget where we are now. There are many Anbu and root ninjas guarding around here. Can this be said openly? Believe it or not, it will be spread soon. Not to mention the roots, Anbu certainly cannot be trusted absolutely. After all, although the people of Anbu are all elites, they are also composed of the major ninja clans and civilian elites. They are not the dead soldiers of the root who have been controlled and brainwashed and have no self. If the ninjas of Konoha really knew that he had ordered Danzo to steal the recipes of the Isekai restaurant, then his and Danzo's dignity would be completely destroyed and they would become a complete laughing stock. You, a Hokage, actually secretly robbed a restaurant run by a few kids. How can you be the Hokage if you are so jealous? Abdicate, feel sorry. Danzo was also woken up by the third generation in time, and calmed down a little. He cast an apologetic look at the third generation, and then said sharply, In short, I think those little ghosts are the most suspicious, especially Uchiha Tieni. After all, don't you think it's strange that only the two of us got into trouble? The third generation was speechless when they heard that Danzo was still pestering Uchiha Tieni. Okay, Danzo, I know you are very dissatisfied with Uchiha Tieni, but this is not a reason for you to make up. No one will believe this kind of reason no matter where you take it. That is the end of this matter. You can continue to investigate, but don't act recklessly. You can't touch Uchiha Tennichi. Uchiha and Mito-sama are standing behind him. Do you understand? This is the key. After hearing what Danzo said, do the third generation really have no doubts about God? Of course not, he himself is a suspicious and conceited person. But he had no evidence at all, and he couldn't afford to offend Uzumaki Mito and the mad Uchiha. The current Uchiha is not the Uchiha that has been constantly consumed in the Second and Third Wars and has seen its strength and numbers greatly reduced. They really dare to fight with you for targeting the youngest son of the head of a family for no reason. All right, Danzo was originally unwilling to accept it, but after hearing the name of Uzumaki Mito, he had to temporarily suppress the idea of attacking Uchiha Tennichi for this reason. But he did not completely give up the idea of targeting Uchiha Tieni. But they are prepared to use more covert means to conduct targeted tests. He always felt that he couldn't continue to let this kid grow up like this. Otherwise, he would definitely be trained by Uzumaki Mito to become their real enemy. Luck plus 30, talent upgrade, talent. Make a wish, LV2, 28 1/1000, 3 small wishes per day. Wow. Talent breakthrough? Haha. Now I can have 3 wishes every day? The accumulation speed is 3 times faster than before, the future is promising. Tieni had just finished his meal and returned to his room to practice the chakra Joshin moving method when he received feedback on his talent. He opened the attribute panel to check it out and thought with delight. But cursing the third generation and Danzo can also bring luck? Maybe we can try it more? It's probably because it has damaged their reputation. At the same time, although no one can be sure who did it, The world knows for sure. Tianyi thought eagerly. At this time, third generation and Danzo, who had discovered that their bad luck was indeed over, were washing up when they suddenly felt a chill on their spines and looked around in some confusion. They had been tormented by bad luck all day, their nerves were a little crazy, and their reaction was very strong. But this feeling comes and goes quickly. After a long search, and finding nothing, third generation and Danzo finally felt relieved. Tianyi finally gave up the idea of continuing to make wishes to bring bad luck to the third generation and Danzo. Don't do it too often, otherwise, something unexpected might happen that I don't want to see. The next few years will still be based on stability. I'll wait until I grow up a few years and then slowly play with the third generation. Tianyi thought to himself. Immediately, he continued to practice. The next morning, it was time for breakfast. Uchiha Nobuhiko waved and laid down another. He re-isolated the barrier and said to Tianyi, I have already selected the first batch of Uchiha you can trust. 50 people in total. Tianyi, when will it be convenient for you to come with me to sign a contract with them? And teach them the skills? Oh, Tianyi raised his eyebrows and said, then go and have breakfast later? My dad's efficiency is pretty good, but are these people really reliable? Tianyi thought doubtfully, he's not quite sure. Perhaps we should come up with an additional means of identification later. Tianyi thought again, that's a good feeling. Uchiha Nobuhiko might not know Tien. He thought so much in an instant, and when he saw Tien agreed, he smiled happily. As long as these people have made a contract with his son, they can be completely trusted. With the teaching of magical skills, the strength of these people will soon be improved. At worst, they will at least be elite Genin level in the future. It is not impossible to look forward to Cage level. Imagine what it would be like to have a loyal team of all elite Genin, some of whom are even Cage level. Anyway, Uchiha Nobuhiko is looking forward to it. I make a wish, consume one wish, and gain the ability to perceive good and evil, and loyalty. The next moment, Tianyi received talent feedback that the number of wishes was not enough and he needed 109 more wishes to realize this wish. Immediately, Tianyi made another wish. I made a wish, and continued to consume 109 wishes, so that I could gain the ability to perceive good and evil, and loyalty. The next moment, Tianyi felt his mind become clear, and then he found that a mysterious talent rune was hollowed out in his sea of consciousness and took shape rapidly. Finally, a faint light burst out and flew to the center of the sea of consciousness, revolving around an even larger and more mysterious innate rune in the center. And that huge talent rune is exactly the upgraded wish talent rune. In addition to these two runes, there is also a spiritual contract core rune in Tianyi's sea of consciousness that also rotates around the wish talent rune. However, compared to the first two, the spiritual contract rune is much simpler and smaller. At this time, Tianyi discovered that he had gained the ability to perceive a person's goodness and evil, and loyalty to himself. He immediately used his ability to sense his parents and older brother. Uchiha Nobuhiko. Likeability 100, full value. Uchiha Makoto. Likeable 100, Uchiha Fugaku. Likeability 99, loyalty 99. Why do my parents have no loyalty points, but my eldest brother does? Tianyi thought with some doubt. Could it be that my parents, because of their status, have no concept of loyalty to me? Tianyi felt that he might have guessed the truth. However, the full value of favorability is enough to explain the problem, so there is no need to care about loyalty or not. After all, it feels a bit strange to talk about the loyalty of your parents to you. I am a little surprised that big brother Fugaku has such a high opinion of and loyalty to me. Is it because of Tsunere? Insincere? Or because the contract was signed and the money was too much? Tianyi thinks both are possible. What's wrong? Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others noticed that Tianyi was looking at them with strange eyes, and they were immediately puzzled. Ahem. Nothing, I'm just thinking about something. Tianyi quickly withdrew his strange look, cleared his throat, smiled, and continued to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Tianyi separated a few shadow clones and sent them out to do their work. Then, he followed his father to an underground square on the Uchiha guard side and waited. More than 10 minutes later, people from Uchiha came in one after another. After all 50 people arrived, Uchiha Nobuhiko was about to say something, but Tieni beside him pulled him back and used the telepathic technique he had recently developed to telepathically teleport him. "Dad, the person you picked is not good enough. Ah, some of them are very malicious towards me. Obviously there is a problem." "That's right. You can communicate with me directly with your mental power. I have already built a telepathic channel." Uchiha Nobuhiko was slightly shocked when he suddenly heard Tienyi's spiritual voice, but he calmed down in an instant. Hearing Tienyi's words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately said in a voice transmission, "Those few, tell me. Also, when did you acquire the ability to sense the good and evil of others? Isn't this Master Mito, or strictly speaking, Nine Tails ability? How did you learn it? Can this be learned?" No wonder he was so surprised. This should be considered Nine Tails' innate ability, right? "Don't worry about this, old man, anyway, you just need to know that I can do it." Tieni replied directly via voice transmission. In his eyes, the favorability and loyalty of these 50 Uchiha towards him are clear at a glance. Loyalty values are generally not high, with the highest being just over 10 points. This is normal. Although Tieni is the youngest son of the clan leader Uchiha Nobuhiko, he is too young and has no prestige in the clan. The degree of favorability varies. Most of them are maintained between 30 to 80. This is a relatively friendly range. Below 30 means there is neither good nor bad feeling, just a mediocre feeling. This is actually not a big deal, but what does it mean when 4 of you have negative impressions? Hostile to me? How can this be tolerated? Are you sure you are my father's loyal subordinates? Tieni immediately told his father through telepathy where those people who had a negative impression of him and were full of malice were standing. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko quickly locked onto those people, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He directly activated the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and the terrifying pressure of his pupils spread to the entire underground square. He scanned the area and said, "Uchiha Tai, Uchiha Chian, Uchiha Chiren, Uchiha Fei. The 4 of you can leave first." After hearing this, they were all stunned, and then looked at Uchiha Nobuhiko in confusion and asked, "Master, why? When working, call me by my title, and call me minister." Uchiha Nobuhiko scolded sharply. Then, he looked at them with a cold look in his eyes and said, "As for why, you know it in your heart. Say hello to the people behind you for me. You won't stay here? Go away quickly, don't make me angry." When these people heard this, they didn't realize that they were exposed. Faced with the oppressive Uchiha Nobuhiko, they did not dare to say anything more and could only quickly leave the underground square with curiosity and regret. Of course, not all of them are from the 3rd generation. Uchiha is not so easily infiltrated by outsiders. But 3 of them were from the hostile faction of Uchiha Nobuhiko, which is now the radical faction, the 4 elders, the national elders and the 7 elders. These people believed that Uchiha Nobuhiko's clan were traitors to Uchiha because Uchiha Nobuhiko had taken the lead in cooperating with the village to suppress the rebellion within the clan a few years ago, and they were particularly dissatisfied with Uchiha Nobuhiko's family. It is not surprising that those who have been brainwashed by them have such a favorable impression of Tieni. It seems that the plan to unify the voices of the tribe is a long and arduous journey. Tieni couldn't help but sighed and sent a message to his father. Indeed, Uchiha Nobuhiko agrees with this. If it were easy, his progress wouldn't have been so slow in the past few months. Fortunately, Tieni is going to give him a cheat again this time. After Tieni had identified his subordinates with his sense of good and evil, he would pass on his magical skills to them through a contract. After practicing for a year or so, he would have the absolute strength and information to eliminate all the noise within the clan. Things will be much simpler once those spies leave. Tieni asked Uchiha Nobuhiko to persuade these people to sign a contract with him. He leaned over and slapped the ground. Countless sealing spells emerged from his hands and soon surrounded the entire underground square. Buzz! A powerful 5-element isolation barrier was formed, blocking any investigation from the outside. Including white Zetsu. This white Zetsu is really annoying. Maybe we can find a chance to catch a few for experimentation. This thing has a very high research value, Tian Yi thought to himself. Tian, everyone is ready. Let's start. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko came over and said to Tian. Good. Tian nodded in understanding, and immediately his mind moved. 46 mysterious runes condensed from his brows and sent them to these people. These people had been persuaded and explained by Uchiha Nobuhiko, so Tian didn't need to say anything more. The next moment, they all opened their Sharingans and used their mental power to integrate into the core of the rune in front of them. The next moment, these runes sank into their sea of consciousness and occupied the center of their sea of consciousness. Then, countless sealing techniques spread to the surface of their brains and quickly disappeared. This feeling. Why do I feel that my mental strength has become more solid and more stable? Me too. I even feel like my control over my mental power has gotten stronger. I feel like my pupil power has also increased.
It's not that my pupil power has increased, but that my Sharingan has become more stable.
The next moment, these Uchiha elites discovered the huge changes that the contract rune brought to them, and they all exclaimed and discussed in low voices. In response to this, Tian looked at his father with confusion and curiosity and asked, Dad, is there such a thing? Indeed. Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled and nodded. Maybe it's because your contract rune is too strong. It has the effect of suppressing and stabilizing Genin High and his mental power. That's a good thing, isn't it? How could he not be aware of the mental problems caused by Sharingan's eye-opening? This contract rune is a very good means of stabilization. If combined with the Sharingan eye-opening method and the 3 Tomoe Sharingan practice method of meditation, this mental extremism and instability can be completely eradicated. Why haven't I heard you say that before? Tian looked at his father speechlessly and asked. You didn't ask, I thought you knew. Uchiha Nobuhiko spread his hands in a rogue manner. Tian rolled his eyes at him, and then his powerful mental power spread directly out of his eyes, overwhelming the entire underground square. This movement immediately caused the Uchiha elites to stop talking and look at Suzuichi. 0147050009 Philo 1033004000. There was curiosity, gratitude, and even admiration in his eyes. Tian can clearly feel through his perception of good, evil and loyalty that these people's favorability and loyalty towards him are increasing rapidly. Obviously, the benefits brought by the contract just now, plus the strong energy displayed by Tian at this time, made them begin to take Tian seriously. Instead of treating him as a 5-year-old kid from the patriarch's family. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. The sky opened its mouth, and everyone below became quiet. He then retracted his pressure and said, the benefits brought by the contract rune just now are just insignificant side effects. You're all elites of my Uchiha, there is no need to make a fuss about it. Compared to what I am going to teach you next, this benefit is not worth mentioning. Just accept it calmly. As he spoke, Tian raised his hand and pointed at the center of an Uchiha's brow, and a stream of light shot into his brow. The next moment, this person had to close his eyes and start to seriously digest the information that kept emerging in his mind. Tian continued to move and passed on his skills to the next person. It took several minutes to teach the technique to the 46 Uchiha elites present. However, unlike his family and Kushina and others, he did not teach them the entire set of skills this time. The Huxia martial arts taught the Ming Jin stage of skills, and the Tian chakra refining technique was taught completely. The Sharingan eye-opening method was also fully taught. None of the 3 Tomoe Sharingan meditation methods were taught. The chakra movement method is also not taught. Tian discussed with his father that these would be included in the newly built Merit Pavilion and could be exchanged for clan members who had made sufficient contributions and signed a contract with Tian. The new merit pavilion and the corresponding exchange system and merit calculation method will first be popularized among these contractors. It will not spread throughout Uchiha until all the people in Uchiha have been contracted by TNE. By then, I believe that Uchiha will be truly unified and only one voice will remain. This is also what TNE took into consideration when he considered that Uchiha Nobuhiko's recent reforms had been progressing slowly, almost to the point of being stagnant. This method was devised because every clan meeting was disrupted by radical people, making it impossible to pass. Not only this, Yushui Tien and Uchiha Nobuhiko also planned to do this. First, we selected the children of the tribesmen who had made a contract with TNE and supported him to form preschool classes, after-school classes, Genin training classes, Chunin training classes, and Jonin exchange classes. At the same time, the mission hall within Uchiha will be officially established. In the future, many clan affairs will be posted in the clan's mission hall in the form of tasks for clan members to accept. Of course, both contractors and non-contractors can access it. However, the contractor can obtain a certain amount of additional contribution value for each task, but the contractor does not have this. TNE even discussed with Nobuhiko that in the future, the teachers for the Genin and Chunin advanced training classes will be released in the form of tasks. If the task is completed well, there will be additional rewards. TNE even suggested that Uchiha Nobuhiko include his guidance as a cage-level clan leader in the merit exchange table. I believe that it will definitely inspire the enthusiasm of many tribesmen for the mission. This is the personal instruction of the clan leader. Even though TNE only taught a part of the magical skills to these Uchiha elites, the more they digested it, the more horrified they were. Then there was ecstasy. If these skills are all true, then they will have a bright future. Soon, these people digested the information about the exercises one after another, opened their eyes, and stared at TNE with burning eyes. They had countless questions they wanted to ask TNE. TNE saw this and smiled. I believe you have already digested the information of these exercises. There are countless questions. I can tell you for sure that these are all true. I even have more powerful skills that can help you become stronger. Even if you activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's not impossible to break through and become a cage-level powerhouse. But for the rest, you will need to make enough contributions to the family, and then we will calculate and redeem them through the new merit pavilion and merit system that will be established soon. My father will tell you all about this in detail later. I won't say any more. After saying that, TNE didn't say anything more to them. He nodded to Uchiha Nobuhiko beside him and left. Uchiha Nobuhiko saw this and took over the conversation with a smile. Looking at the tribesmen below with shining eyes, he began to add to the conversation. As for TNE, after leaving the security department, he did not rush to the secret training base, but came to a ninja tool shop on the commercial street closest to Uchiha. "Boss, is my custom-made dagger ready?" After entering the store, TNE took out the deposit receipt and handed it to the store owner and asked, "Is that you, little brother? It's all ready? I'll get it right away." When the boss saw TNE, he didn't even go to take the receipt. He turned around and ran into the inner room with a smile. It was obvious that he still remembered TNE. After a while, the shop owner ran out holding a wooden box, put it on the counter in front of TNE, opened the box, and revealed 10 cold and shining swords inside. An exquisite dagger came. He gestured to TNE and said, "It's all here. You can check it out first to see if you are satisfied." Tien nodded, took out a short sword from the box, flicked the sword with a finger of his other hand, and listened to the sound. He then used his mental power to sense the dagger and checked it, and found that it was indeed a fine product. Finally, he tried to inject chakra into the dagger. Ong! The next moment, a faint chakra light appeared on the dagger. "The conduction effect is average," TNE murmured. The shop owner heard this and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Brother, what you said is wrong. The price is here. If you want to further improve the chakra conduction ability, you need to add chakra. Conductive metal. That's expensive. One sword will cost at least 500,000 taels." That's it, and that's with at least chakra-conducting metal to ensure 60% conductivity. If the price keeps going up, it will increase exponentially. You get what you pay for, too. TNE listened without refutation. He nodded and checked the other 9 daggers in the same way, making sure that the quality was similar. He put the daggers back, closed the lid and said, "They're all good, I'll take them. How much is it?" Hey. The shop owner heard this and rubbed his hands with a smile, saying, "It's a good deal. One is 50,000 taels, so 10 are 500,000 taels in total. After deducting the 100,000 taels deposit, you just need to give me another 400,000 taels. In addition, since you are a big customer of our store, I will give you a ninja tool bag and a set of basic ninja tools. How about including 3 kunai and 10 shurikens?" As he said this, he took out a ninja tool bag that had been prepared long ago. This boss is obviously very good at doing business. After hearing this, TNE nodded with satisfaction, took out 400,000 taels from his wallet and handed it to the boss. Then, he picked up the dagger box and the ninja tool bag, and left the ninja tool shop as the shop owner waved goodbye enthusiastically. After TNE came out, he looked back at the ninja tool shop and rushed to the secret training base, thinking, sure enough, the production and sale of weapons is the real violence. It's good for the industry, so much money for just this little steel weapon. That's almost half of my restaurant's monthly dividend income.
Perhaps, I should give my father some of the gold formulas and steelmaking techniques from my previous life to win over the family and set up 10 weapons companies that integrate steelmaking, weapon forging, and sales.
Minister, TNE couldn't help but think. Konoha does not have much of its own weapons industry. Basically, it either orders from the country of craftsmen, or some weapon forging families or chambers of commerce run this business. However, I'm afraid we'll need to bring in a few more ninjas to help with this. At the same time, bring in some of the village's weapons dealers. We have overwhelming technology, so we are not afraid that they will not join us. In fact, in order to ensure that there are no problems with sales, it would be safest to bring the village in as well. TNE thought carefully. Of course, this village does not belong to the 3rd generation, but they actually invested in it in the name of the village. This part of the shares will always belong to the village, and so will the profits.
Not even the Hokage can make it private. Of course, given the 3rd generation's greedy nature, even if this were done, when he was in power, he would probably still embezzle a considerable portion of the money belonging to the village to develop.
Show your family. Used to share profits with Konoha F4. Even so, it is better than letting outsiders make all the money. Anyway, when the 3rd generation steps down, he can settle accounts with them for their corruption and crimes. No matter how much you eat, just vomit it out in multiples. TNE will not give up because of choking. Okay. Let's do it. Take some time these few days to come up with the relevant technology, tools. Then, I built a super small steel-making blast furnace and supporting equipment at home to produce some suitable alloy steel. We'll consider the follow-up after we create some low-cost, high-quality ninja tools. TNE made up his mind and thought. The family will then begin to implement a new merit system within the scope of the contractors and establish a new merit pavilion and mission hall. All of these require a lot of extra money. I have to add some profitable industries and ways for my father and family, right? He wanted to start with his family, and step by step let Uchiha, and even Konoha, have their own money-making industries and abilities. Gradually get rid of the deformed income structure, get rid of excessive economic dependence on daimyo, and prepare for future reforms of the ninja world. Of course, this process will not be too fast. The credit will not be taken away by the 3rd generation. Minami Kaga River, Secret Training Base. TNE, you're here. Mr. TNE, good morning. Seeing TNE coming, Shikaku, Minato, Kushina and others greeted TNE one after another. Then, continued to practice under the guidance of TNE's shadow clone. Well, you continue. TNE smiled and nodded, then walked to the side, took out 2 daggers, sat cross-legged, and began to draw and engrave the space sealing spell on them. Since he obtained the entire inheritance of Senju, he has not been idle. I have taken the time to gain a basic understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, and ordered in advance the dagger for engraving the Flying Thunder God ritual. Now that he finally got it, he naturally had to officially start practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Because I have experimented with other iron bodies before. At this time, Tianyi quickly completed the engraving of the two daggers. At this moment, he could clearly sense the spatial coordinate nodes in the two daggers. Then, he stood up and swung the two daggers in two directions. In the end, the two daggers were directly stuck into two trees more than 10 meters away. This movement attracted the attention of Minato and others. They all stopped and looked at Tianyi, wanting to see what he was going to do. At this time, Yin Yi was sensing the spatial coordinates of the two Flying Thunder God daggers with his eyes closed. He discovered that this distance was no different from holding it in his hand, and it was just as clear. Sure enough, it's great to have a high spatial talent. Then give it a try. The next moment, Tianyi opened his eyes and sensed two spatial coordinates. Swish, swish, in a breath, he disappeared from the spot in front of his friend's surprised expressions, and first appeared on the tree on the left with a flash, and pulled out the Flying Thunder God's dagger over there. Then he flashed to the side of the Flying Thunder God dagger and pulled out the Flying Thunder God dagger as well. He tossed it in his hand and swung it towards Minato and the others who were not far away. Bite! The Flying Thunder God's dagger was nailed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Brush! Tianyi teleported again and appeared next to the Flying Thunder God dagger. He leaned over and pulled it out. He stood up and grinned at the stunned Minato and others. Hey, why are you watching me instead of practicing? Minato and the others finally came to their senses. Hearing what Tianyi said, he immediately glared at him and said, "You guy, what do you think? This is the second Hokage's space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, right? You're actually learning this, and you've mastered it? You're awesome." Shikaku gave Tianyi a thumbs up with an amazed look on his face. He had heard that this space-time ninjutsu had been tried to be learned over the years. Even third generation has tried it, no one succeeded. This thing requires too much spatial talent and neural reaction ability. There are also high requirements for the attainment of sealing techniques. But he could sense that Tianyi didn't seem to have simply learned it, but rather seemed to have mastered it for many years. This continuous high-speed teleportation between two different coordinates. Later, he teleported over the moment the Flying Thunder God's dagger landed on the ground, which shows how well Tianyi has mastered this time-space ninjutsu. Hee, not bad, as you know, I have always had a good talent. Tianyi smiled somewhat smugly. Everyone likes to show off their power in front of others. This ninjutsu is so cool, brother Tianyi, is it possible for me to learn it? At this time, Kushina ran over with shining eyes, hugged Tien's arm and asked. She likes this cool ninjutsu. Well, I'm really not sure about this. Take this Flying Thunder God dagger and try to sense the spatial coordinates. If you can sense it clearly within half a day, it means that you have a good talent for space and will definitely be able to learn and master it to a higher level. If you can vaguely sense it within a day, you can learn it, but its value for actual combat may not be high. If you can barely sense it within a week, you still have a chance to learn it, but even if you do, it won't be very practical. Tien, while saying this, he handed the Flying Thunder God dagger to Kushina. Seeing that everyone was looking over curiously and obviously interested, Tianyi smiled and said, "Since everyone is interested, let's all give it a try. Wait a moment, I'll carve a few more Flying Thunder God daggers first." But, at this point, Tien paused and reminded. It's best not to hold out too much hope, people with spatial talent are extremely rare. It is even rarer to have the spatial talent to the standard of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. It's better not to hold on to too much hope, so as not to worry about gains and losses later. In fact, if you have a particularly good spatial talent, you will be very sensitive to spatial fluctuations and spatial nodes under normal circumstances, and you can sense certain spatial fluctuations and spatial nodes without the help of the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Even if you have a second-level talent, you will have a strong sense of space. If you don't have this feeling, your spatial talent will basically not be very high. He himself is a typical example. When Tieni said this, he glanced at Minato. At this time, Minato heard what Tieni said, his eyes lit up slightly, and he said excitedly, "Well, Tieni, I may have the feeling you said. It's the next level kind. Is it possible that I really have a good talent for space and can learn this flying thunder god technique? If so, that would be great." During this period of time, Minato has been training with Tien, which is actually quite stressful. Although he could feel that his talent was better than Shikaku and others, and should be much better than Makoto. It's hard to compare with Kushina. In terms of physique, comprehension, talent in sealing techniques and Huxia martial arts, he is definitely not as good as Kushina's. But there is a world of difference compared to Tieni. Well, it's mainly because Tieni has activated the comprehension plugin, and his other talents have also been upgraded to a higher level. With the comprehension plugin, Minato has this illusion. In fact, his physique and talent in ninjutsu are similar to Tien's, or even better. He is top-notch in terms of neurological response. He was just a commoner, unlike Shikaku and others who were born into big families and had their own inherited secret techniques, ninjutsu and sufficient resources. Fortunately, Tieni gave him certain ninjutsu support. As for funds, thanks to the profits from Sahai restaurant, he is now wealthy and has no shortage of money. In short, he has been under a lot of pressure all the time, forcing himself to catch up with Tieni and at the same time, not letting Lu Ju and others surpass him again. At the same time, I want to get a decisive trump card. Now, he sees hope in flying thunder god technique. His subconscious told him that this ninjutsu was very suitable for him. Is this true? Before Tieni could speak, Shikaku and the others looked at Minato in surprise. Hey, it shouldn't be wrong, so, can I try it first? Minato asked, rubbing the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed at being stared at. Sure, I'll give this one a try first. Tieni smiled and nodded, and immediately threw the remaining flying thunder god dagger in his hand to Minato. Minato quickly caught it and thanked him. Thank you. Then, he walked to the side, sat cross-legged, held the flying thunder god dagger, closed his eyes and began to sense it seriously. Seeing this, Kushina also ran to the other side and sat cross-legged to sense it. She doesn't want to lose to Minato. A sissy, that's right, Minato still couldn't escape the fate of being called a sissy by Kushina. The main reason was that 5-year-old Minato was too pretty and his temperament was too gentle and sunny. It's normal for Kushina to feel this way. Wait a moment. Upon seeing this, Tieni walked over, took out the remaining daggers, and began to carve at a rapid speed. With previous experience, his engraving speed became faster and faster. In just over 10 minutes, he completed the engraving of the remaining handle of the flying thunder god dagger. Then, he handed one to each of Shikaku and the other two, as well as Makoto. Send them to go and sense. He took the remaining 4 flying thunder god daggers and walked further away to continue practicing the flying thunder god technique. Half an hour later, 39, I succeeded, haha. Sensing the clear spatial coordinates of the flying thunder god dagger in his hand, Minato opened his eyes. Looking at the flying thunder god dagger activated by him in his hand, he suddenly jumped up in surprise and danced excitedly. Don't blame him, it means so much to him. What? Minato, you succeeded so quickly? You are worthy of it, congratulations? AJFG, I'm so jealous, damn it, I don't even have 10 points. Me too. Envy, Minato, remember to treat us. When everyone heard the noise, they all stopped sensing and ran over to congratulate Minato. At the same time, he also expressed his envy and resentment. People are better than others, why didn't they succeed? It seems that not everyone can learn the flying thunder god technique. Yes, if it weren't for this ninjutsu would have been rampant long ago. At this time, in the forest more than 1,000 meters away, Yinyi also sensed that a flying thunder god coordinate was activated. The next moment, he forcibly took over this coordinate and teleported back through this coordinate. Seeing Minato beside him, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Minato, you succeeded, congratulations. It only took half an hour to succeed. It seems that you have a high talent for space. It should be easy to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and use it in actual combat in the future." "Thank you very much." Minato listened, smiled and thanked him, then asked, "This shouldn't be so easy to learn, right? I sensed an extremely complex sealing technique in this Flying Thunder God kunai. Moreover, the spatial coordinates are formed by this sealing formula. To learn this, don't I have to learn advanced sealing techniques first? This thing is not so easy to learn. It requires a lot of knowledge and understanding." Minato's comprehension is not bad, but his knowledge is far behind. Besides, Tieni has already taught him so many good things. Isn't it too shameless to ask Tieni to teach him Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique? Minato was very conflicted when thinking about this.
He wanted to learn very much, but he was too embarrassed to ask.
Tieni saw his dilemma, patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "When did you become so? Are you shy? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. I have taught you Huxia martial arts, chakra Joshin moving method, and Tieni meditation method. Is this all you need? I hope you become stronger and stronger, so that you can better help me achieve my first goal in the future, right?" Anyway, Minato has this talent, and even if he doesn't teach himself, Jiraiya and the third generation will definitely discover it and teach it in the future. In this case, why not do it myself? Let Minato owe me more, cut off some of his ties with the third generation, and let him help me more wholeheartedly in the future? As for whether or not to let Minato become Jiraiya's apprentice in the future, Tieni himself hasn't thought about it yet. Let's wait and see. Indeed, Shikaku and the others smiled when they heard this. Shikaku advised Minato, "Minato, don't think too much, anyway. We have already paid back what we owed to Tieni. What's the point of owing more? Relation, hasn't it been decided that you will work for him for the rest of your life? What's there to hesitate about? If I had this talent, I would have spoken directly." Others followed suit. That's it. Thank you everyone." Minato listened, nodded to everyone with emotion, then looked at Tieni, bowed solemnly and said, "Tieni, I want to learn Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique from you. Please teach me, please." As for how he would devote his whole life to Tieni in the future, he did not say anything more. Because he felt that there was no need to say more, he would do it for Tieni to see later. "No problem." Tieni smiled and helped him up, patted Minato's shoulder and said, "Just like you said, if you want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, you must first learn the walking seal technique. So, you have to start by learning the sealing technique. I am still learning about this aspect. It just so happens that Kushina and I are both learning the sealing technique from Lady Mito right now. I'll take you to see Lady Mito and ask her if she's willing to teach you one more thing. This will save a lot of trouble and effort, how about it? If I teach by myself, I will have to create an extra shadow clone, which will make me more tired. Tieni thinks it is unnecessary. He's only 5 years old, I can do anything, sorry for bothering you." Minato nodded gratefully. That's Lady Mito, the wife of the first generation, the former princess of the Uzumaki clan, probably the person with the highest attainments in the art of sealing in the ninja world. Being able to learn the sealing technique from her is an opportunity that countless people desire but cannot obtain. Tieni was really good to him. If he wasn't a man, he would have wanted to marry her. That's settled then. Everyone can continue to try to sense the spatial coordinates in the Flying Thunder God's dagger to see if they have any spatial talent. I'll take Minato to see Master Mito first. Tenichi said something to Shikaku and the others, then called Minato and left quickly. It took me about 10 minutes to get to Uzumaki Mito's yard, knocked on the door and walked in. Shouted Tieni. Why did you come here in person? And you brought a friend with you? Is there something going on? Uzumaki Mito saw Tieni and Minato walk in and asked with some confusion. Kushina and Tieni's shadow clone were also somewhat curious. However, the shadow clone, who was only 10 years old, looked at Minato and had a rough guess in his mind. 014705009 Falcon 1033000560. That's right. Tieni immediately pushed Minato forward, patted his shoulder and said to Uzumaki Mito, "I just learned the Flying Thunder God technique." Then, my friends all wanted to try and see if they had this talent. It turns out that Minato really has a talent for space, and it's pretty good. It took only half an hour to successfully sense and activate the spatial coordinates in my Flying Thunder God dagger. I promised to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. But if he wants to learn this, he needs to learn certain sealing techniques first. So, I would like to ask you to teach him some sealing techniques as well, is that okay? Oh, Uzumaki Mito listened and looked at Minato. Namikaze Minato meets Mito-sama. Minato immediately bowed deeply to Uzumaki Mito respectfully with a very sincere attitude. This made Uzumaki Mito have a good impression of him. Of course you can, Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, "It's rare to meet someone with this talent who can reproduce the Flying Thunder God technique. Okay. I believe Tobirama's spirit in heaven would be happy too. The more geniuses Konoha has, the better. Especially since this person is a companion recognized by Tieni." Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank Master Mito. Tieni heard this and happily pushed Minato. Thank you, Mito-sama. Minato also quickly bowed to express his gratitude again, feeling extremely excited. You're welcome. From today on, you should send one shadow clone to learn the sealing technique from me every day. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand and gave a warning, then looked at Tieni and said in surprise, "You, kid, actually learned the Flying Thunder God technique? And so fast? It seems that your spatial talent is amazing. I'm afraid it's much stronger than Tobirama. But I guess Tobirama wouldn't be too happy if he knew that you, an Uchiha, had learned his signature jutsu, hehe." She was actually looking forward to seeing this scene. It must be very interesting. There are not many things or people that can make Senju Tobirama feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Uchiha Madara counts as one, and Tieni is probably counted as half now. Hey, second generation? Tieni heard this, touched the back of his head and smiled. Maybe there will be a chance for him to know in the future. Reanimation Jutsu Uzumaki. It is indeed not in the Senju inheritance given by Mito. Apparently, they were all taken into the village by Senju Tobirama, and the family did not keep such dangerous forbidden beds. But let's not talk about whether Orochimaru will steal it in the future. When the third generation is driven out of power in the future, Tieni can naturally take it and learn some things, or even improve it. He also wanted to use this as a basis, combined with the self-reincarnation technique, to see if he could come up with a true resurrection technique. Uzumaki Mito frowned upon hearing this and looked at Tieni and said, "Are you planning to secretly learn reanimation jutsu and revive Tobirama? How can you say it's stealing?" When Tieni heard this, he immediately said with a straight face, "After Tsunade sensei becomes the fourth Hokage, I will learn directly and openly. Why should I steal?" Huh? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tieni in astonishment, not caring about what to say about reanimation jutsu, and asked, "What fourth generation? Tsunade is going to be the fourth Hokage? Why haven't I heard her say that?" At the same time, she was thinking in her mind. Indeed, they have already torn their faces with Sarutobi Hiruzen and have become opponents. Although it was called checks and balances, she also knew that this situation could not continue forever. One day one side will gain the upper hand. With Tieni's talent, their defeat by Sarutobi and Hiruzen in the future is foreseeable. She had actually considered helping Tieni become Hokage in the future. After all, everything is suitable, both innate and natural. It's time for Uchiha to have a Hokage. This will help Uchiha to fully integrate into Konoha. It's only good for Konoha. But I didn't expect Tieni to say that he wanted Tsunade to be the fourth generation? Hey, because this is what I thought. Tieni smiled at Kaido. Why? With your talent and character, it would be the best choice for you to become the fourth generation, right? Uzumaki Mito asked in confusion. The Uchiha must really want to support Tenichi to become Hokage, right? No, Tieni shook his head. I'm too young, prestige and other things also need enough time to accumulate. But I don't want to stay in the third Hokage position for too long, so it would be most appropriate for Tsunade's sensei to transition to the fourth generation and for me to become the fifth generation. What do you think? In fact, these things should be communicated to Uzumaki Mito to facilitate mutual cooperation later. He believed that Uzumaki Mito would not refuse. There's no way to refuse. After all, she had already signed a contract with Tieni and was on the pirate ship, so she couldn't do anything to harm Tieni. The two sides are completely tied up. That's quite true. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding, but then shook his head and said, but Monkey's power is becoming more and more consolidated, and he has many supporters in the village. It is almost impossible for you to drive him out of office in a short period of time. And, let alone you, Tsunade's strength, prestige and achievements are also far from enough to replace Monkey as the fourth Hokage. Have you considered these? Don't underestimate the third generation. This B******************* D is quite resourceful. He is also good at winning people's hearts. Nature. Tieni nodded affirmatively and said, in terms of strength, teacher Tsunade has the magical skills I taught him, and I think he will soon be able to break through to the true Kage level. So, don't worry about that at all. The problem of insufficient prestige of teachers and too high prestige of the third generation can be easily solved. After the Second Ninja World War begins, with our help and planning, the teacher will naturally gain enough merit and prestige. At the same time, given the character of the third generation, the Second Ninja World War will definitely result in the sacrifice of a large number of ninjas. As long as we add fuel to the flames and manipulate public opinion, we will definitely be able to greatly undermine the prestige of the third generation and create sufficient conditions for the teacher to be promoted to the H position. In addition, I have a package of industrial plans that will be gradually implemented in the next few years. This will help us gradually attract enough interest allies and supporters. With the three combined, it should be easy for the teacher to become the fourth Hokage after the Second Ninja World War. What do you think, Grandma Mito? Speaking of manipulating public opinion, Tieni feels that after making more money, he should start to lay out the newspaper media position, gradually control the mouthpiece of public opinion, and prepare for future momentum and to guard against the public opinion war between third generation and Danzo. The Second Ninja World War? Uzumaki Mito listened, looked at Tieni with a puzzled look and asked, why do you think the Second Ninja World War will break out next? Minato and Kushina also looked at Tieni with a look of surprise. I couldn't help but recall what Tieni said a few days ago about the root cause of the Ninja World War, and I vaguely understood it. Isn't this obvious? Tieni spread his hands and said, the ninja world has been peaceful for so many years? The major ninja villages are constantly accumulating strength, and there are more and more ninjas in the villages. The resources and money needed to be consumed are increasing. Each ninja will be assigned fewer and fewer tasks. An overly powerful ninja village will also cause the fear of the daimyo of various countries. The only way to solve these problems is to start a new round of Ninja World War. This will reduce the number of ninjas in the major ninja villages. Whether it's taking resources from other ninja villages or losing some ninjas to reduce resource demand. Eventually, the supply and demand of the major ninja villages will be restored to balance. At the same time, it can also weaken the major ninja villages, so that the daimyo of each country can feel at ease. Kill multiple birds with one stone. Even if the major ninja villages are unwilling to start a new ninja world war, the daimyo will push it forward through secret means. Not to mention, can the more ambitious ninja villages really resist starting a war to plunder? Let's not even talk about the aggressive ninja villages like Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. I heard from my family that there is a demigod Hanzo in the Rain Shinobi village in the Rain country. He is very powerful and has great ambitions. Currently, it is encroaching on the surrounding small countries. Even the Iron country is within its range of aggression. Such a powerful and ambitious person would certainly not be satisfied with just annexing a few small countries. He might want to make the Rain country the 6th largest country, and the Rain Shinobi village the 6th largest ninja village. If he wants to achieve this, he must embezzle the land resources of the 3 countries around him. From all these factors, we can infer that the Second Ninja World War is not far away. It will probably be within 3 to 5 years. This is a crisis for Konoha and them, but also an opportunity for them. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Hiss. Uzumaki Mito and the others gasped after hearing Tienyi's analysis. Because they think what they say makes sense. Especially Uzumaki Mito. She discovered that Tienyi had such a thorough understanding of the nature of the ninja world, the nature of war, and the nature of daimyo. Some of them she hadn't even considered before. For example, in order to weaken the major ninja villages, the daimyo would deliberately and secretly promote the outbreak of the ninja war. But after Uzumaki Mito thought about it for a while, he felt that it made sense. In this way, she began to realize that the one country, one ninja village model that Tianjian had originally proposed was fundamentally wrong. Unfortunately, I can't think about so much now. Since Tianyi has already deeply understood these problems, let him solve them later. Uzumaki Mito believes that Tianyi can solve it. So, should we get ready? We don't have much time left. Uzumaki Mito pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. Tianyi nodded affirmatively, and then the two had a detailed discussion on the Second Ninja World War. After coming up with a rough plan, Tianyi took Minato and left. This kid is truly a natural-born leader. He is truly suitable to be a member of the 5th generation. Looking at Tianyi's receding back, Mizuto Minamimichi. DB. At this time, Tianyi's shadow clone raised his hand and said, "Grandma Mito, I'm actually still here. I feel embarrassed to be praised like this." "Forget it, kid." Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned when he heard this, but then he realized what was happening and glared at the sky in anger. How could you be embarrassed when you are so thick-skinned? Forget it, stop talking nonsense. Let's continue learning the sealing technique. She will also have to think about how to communicate these things to Tsunade, and then find a way to convince her to compete for the 4th Hokage. Based on her understanding of Tsunade, this matter might require some thought. Currently, Tsunade has no intention of becoming Hokage. This girl is so lazy, she is most afraid of trouble. And the Hokage is the biggest trouble, but Nawaki always talks about becoming Hokage. But from Uzumaki Mito's point of view, it was a bit of a stretch for this kid to be the Senju clan leader, let alone the Hokage. He just doesn't have the brains for it. In her opinion, Nawaki was even dumber than Hashirama. If Hashirama hadn't had Tobirama to help him handle various matters, he would not have been able to be a good Hokage. This guy has amazing fighting talent and strength, but when it comes to handling government affairs, he doesn't have any talent at all, but he's almost there. When I got home for dinner that night, Tianyi told his father about the time he bought the Flying Thunder God dagger. 0. Dad, I found out that the weapons business is a highly profitable industry. It just so happens that I spent some time today to break through steelmaking and forging. First, you support me to build a small blast furnace and forging equipment at home. When the experiment is successful, the family will take the lead and win over some weapon dealers and families in the village. It would be best if we can also bring the village together to create a steel manufacturing and sales company. What do you think? It just so happens that you want to gradually expand and implement the merit pavilion, reform the merit system, and reform the clan school and mission hall. Do they all require a lot of money? This is very suitable, absolutely huge profits. Tianyi finished speaking and looked at his father. Steel production? Weapon sales? Uchiha Nobuhiko was also stunned when he heard this, and asked in surprise. You just went to buy a dagger, and you thought of so much? Even the upgraded steelmaking and forging technology has been researched? However, thinking about the heaven-defying skills that Tianyi taught him and the evil deeds of his youngest son, Xinyan suddenly felt that it seemed quite reasonable. Well, he is almost used to it. Okay. This is a good thing, your father agrees. Therefore, Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in agreement without much hesitation, and then said, Just tell me how much research and experimental funds you need. If you need any equipment or materials, remember to tell me.
I hope to complete the verification as soon as possible so that we can put it into production and make money.
But do we really need to bring together a part of the weapons and a part of the Branch House clan, and even call on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? He was very reluctant. Since my son is so confident, it must be a project that can make a lot of money. 0. It's a pity to give so much to outsiders. It hurts. It's not the third generation, it's Konoha. Tieni shook his head. Only if the village participates in the investment and endorses it, can this project be truly established and will not be truly obstructed and aborted. This part of the shares is held in the name of the village, not given to the third generation personally. When he leaves office, these shares will remain on the village's books and make money for the village. Do you understand what I mean? It means public and private. I understand. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in realization, frowning as he said, but there's not much difference. They made money, but with the greedy nature of the third generation, they will definitely embezzle it for their own benefit. In their hands, to develop their Sarutobi clan. So, he was unwilling. Isn't this aiding the enemy? There's nothing we can do about it, Tieni shrugged and said. At this stage, this industry cannot do without the support of the village. And the village also needs to resist the pressure from the daimyo. Fortunately, in my plan, I don't plan to let the third generation sit in the position of Hokage for too long, so it won't have much impact. When he steps down, let him spit out what he swallowed in multiples. Then, Tieni told his father about the fourth generation fifth Hokage plan that he had discussed with Uzumaki Mito. Really? Uchiha Nobuhiko's blood boiled when he heard this. This is really great. Finally we've waited for this day. Uchiha, will finally become Hokage. He was full of confidence at this time. There was no way. Tieni had already made a detailed plan and even convinced Uzumaki Mito to stand on his side. How could he fail? Does not exist. Immediately, Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at Tieni seriously and said, let's do as you say regarding the steel industry and weapons production. Let the third generation be proud for a few more years. We will settle accounts with them when the time comes. Humph. Oh right. You speculated that the Second Ninja World War is about to break out? Is that accurate? How many years will it take? After he has found out, he can prepare in advance. If a war breaks out, people will die, within 3 to 5 years. Tieni directly Kaido. Also, something might happen in the Whirlpool country in the near future. Dad would like to trouble you to secretly send 1 or 2 teams of people you can absolutely trust to the Whirlpool country to investigate and see if there is anything unusual there.
Often. If there's any change over there, we can immediately provide reinforcements or something.
After all, the Senju can be said to be our staunch ally at the moment, so the Uzumaki clan is also a natural target for us to win over. Tieni said to his father again. Now, not only Uchiha Nobuhiko, but also Uchiha Kokumi looked at Tieni in astonishment. Why do you think something bad is going to happen in the Whirlpool country in the near future? The two were very confused. My son has never left Konoha, so how could he know what's happening in the land of whirlpools thousands of miles away? This doesn't make sense. Tieni shook his head and patiently explained. Actually, it's because of the upcoming Second Ninja World War. Uchiha Nobuhiko said he didn't understand. Is there any connection between the two? It can't be that they are trying to eliminate an ally of Konoha? That's too far-fetched. With the third generation coming to power and the decline of Senju, Kunye's current relationship and connection with the Whirlpool Kingdom is actually not as close as before.